who could be a big name in the pro ranks in the future. Showing you why right now. Didn't get any championships at the Loretta Lynn's event last summer, just missed with a couple of podiums. He didn't miss this time. Checkered flag is out, and it goes to Seth Hamaker on the 510. Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki, the man out of Pennsylvania, is going to head to the podium. There you go.
Versus one, and welcome to the MX versus ATV All-Out Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross here from Daytona International Speedway. I'm Rodney Tomlin. Today going to be joined by, of course, Megawatt Matt Watson, Jason Wygant.
All right, just a few more minutes of the track maintenance here. We've got, I see Ricky Carmichael and
Tim Cotter going to be along here in just a few moments. Want to take this opportunity to welcome you out on behalf of Ricky Carmichael himself, the GOAT. Of course, we're getting ready for opening ceremonies. A little track maintenance underway right now as we look around the race course and see that there's plenty of action going on. Qualifiers just wrapping up there just a few moments ago, and as we get set to roll into another Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross final day, I know a lot of folks have really put a lot of effort and a lot of work into it. A lot of qualifying action going on yesterday and today, of course, and today is the day that we get it all sorted out and find out who's who in the world of amateur supercross. And this is kind of the, I guess you could call it the second major of the 2020 season. Unofficially, the Mini O's at Gatorback Cycle Park over Thanksgiving is kind of the introduction to the 2020 season. But once folks get their introduction there at the Mini O's, they come here to this major at Daytona International Speedway and, of course, begin their road through the majors. And eventually, many of them will find their way to the Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's in August. And a lot of the names that we see here today will be there. A lot of the champions that we crown here today, maybe some of the champions that we crown here at the end of the summer. I want to take this opportunity to say a special thanks to our good friends at MX versus ATV All Out. And, of course, got some great things going on with those folks. They got a tournament going on where they're actually letting folks qualify on the Loretta Lynn racetrack on the game itself, and they've got some great prizes and maybe even some high dollar prizes. So folks here trackside today certainly want to head over to the garage and check out the MX versus ATV all-out competition that's going on. And of course, we also want to take an opportunity to say a special thanks to the many other fine folks that make things possible here today, including our friends at RockyMountainATVMC.com. They're your one-stop shop for parts, accessories, apparel, and so much more. And of course, our good friends at Thor Apparel, always advancing, and Thor, a huge and monumental part of the things that take place here in the amateur motocross racing world, and especially here at the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. Also, sealing championships since 1989, our good friends at Cometic Gaskets, and a shout out and a thanks to those folks, as well as Fox Apparel, and always there for the amateurs, always there for the pros, and always making you look good. Also, Sunoco Race Fuels, keeping your machines running. Hoosier Tires, Hoosier Racing Tire, really getting out in full force here in the last couple of years and really starting to show their dominance in the motocross racing world as well. And also a special thank to our good friends at Arma Energy Drinks. And as always, a special thanks to all of our manufacturers, the OEMs that help make it all possible, including Suzuki, Kawasaki, Honda, Cobra, Yamaha, KTM, and Husqvarna. And we head down trackside now with the GOAT, Tim Cotter, Jason Wygant, and the rest of the folks as opening ceremonies are underway here at the MX versus ATV All-Out Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Daytona International Speedway for the 11th running of the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. This year, the MX versus ATV All-Out Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. Tim Cotter here. I am the event director. So So proud to be here, folks. I can tell you from day one, when you pull through that tunnel, the hair stood on my back, and it does here again 11 years later. This is a hallowed ground for all of motorsports, and we are so honored to be here. We're joined with NBC's Jason Wygant, the voice of motocross and now amateur supercross. Also Jeff Stanton, who is here and raced amateurs back in the 80s. And of course, Ricky Carmichael, the greatest of all times, here as the namesake of this race. It's so good to be here, Jason.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot believe how quickly time has flown. It's 11 years that we've been running this event. We're at the point now where riders like Cooper Webb, current Supercross champ, once raced this event as an amateur on, and now those riders have graduated through. We probably have riders who race as amateurs that are eligible for the 25 and 30 plus classes here now that we put some traditions in with Daytona. And I'll start here with you, Jeff Stanton. A new tradition that we've added to this event will be tomorrow's vintage race. We'll have the Fly Racing ATV Supercross as well. But you go way back to the original when they had amateur day here at this event.
I do. I remember being here 85, 86 when another promoter put this event on, racing as an amateur, and then went on into the professional side of it and had a great career doing that. So many a great years here, a lot of fun, and it's good to be back and be a part of it. Been a part of it for quite a few years as well. And tomorrow, vintage. If you got a vintage bike out there in the pits, stay and race with us tomorrow. I can't wait for some vintage racing tomorrow.
And we're just letting everybody know we'll change the track up a little bit. So if you're worried about a 1974 bike on this track, we'll accommodate.
Absolutely. That's the last thing we want to do is blow anybody's pegs off, and them bikes are so old. So yeah, we're going to mellow the track out, make it fun. We did a great job last year. We had a great time. It was a super fun event. So if you got a vintage bike, bring it on out. Join us tomorrow. It'll be a great time.
All right, that's Jeff Stanton, 6-time as we like to call him, and a 4-time winner here at Daytona in the pro ranks as well. From Daytona International Speedway, though, this is really the genesis of it all, the embracing of Bike Week and all that it encompasses, whether it's Harleys out there, road racing and flat track next Saturday, and of course Supercross. It's the World Center of Racing.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Gertis. I'm the Senior Vice President of Operations here at the World Center of Racing. Couldn't be more happy to host this version of the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. 3 weeks ago, Denny Hamlin was crowned Daytona 500 champion back-to-back, but this event here, this is part of what makes this the World Center of Racing. Couldn't be more proud to host it. Want to let you all know to tell your friends, come on down and see us next year if you've had a good experience, and we look forward to hosting you again and to great racing today and crowning more Daytona champions.
Well, that's one of the great things about Daytona. Every event is treated with A+ status, be it the Daytona 500 or here at an amateur Supercross. And this man, of course, experienced it across the board. You're even here for the Daytona 500 a few weeks ago. The namesake of this event, Ricky Carmichael. You're synonymous with Daytona almost in every way now as a native Floridian and, of course, a racer.
Yeah, and I'm just glad to be here. It's an incredible opportunity. I love Daytona International Speedway, and to have my own amateur Supercross here is something very, very special to me. And it's been a great weekend so far, and looking to kick off these main events here on a good foot.
And what's interesting is, of course, you reached the very pinnacle of the sport, but one of the first things you got involved in when you retired was this, helping young riders work their way up through the ranks.
Well, that's right. And the biggest thing, too, is I never had the opportunity to race here as an amateur, so I wanted to try to put that to fruition and give that opportunity to amateurs today. And just hopefully they can understand what this place means to racing, all of motorsports racing, whether it's 4 wheels, 2 wheels. It's definitely special, and it's definitely grown into something that I never thought it would be today. So I'm excited for that, and I'm aware that it wouldn't be possible without the great partners that we have and everyone here that is participating in racing. So thank you very much. I hope everyone has a safe and fun day, and enjoy yourselves.
All right, we absolutely will. That is Ricky Carmichael. Round of applause for the greatest of all time. And we're getting that much closer to racing. So from MXers for Jesus, I welcome Mr. Kevin Kozad to the show. And for the fans here in the grandstands, let's put a
let us pray together as a family of racers. Lord, we just thank you for this day. We thank you for such a day as this, a day that we get to race in such an awesome, wonderful facility. We get to be pro today, even if we're not, because of your blessings, and we thank you for that. Father, we ask that you bless the men and women that serve our country in the military, that provide the freedoms we get to enjoy here at Daytona Speedway. We thank you for this day. We ask for your blessings and protection about each and every rider as they enter this track today. We thank you for it all as a family of racers. In your name, Jesus, amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take it back upstairs to the best announcers in all of motorcycle racing. And today, we are live on RacerTV.com. Make sure you text your friends and family to watch you compete at the World Center of Racing. David Iser, Matt Watson, we're heading your way.
Mr. Cotter, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we're about to do this thing. At this time, would you please stand, remove your hats, cross those hearts, face that flag as we pay tribute to the greatest country in the world with the playing of our national anthem.
Well, just sitting and listening to the beautiful sounds of those motorcycles warming up, getting ready to tackle the main events here at the MX versus ATV All-Out Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross, and the gate is down on this first qualifier. And, of course, our first champion's about to be crowned here in Daytona for the 11th running of this Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. Off and rolling, we're joined in booth now by Jason Wygant, and of course the greatest of all time, the GOAT himself, Ricky Carmichael, making his way in. And of course we've got a lot of great things going on today as far as racing is concerned, as we say hello and welcome once again to Jason Wygant here on Racer TV.
Reunited. We hung out yesterday at the GNCC. Racer TV is back here at Daytona. We had a great run of heats and LCQs, but now we are into our main events. Jason Wygant, Ronnie Tomlin, and we've got Ricky Carmichael in the booth. Familiar place for you now, the booth, man. You're doing it every weekend the last few years.
Yeah, I sure have. It's a lot of fun. It's a fantastic opportunity, and glad to be out here kicking this RC Amateur Supercross off. The main events are going right now.
Well, what's interesting about this, if you folks are watching Supercross on Saturday night, the layout is basically the same, but they've obviously tamed down a lot of the obstacles and the jumps. So if you're wondering how do they run amateurs and mini cycles out here, the subtle changes go a long way to make it amateur friendly.
Yeah, they do, and mellow a few things out. We try to keep it as close as we can, but mellow some things out from a safety standpoint. And I feel like this is a year that we've really got the balance right. Not that we haven't in the past, but this one for some reason, and I don't know if it's a layout where the obstacles are placed, but the layout or the balance of it being safe and challenging is really well.
Yeah, see, there's the split lane that we saw come into play in the main event for the 450 class on Saturday, and the amateurs are running it as well. Aiden Shive leading Gage Stein and Preston Base Blue in this. And we got Ryder DeFrancesco moving up to a little bit bigger bike in this Schoolboy class, running fourth right now, Rodney.
Yeah, I was just noticing these splits and differences. On that first lap, we had 0.3, 0.5, 0.2. Here at the end of lap number 2, we're 0.8, 0.9, so, and 0.5. We're still within just a couple of seconds of the top 3 right now.
And I can't tell you how hard this is for a guy like Ryder DeFrancesco to keep up with the 125s in front of him. When I used to race, I would ride my big wheel in the Schoolboy class, and it was so hard. And the reason it's so hard because it's 125 cc's versus 85 or 110 cc's, and the bigger wheels, the suspension makes a big difference, especially in these type of conditions. Sandy, ruddy, these bigger wheels have a huge advantage.
So Stein on the number 10 is second. Your leader is 7:31 Shive. Then Baseberg on the 28. And occasionally you do see Ryder D on the number 23 getting into the picture. So is that a way to push yourself?
Yeah.
Give yourself a disadvantage.
100, you're pushing yourself. So Ryder DeFrancesco, I mean, he is absolutely going for it, having to ride probably harder than what he normally would.
He's going to make a move. Got to the inside. Let's see if he can do it down this long stretch. Again, smaller motorcycle, smaller wheels, trying to get around Base Blue. The 28 against the 23. Couldn't quite make it happen.
Yeah, and that's just that's the power. You know, he just loses power. It's a really long straightaway. The tighter corners will probably close the gap just a bit. But that long straightaway just couldn't contest with the 125.
Meanwhile, Rodney, pressure being applied to Aiden Shive here, your leader. Gage Stein is all over him.
Yeah, there's two great battles going on up front. The beauty of it here on Racer TV is that they're both in the same camera shot at the same time.
Yep.
And both riders, both of these battles, we got the challengers both trying to sneak wheels in, trying to find that little smoother line, maybe to be able to thread that needle, but both riders in those lead positions are certainly keeping the bases covered out there.
Oh, man, Stein is trying to work it everywhere he can.
Yeah.
Put pressure
I
on.
mean, he's just right there and can't do it. Shive just, I mean, he's hitting his marks, and when these guys are so close, it's almost like you have to pressure the guy in front of you. Oh, look at this is where he needs to go.
Right,
He's outbreak him. Oh,
just got to that rut on the inside. Base Blue. That's 2 laps in a row where Ryder D has tried the suicide mission down the inside. Who's going to break last?
That's great defensive riding, too. That's being able to hold those lines and keep those guys at bay. And that's what you got to do. You got to be fast, and you got to know how to protect.
Well, you have to protect, and you got to fight for that little bit of extra braking power to get by the guy. When you are the same speed as this guy in front of you, you almost have to force the guy into a mistake to get by, or in that passing area you have to be really good at your corner entry speed and basically late braking, where your braking distance becomes a little bit shorter and a little bit harder braking power.
Back to our leaders, it's Stein and the number 10 trying to get around Shive. Now the other problem is when Ryder D loses momentum on that little bike, it takes an entire lap to try to make that ground back up.
And you're exactly right. And that's what it's so hard to make up time against these 125s. I can't tell you, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, it's just the momentum. Once you lose it, it's hard to reel it back in. Meanwhile, back to your leader, Shive, doing a good job under pressure. Hasn't made a mistake yet. What I like about the racing, though, last couple of years here, Rodney, they're getting in a lot of laps.
Yeah.
So the start's important, but there is time to make moves.
That's the beauty of the major events. You know, a lot of these times, you know, riders go out to normal tracks. You see 4, 5, 6 laps, whatever the course will warrant there for a good race day. But here at these major events, the one thing that we want to show is the true talent and the hard work that these riders put in, and a lot of that is conditioning as much as talent.
That was it. Shive got the checkers there. There's so much lap traffic to her, giving a white and a checker at the same time. Stein gave it about 3 laps of the run to try to get around and couldn't make it happen.
Yeah, they was going for it. Just Stein just couldn't get the job done.
Yep, and Base Blue will hold off DeFrancesco to get that podium in 3rd. Bryce Shelley 5th, Matty Jorgensen 6th, Eli Pendergrass 7th, Ryan Canawire is 8th, Gage Linville and Julian Balmer round out the top 10 as the riders come across. So our first main event is complete. We'll have David Iser over there in the podium area greeting riders with their bottle of non-alcoholic champagne. They get the photo opportunities with their families in front of the grandstands here at Daytona, the infield grandstands. So a good opportunity. We've got another moto and main event underway here at Daytona International Speedway. And they got to fish their way through pretty tight opportunities to make moves in those first couple of corners.
Senior 45-plus class on the track now.
Yep,
Jason.
and you can pretty much stamp this one. You know what number you're going to look for. It's that number 70 of John Gruey, and he's out front early.
Well, Gruey's been at it for a long time, and a great professional motocross, supercross racer in his own right years and years ago.
But, man, in these age classes, he has stepped up the game. He's kind of become the man to beat in these classes, even though he's older than a lot of the riders out here.
Yeah, but they got a new player in town. That's number 4, Tony LaRusso. He's carrying that number well, Weed.
Yeah, I know. I got to make you proud. Yeah. You run number 4 at the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Race. You're going to be good in that. Even the font on the jersey looks pretty close.
Yeah,
to familiar number 4.
I better check the infringement rights on that.
Yeah, wait a minute. Right. Have to give you 10% of his earnings. Now, LaRusso, a longtime veteran up in the Southwick area up in New England, and they don't stop racing. They never retire up there, so he's good. And someone you banged some bars with, Barry Karsten, coming into the 31.
Yeah, Barry Karsten was racing pro when I was, and look at him. He's out here now racing the 45 vet class, and it's amazing. I watch these guys just how fast they still go at the age that they are at, and they just love racing. You know, they get that competitive feel, and they fill that void, not even void in life, but they fill that spot in their life where they can come out here, still be competitive, and race at a place that they used to race at as a professional.
Frank Paymart, old Frenchie there in third, battling it out with Karsten. Some good battles to watch. You got LaRusso all over your leader, Gruey, and then Paymart and Karsten, and your old buddy Earl May back there in fifth.
Well, yep, Earl's out there. He missed his practice this morning. He was slacking, got slept in a little bit too much, and as he was getting ready to come out for his practice this morning, he's like, well, practice has concluded. He's like, well, hopefully the track is the same, which is much better today, but...
Give him some time, give him some laps to get it dialed in. Ryan, it's a good battle for the lead.
Yeah, it is, and a good battle back there. You were talking about Paymart and Karsten. I got to point out, Paymart, I've watched him at the last couple of majors. He has really been stepping up his game quite a bit, and it's really been putting Barry Karsten on his toes quite a bit. But I think the arrival of Tony LaRusso in these senior classes is really going to spark things for this 2020 season. It's a new era, a new decade, and we've got some excitement now building in these senior classes.
Well, we do, because look at this. LaRusso is all over Gruey for the lead, and Gruey has had his way in this class the last couple of years, but LaRusso is here to play, and it seems like Gruey gets faster each and every year, but the problem is someone younger is always coming in who can go fast as well. Almost got him.
Yeah, there's a lapper in the way. I thought it was going to hang up Gruey, but Gruey was able to get around him. The lapper gave way, and oh, look at this. It's so close. It almost looks as though LaRusso is just kind of taking his time setting him up. Doesn't look like he's, like right there, I feel like he could have charged into the corner just a little bit harder.
Yeah, didn't push the envelope on Gruey, at least for the moment.
Oh, it's jamming up here, Weed.
Yeah. And the issue in these age classes, you got to remember, it's not an ABC division, so you get a wide range of talent, and that means a lot of lap traffic even early. So far, Gruey was able to handle it perfectly.
He is. He's doing well, and I'm surprised that LaRusso takes the same line as Gruey does in this option section.
Oh, they split the lap rider.
Yeah, they split the lap rider.
We had a split lane and then an additional split with the lap rider. So now LaRusso on the number 4 going to have to go back to work, make up a little ground.
Really impressed by Gruey right now and how he's been able to handle the pressure from Tony LaRusso. He's hitting his marks. He's not really bothered by it. It's a really tough position to be in when you got a guy just hounding you the whole time. But it's so important to race in front of you and not behind you, and that's what he's certainly doing right now.
And another battle here with Paymart on the 44 and Karsten on the 31. Karsten keeps running the outside in this corner. No, now he's going to switch it up, get to the inside. And a nice move by Barry Karsten.
Yeah, Karsten set him up. He just went right to the inside, was able to make the move. That was a clutch pass by Barry Karsten, and that's some experience coming into play right now.
So we'll see as Barry gets over this double if he can maybe close in on the leaders. They're battling each other. They're deep in the lap traffic. We've seen many a classic Karsten and Gruey battle here at Daytona, at Loretta Lynn's, Mini Olympics, you name it. We might have another one in store here in 45 plus. I believe Gruy is over 50 years old and is leading here 45 plus, but LaRusso's not happy about that. He wants him.
Well, he better get on it because it's starting to run out of time.
Yep.
We're getting late into this race, and as this race wears on, the opportunity to get by Gruy is going to get thinner and thinner.
He's been flirting with this inside line. Gruy able to get back to it and cover it.
Yeah.
Still nothing he can do.
Yeah, Gruy kind of taking the outside going into that corner, and Tony's been up the inside the whole time. Maybe he's going to wait until the last lap to maybe make a last lap pass so Gruy doesn't have any time left to retaliate and counter back. So this is going to be fun to watch. It's like a game of chess, Weege.
Well, again, it's 45 plus. These are cagey veterans. They know the strategy game, and it looks like LaRusso's trying to play it. Not much room in the split lane, but he still follows.
Yeah.
Jumps out to the outside now.
It's the last lap here. This is going to be exciting.
Woo, it's on right now. Down to the inside goes LaRusso to try to take the lead. Still nothing going on the off-camber.
Well, this is where LaRusso needs to get really tight right in here behind Gruy. Get to that left side on the inside.
He's got it. He's got it. He started on the outside. He goes to the inside. Now we got a drag race. Gruy able to edge ahead. Can he hold it into the corner? He does. Nice job by Gruy.
Yeah,
I
was anticipating a pass there from LaRusso up that inside of the left-hander, and he just wasn't able to do it. Gruy got a really good drive through the rollers.
All right, another opportunity coming here, and you see LaRusso using that inside run. He couldn't get out of the corner clean.
Well,
so,
right here in this rhythm section,
okay.
watch, LaRusso will catch up. He has a really good line right through here. It just carries a little bit more speed, gets right on the rear tire.
All right, it's finish line coming up right here to the inside, and a mistake by Gruy. LaRusso steals it on the last lap. Checkered flag in sight. You said he was going to set him up, and he did. LaRusso wins it. Unbelievable.
Oh, I can't believe it. We need to get some can ratch, and I think LaRusso gave him a little elbow grease. Not sure that Gruy is going to be happy about that one.
Yeah, they came. There was a little contact, and next thing you know, Gruy lost his drive. So you got to wonder if that was caused by the contact from the number 4. He had to get aggressive in the last lap, and he did. Looks like Carson's going to end up 3rd and Paymart 4th. And waiting on Earl May, who was running 5th. Yes, he takes checkered flag in the number 5 position. Wow. Well, you said he might be waiting to the last lap. He did.
He waited to the last lap, and I wonder if that was you or he's planning on passing him the whole time.
Got aggressive, and Tony LaRusso out of New Hampshire taking the win. Again, one of the longtime names. Go to the Southwick National. I think at one point the guy was in his 40s and was battling in the top 10 for motos of the Southwick National.
And those were the years that I was there. And out of nowhere, he would come like, who is this guy? Oh, that's Tony LaRusso.
The Southwick specialist. You had to battle those guys up there. They're specialists of that track. Obviously pretty good down here at Daytona as well. So that's 45 plus, and LaRusso takes the win. Another gate drop here. At Daytona International Speedway. That was great. Rider down going into the first turn. Just lost traction. Nothing dangerous there, but going to lose all the positions that he gained with that good jump. So a tough situation to be in off the start. Way back in the pack. Man, that was fantastic racing. So 2 races in the books. We had a good one in Schoolboy, a good one in 45 plus. I think we're looking at one of the C classes here on track right now with the black number plate backgrounds. Get a couple of guest stars in here who helped us out in the announcer's tower. Jasmine Canfield, they helped out yesterday, and coming on in today as part of our next program. So we're training people all through the ranks, including the announcer's booth. But I know, Jasmine, you'd rather just be out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, definitely. I'd rather be out there racing. You know, I love the environment, but still fun watching and just supporting all my family and friends. So, yeah, having a great time.
All right, so it's going to help us in the booth. And we'll wait for the, it's Caden Amaron, B-class out there in the track right now. Caden Amaron, big tall kid, always pretty quick in these amateur races. We've got Jack Chambers and Tyler Evans, 2nd and 3rd, then Slade Smith and Garrett Hoffman rounding out the top 5. So you're here yesterday, Jasmine. You're here again today. What are you seeing with the racetrack as far as how it's developing?
It's getting really deep. You know, the corners are getting really rutted. But what I like the most is the whoop sections that we have. There's a lot of separators, a lot of split lanes. So I think that's very unique and something that the riders can work with, you know.
Awesome. Yeah, and it's an opportunity to make passes. Amaron in the 32 in the lead. Chambers on the number 102 is in second. And watching the 85, that's Tyler Evans in third place right now, about to get some pressure from that rider, 737, Slade Smith. B-riders we've seen in the amateur ranks, they're often just as fast as the A-riders the way it works these days.
Yeah, for sure, especially the front runners. A lot of times that they can just hop into that A-class and run up front at least top 5.
So these guys are going to show how it's done. 737 of Smith, he wants to make the pass right now. He's trying to make the move, trying to get into third. See if he can make it happen down this long straightaway. And we've seen some battles here, Jasmine, into this next left-hand corner. And we got one right now. Let's see. Outside line.
Oh, you try to cut down. Not going to make it happen, though.
A lot of these guys, they're all taking the same line right now through the split lane, kind of following each other. I anticipate that soon here you will see the guys start to take the inside. There you can see same guys, top 2-3 guys going outside right there. Makes it tough to pass when taking the same line. As this track starts to deteriorate, the ruts get a little bit deeper to force these guys to have to take a different line.
So, Amarine's long gone out front, got a lead of about 2.5 seconds. Here's your battle right now. Evans gonna try this outside line again. Smith around the outside, no. Gets back to that middle run and makes it happen, RC.
Yeah, he just breaks a little bit later, harder, his braking distance is shorter. That was a really good pass. That's so hard to do, to pass someone on the outside and then dive to the inside.
Well, it's funny, you mentioned that split lane that no one's taking the outside line.
Oh, inside line.
Inside line, which becomes outside.
Yep.
By the way, did the winner of the race on Saturday night end up using that outside, inside-outside?
He did.
And it worked.
Yep. That's a really cool section. And it really gives a chance for the guys to take a break from being right on the back tire of the guy in front of you. You can kind of breathe just a little bit.
Yeah, Eli Tomac was one of the few to use it, and he used it to his advantage, so the opportunity is there. We'll see if it works on the amateur track here. Right now, the 85 of Evans. Next rider he's got to deal with is Garrett Hoffman on the number 24. The long straightaway here. Hoffman's using it to make up ground. You see in the back of the shot. 737 Smith is third. Jack Chambers is second. And Caden Amarine out of Great Bend, Kansas leading. And time running out in this 250B division. So what's the status report there, Jasmine? We were hanging out with you yesterday, but what's the injury and how long before you're back out on the racetrack?
I tore my MCL, so I had to get knee surgery. And then while I was down, I realized I had a herniated disc in my back.
Wow.
So had to get an injection for that. But I've been on the bikes for 2 weeks at Millisap's training facility, having a great time there. So yeah, just training for B class this year. Actually, I'm very jealous. I can't be on the track right now, but it's just great to see where my competition stacks up. And yeah. So I'm
this
really
would be
excited.
your class. You'd be out there right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So at MTF, there's a lot of great B riders, I'm sure. How do those motos go during the week? I always wonder, how intense does it get even in training?
Oh, they're they're so intense. We get sprint laps at the end, and we got to match our time throughout every moto that we do. So it's very structured, very strict, and yeah, Colleen and Little B do a great job training there. So I'm very pleased with the place.
Pays off in situations like this. Amarine's been leading the whole way here in the 32 Yamaha. We're watching him, but Jack Chambers not going away on that 102 in second.
He's right there, keeping the pressure on, taking the same line right there. One little slip up, and he can be right where he needs to be in order to make the pass.
And no white flag yet, so there's going to be, I would think, 2 laps to go for Amarine to hold. Breakthrough a couple years ago, got a championship, I believe, on the Super Mini at Loretta Lynn's in a really stacked class, so that really moved him up. Might have been an 85 senior division, and now he's got the Yamaha Sport. Oh, a lot of riders down. He's able to negotiate that and still hold off that 102 of Chambers. Amarine looking good. Man, you definitely get your experience dealing with lap traffic.
They're coming up on lap traffic really, really quick.
I have to wonder when we come down here in Florida in March, obviously some riders like you, Jasmine Canfield, get to ride there in that Florida-Georgia state line all year round. I would think some riders are out here, especially in those senior classes, that haven't ridden all winter, so that's why you're seeing so much traffic and a big discrepancy.
Well, it's a kind of a destination race for the older guys, especially in the vet classes, and you're exactly right, Jason, that they haven't ridden in months. So to come out here and just get after it, you got to be looking ahead and paying attention to what you're doing because things happen really, really quick.
Yeah, you can go to the gym, but it's not going to do anything compared to riding, especially when you get in a race situation.
That's right. Nothing simulates being out here on the track in a race situation.
Caden Amrine still leading. White flag now out. Got to maneuver through more traffic. Chambers not quite as close as he was a lap and a half ago, so it's going to be a little more difficult. Amrine might just be able to lock this 250B title in.
Man, the ruts are really starting to get super deep, long coming out of that corner, especially for the jump tabletop. Starting to form multiple lines, which will be good later on here in these main events.
Yeah, still waiting for someone to use that inside-outside through the split. White flag waving, checkered flag in hand. Let's see if it comes out. Yes, it does. And there it is. Caden Amrine able to hold on and win the 250B championship in his main event here at World Center of Racing in Daytona. Chambers gave it a run, but didn't come together on the last lap. And I think I just saw Slade Smith on that 737 come through for third, ahead of Tyler Evans and Garrett Hoffman inside the top 5. And you see the grandstands there on the infield, pretty packed. When you get to the B class, a lot of people want to watch this. And then that's Gatorade Victory Lane. That's where the confetti and the champagne flies, even for the Daytona 500. You've been here a couple of years now, Jasmine. That's one of the cool things I always say about this. They don't treat any race differently here at Daytona. So whether it's Daytona 500 or the Rolex 24 sports car race, road racing next weekend, or even amateur Supercross, they roll out the red carpet for everybody.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you on that one.
And we are underway here. 250B is now complete. We're going to get in as many laps as possible. So as soon as they have their checkered flag, we're dropping the gates on the next division. So racing's been pretty good so far. Beautiful weather here. It's pretty darn cold, actually, on Saturday. It was nice yesterday, even better today, and that's helping the track shape up as we're underway here in our 4th main event, the number 2 spot, and Cashin Cross in 3rd. And we'll bring Chase Yenser on. We had Chase Yenser and Jasmine Canfield up in the tower yesterday. Now we got the full Racer TV situation. So, Chase, I know, again, you'd rather be on the racetrack, right?
Yes, of course.
What classes would you have been racing today?
250B Limited, 250B, and Schoolboy 2.
So that would have been you out on track?
Yes, sir.
Just a moment ago. What's the injury situation for you, Chase?
I have a torn meniscus and an ACL.
Woo! Had to go under the knife for that?
Yes.
All right, so what's the prognosis?
About 6 to 7 months.
Woo, so how does that affect the rest of the summer and the other amateur races?
I guess a long vacation.
All right. Time to qualify for Loretta's, or areas and regionals going to be gone by then?
Yeah.
We've seen riders miss years and obviously come back just as good, if not better. So there's still hope. It's going to be a lot of patience, though.
Yes.
Matthew Fry in the lead. Cashin Cross trying to put heat on in a good battle for the number 1 position. Gabriel Gottler and James Runyon are 3rd and 4th. Damon Nedrazik has been dropped down to 5th as these riders battle in the C division. Cross, I think, might have made the move. I'm trying to see it. And then
the
down.
leader goes down.
So that's one of the things. I know that riders like you, Chase Yenser and Jasmine Canfield, you make that easy, but those ruts are actually much more difficult than it looks like on a screen.
Oh, they're so much more difficult. You know, a lot of people don't know, but I actually drag my front brake through most of the ruts just to keep my front tire in there so I don't, you know, crash or do anything like that. But yeah, it's very tricky. It's a lot harder than what it looks on TV, so
All right,
give us credit.
Go take us through that. So yeah, you leave the front brake, obviously you're using it into the turn, but then you leave it on even out.
Yeah, it's an advanced technique, but yeah, just come in, use the front brake, and just kind of like glide with the gas on, and as you're exiting the corner, and it just is a very smooth transition. So I like to do my corners like that.
Yeah, it's weird. It'll actually give that tire more grip.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's an odd sensation. It keeps the front of the bike down.
Yeah.
So Matt Fry has the lead again, and now Gabriel Gottler is the one to take advantage of the crash. How did you have that knee injury? Was it in a corner or a jump? How did that happen?
Yeah, I came out of this little corner, and it was a double and then a left-hander, and I went into left-hander, and there's a little set rut, and my front wheel popped out up over the rut and just fell on my knee, and it
It's funny. You could have gone through that turn 1 million times.
Yes.
999,999 of them, you would have been fine, right?
Yes, exactly.
Exactly how that works. Sometimes it's just the timing. Good. Thanks to all our interns here Megawatt Matt Watson and Rodney Tomlin, most overqualified people to give us our paperwork here in the Racer TV booth. We put our best people on the job. So now we've got our moto order as we watch 250C and Matt Fry about to deal with some heat as he's working through lap traffic and dealing with the 201 of Gabriel Gottler on the 37 and James Runyon on the 88. Runyon able to make the move. They're splitting some lappers, so it's Runyon on that white 88 in the lead. This is a real battle right now. Watch this stuff. Coming down right into your screenshot. So the 52 of Fry, he's got to deal with pressure. 37 of Gottler. And Cash and Cross, who went down. Oh, no, he goes down again.
Again, the same spot. I really love watching the C-Class because you never really know what's going to happen. You know, there's always someone going down. Or
for the NASCAR track on the tri-oval, you lose your markings. That's the funny thing about it here. You hang out on the starting line all day, checking that out, and you don't even realize where that is with the facility because the dirt's on top of the NASCAR track. But that's actually where they enter pit road for the Daytona 500. We'll have the flat track through that section on Saturday night. Ready to go racing here in Mini Senior. Should be one of the best races out here.
looks like Tiger Woods with a great start. Oh, looks like Logan Best. Oh, who is
it?
Number
Jude
9.
Smirlick.
Smirlick able to get through on the 90. So a little pile up there in the first turn. I think that might have been Cade Johnson on the Yamaha that got tangled up there. And also see 66 in the mix. The Suzuki man always going quick on that machine of Casey Cochran, probably just inside that top 5. Wow, that was a little crazy through there.
Yeah, that was very hectic.
And more riders down. That little off camber, there was sand there on Saturday night. Still a little bit difficult. Trying to get the numbers here in a minute. .317 is Mortberg trying to pick his way through this split lane. There's Cochran in the 66 challenging him. 1 lap in the books. And it is the number 90 out front. Trying to find 90 on my seat.
Jude Smirlick.
Good call, Chase Dempster, Jude Smirlick. So Smirlick was able to maneuver his way through all that chaos.
Yeah, he kind of found a little hole in the first turn and just held it on and got through it. Everybody else got bunched up and he went right around him.
Yeah, Rex Roach second, Logan Mortberg is third, and Luke Bowser and Casey Cochran. Watch out for Rex Roach, that's 787. Rex Roach wants to go to the lead here, Chase.
Yes, he does.
Any room, they're just going inside in these corners. Oh no, Rex Roach going to try the outside and get a big run at it. And it pays off, he gets over the double chase. Mini senior division, these kids look absolutely ginormous. Looks like they're riding pit bikes.
Yes.
On 85s. Split lane coming into play. Oh, I thought Rex Road had it. He tried, Jasmine.
Yeah, he tried. He couldn't get that double clean out of the corner, and it just lost some time.
So Smirlick still able to lead it right out of Pennsylvania. A couple riders down right in front of us here in the tower, but they look to be okay. It's going to be a great battle. You think Rex Road, how does this work, Jasmine? You're in second place. Are you actually thinking a couple corners ahead?
Honestly, yeah. Like, I keep in my head what corners I do the best, and I know that's where I need to rush them and be right on their back tire. So I think mentally Rex Road just needs to know where he can make the pass. And I think him using the outside corner right before that double, I think he can jump past him right there. So we'll see if he can be close enough through this inside right-hander. So he goes to the outside.
Yeah, but watch Casey Cochran.
Casey Cochran. Oh, he couldn't make it happen.
Yeah, that was a gamble that Rex Road used. Went outside. I don't know if he knew Cochran was there. Now he does.
Now he definitely does.
Yeah. In the split lane, Cochran goes to the inside, outside.
Oh, and he misses the double. Oh, off the track.
And that's going to allow Rex Road to take the lead. So the split lane backfired for Smirlick.
Yes.
Wow.
Ooh, that was interesting. So I think the split lane was okay, but the mistake was to open the door. So Smirlick goes from first to third. Rex Road in the lead. I think Casey Cochran's on a charge, though.
Yes, he is. And Smirlick's still there. He's looks like he's working hard using the whole track to try to use it to his advantage.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm looking at that number 90 of Smirlick. Looks like he's motivated to get Cochran back. Okay, here's the decision maker. Everyone goes inside here. What about the outside? Oh, they all like to go inside. They can't do the double.
Oh, looks like Casey's going to get a little bit of ground. Let's See what he can do with this.
To the inside.
Oh, he cuts down. Wow.
That was a nice move. Cochran in the lead. Oh, and they
bump.
bump.
Rexroad trying to fight back.
These ruts are huge on these 85cc bikes. They had to go feet off the peg. So Casey Cochran started 5th, now in the lead. Part of the RM Army. Can he get away? Gonna have to because they're getting aggressive back there.
Yes, they are.
So let's see if Cochran can hang in there. No, I think Rexroad wants to get a back chase.
Yeah, Rexroad's trying hard.
Drag race down this long straightaway.
Oh, what was that?
They're ganging up on him.
Yeah, they are.
2 riders going for 1 spot. They both want the lead. I'm going to watch his Smirlik and Rexroad battle in 2nd and 3rd. And you got James Clough and Luke Fowler 4th and 5th. Oh, down to the inside. Great battle between Rexroad and Smirlik. 6th place, Thomas Wood. Logan Mortberg is 7th. John Carver, 8th. Diesel Thomas is 9th. And Logan Riggins rounding out the top 10. Then you got Evan Stewart, Cade Johnson, who I believe was down in the first turn, 12th. Owen Koval, 13th. Logan Best. I think Best was also down early.
Yes.
Yep. So 14th. And Reese Wheaton. That's your top 15. So Cochran trying to control it late in the running here. Trip Rexroad 2nd. Jude Smirlik, they're still battling. He's in 3rd. Nice run by Cochran.
Yeah, he's going really good right now. He's being smooth, and I think he's being pretty consistent as well.
Very consistent. Something I see different with Cochran's riding is he's using the braking bumps as almost doubles, and he's skipping and hopping through there, and I think he's really using the track to his advantage. That's
good stuff, especially as the track's going to just get rougher and rougher. Now having to deal with the lap traffic. And they're getting out of the way, so they're making it easy on him. Your leader. Hey, don't count out Rexroad and Smirlik. You still see their front wheels every once in a while. They're going for it.
Yes, they are.
Last lap here in Mini Senior, which is 85cc division. Here it is, 66, headed for daylight. Checkered flag in hand. Rexroad going for it, out of time. Casey Cochran's going to be your champion of Mini Seniors here at Daytona. Rexroad will finish 2nd, Jude Smirlik 3rd. That was some great racing. I'm going to type some notes in here so I remember everything that went down today. Cochran comes from 5th to the lead to win it. That was 85, and it's Mini Senior 12 to 14. Senior 40 plus. BC is next. That would be race number 50. And they're ready for their main event once the 85s are off the track, and that's one of the most difficult things. Jasmine, as you came through on the mini cycles and eventually super minis, could you tell the difference if there were big bikes on the track before you? How would that make a track form up, and how would it affect the smaller motorcycles?
I definitely feel like the big bikes make the track super ruddy and super deep, but kind of worked out sometimes on the little bike when you know how to corner. Kind of helps you with the roots, you know, so.
So it gives you, if that's a strength, it gives you an advantage.
Yeah, definitely. I've always been the one to like a rougher track and a deeper track, so definitely appreciate the big bikes.
Embrace the challenge.
Embrace the challenge.
You got Harrison on the number 90 out front in what is Senior 40 BC. And got some challengers here. We're starting to see multiple lines form. They're all pretty much funneling inside these first 2 turns. And then this next one. But the corner after it, if you want to get the double, you might have to go outside. Let's see how your leader Harrison plays it. He does go outside. And trying to get the double. Watching 763 on the screen right now. That is Day. Oh, this is a good battle. And everyone using the split lane. Oh, and a stall there by the rider on the Honda. Trying to see the number there. So that's going to cost him. That split lane is narrow enough, especially when you put 3 bikes in it at once,
yes,
Chase.
Especially 3 more pickers where it gets pretty tight.
So a 3-rider battle for the lead right now. You got Greg Day on the Yamaha has taken it, rider out of Woodstock, Georgia. Wayne Harrison was leading back to 2nd, and Christian Robinson on the 957 is 3rd. Rick Bigelow out of Kissimmee, Florida, 4th, and Greg Peterson running the number 1 is 5th, and looking to be number 1 with a bullet, trying to go toward the front. Greg Day, though, starting to get away. Now we're seeing different lines form in these sections. Yep, those riders decided to go to the middle. Leader going outside in that left-hander. What about you, Chase, coming through the ranks when we just had 85s on track, now we have big bikes, and then we'll go back a little bit to some mini cycles. How does that affect the way a track forms up?
I think it was pretty good for me anyways. I used it to my advantage, and like the little set ruts that, like the foot pegs where they would drag, it kind of, on 85s you could get in them and use them to your advantage. It's not as deep, you don't get caught up in them.
Yeah, I never thought about that. So if you get ruts, for example, on the face of a jump, it could be pegs deep for these 450s. That's beyond pegs deep, I would think, on an 85.
Yeah.
But you'd rather have that to build some skills?
Yeah, I think so.
Get the experience, get the practice. Greg Peterson on the number 1 is making some passes. He's up to 3rd, wants to defend the championship. Christian Robinson is 2nd on the 957, and Greg Day, 763, is in the lead. So we're watching that number 1 of Peterson out of Covington, Georgia, in the 40 BC Plus class. Wow, that is difficult going through those ruts. Cool to have the live drone. We had it over at the GNCC yesterday. We were able to watch about a mile or two of racing in out of the swamps and the woods there in Florida. Oh, off the racetrack goes our early leader, Wayne Harrison, who's back and forth now. He's got some pressure from the Honda of Eric Parham, 613. Well, that was difficult. Split lane section now. Wow. You're in a battle no matter what position you're in this class. That's the thing, and I'm sure you've seen it, Jasmine, comparing local racing to the bigger amateur races like this. There's fast people everywhere, but it goes a lot deeper at these races. So no matter what position you're in, you're going to find some fast riders to duel with.
Yeah, absolutely. I can agree with you, especially in the B class. You know,
Yep.
all the riders are very fast in that class, so you got to be swift with your passes and how you do things.
Number 1, still watching him, of Peterson trying to get Christian Robinson on the Husqvarna on the 957. It's a good duel right here. Oh, almost some contact. I think he wanted the inside rut, but he also wanted to protect the outside. Throw the shoulder if he needs to. Meanwhile, Greg Day has a big lead, 6 seconds, so we'll keep watching this battle right now. There is Peterson over these rollers. Trying to catch that Husqvarna in front of him, the rider in the black jersey. 4 laps have now clicked off. Greg Day pulling away the rider out of Georgia. That's David Iser of DMXS Radio greeting riders on the podium. There is the 820 of Jeremiah Curley. That's the rider that Peterson is battling with. 970 is a rider going a lap down. Up on the pegs and standing up is Curley. So he's out of Wilkesboro, North Carolina, and running in 3rd right now. Christian Robinson 2nd, and Greg Day is your leader. Not much change in the lead position, but behind it has been pretty crazy. Robinson trying to hold on. But watch out for Curley. They're headed to the left-hander right now. Closing up on the 2nd place rider, Robinson. Watch this Honda man right here. He's trying to close in. He's got it. Wheel. Nice little crossover move. So that was actually a pass that lasted for about 1.5 seconds. There is nowhere to go with this lap traffic. Nowhere.
No, you have to follow and hope for the best.
That has to be so frustrating, even if it's for 1 turn. Maybe that turn takes 5 seconds to get through, but how long does it feel like you're behind the guy?
It feels like forever.
Yeah. So that's what they're dealing with right now. If you have to follow, Greg Day, 8-second lead now. He's peeled away from the field. Curley getting the inside, getting around the traffic. I'll give you the rest of the order. Eric Parham is 4th. Nathan Greiner is 5th. Greg Peterson 6th. Wayne Harrison back to 7th. Richard Hoy 8th. Rick Bigelow 9th. And LaTroy Trott is 10th. I believe a Canadian rider. Rounding out the top 10. I'll give you the rest of the order here 5 laps in. Emerson Oliveria is 11th. James Press 12th. Jeffrey Marks 13th. Hendrick Alberts 14th. And Chris Faircloth is 15th. We're down to probably 1 lap to go in this class. So, Jasmine, you're down in the MTF, the Cairo, Georgia area. There's tons of riders that ride down there. How does that work as the white flag comes out? Are all your friends riders? Are you still friends with people that don't ride, or is it one giant, like, everybody down here is a dirt bike person? How does that work down there?
I feel like MTF's just like a huge, giant community of riders, ex-riders, you know, trainers, just everything. And I feel like everyone's so motivated to help each other get better. I just love the environment, and yeah, the place is amazing.
Is it all moto, like all bench racing all the time? You talk about anything but dirt bikes, or the next thing you know, like 8 hours have passed and it's just been all dirt bike talk?
Dirt bikes.
Dirt bikes.
Just dirt bikes.
All dirt bikes all the time.
And gym, and training, gym trainings, but.
But that all ties in.
Motocross training,
yeah,
mainly,
motocross training. Yeah, exactly. You're going to have like a huge world event's going to happen, and it's going to be like 3 days before anyone knows it.
Yeah.
Because they're just going to be talking dirt bikes the whole time. Oh, I didn't even know that happened. We were just talking training and riding. We didn't even know.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's, if you surround yourself with it, you want to be the best, right?
Exactly,
that's what it takes. Now, you mentioned in B class, were you going to race some of the women's classes here also, or how is that going to work?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be racing women's at Loretta's, but also my main focus is B class. My focus has always been to compete with the men and be equivalent to the men, so I feel like something I'm going to start doing, you know.
Is the goal to get a pro license? As the checker flag's out, by the way, Greg Day on the 763 taking the title. Is the goal to get a pro license?
Yeah, absolutely. I really want to race men's outdoors. That's one of my biggest goals to do, so it'd be awesome if one day I could qualify.
So in the B class now, what are you thinking? 2-3 years? What's the timeline you're maybe thinking for pro?
Hopefully next year.
I want
to
go
do
pro.
B this year and A next year, and then hopefully after Loretta's next year, do pro outdoors.
Okay, so we could be looking at 15 months or so, maybe late next summer.
Yeah, maybe.
Go for it. All right, well, good luck.
But I'd love to do that.
Yes. I know you got a little hitch now with the knee injury. You got to come back from that and see how strong you are. But that would be awesome. I know some other women racers are trying to do that right now.
Yeah.
Have you thought about Road to Supercross or the experience you get in this Supercross, potentially doing that somewhere down the road?
Yeah, I've definitely thought of that. I just really love motocross. I love the outdoors. I love going wide open. So it's just something different. And I feel like every rider's different and they like, different things. So down the road, I would love to do Supercross as well.
Cool. All right, so coming soon, Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. See you out there in qualifying, maybe end of the 21 season.
Absolutely.
Gonna have a lot of fans cheering for you. You know, people want to
so.
see that happen. Yeah. Okay, so that is 40 plus BC. It's complete. Greg Day taking the title. Junior 25 plus out on the track right now. Look like the 813 grabbing the whole shot there. Aaron Lampy. That's no surprise. Remember Lampy as a pro rider. Whoa! And a mistake there from our rider in third. Gets right back on the track, didn't even lose much ground. But Aaron Lampy controlling 25 plus. This will be one of the fastest classes that you will see. A lot of these riders are pro level still at age 25, and they're going to put it down. Aaron Lampy leading them at the moment. It's pretty funny to see the difference when you get an amateur race and how quickly when you go from a BC level that we just had to junior 25 plus, which is practically pro level. It's the number 5 Kawasaki of Benuwala in second. So this will be a fun one to watch. And Aaron Lampy is fast and already starting to get away. Jamal Porter in second. There it is. Andres Benuwala in third. Quentin Bigelow and Jason Astudillo is fifth. So, Chase, are you a full-time riding training kind of guy, or do you still go to local races sometimes?
I love to race in general, so I go to the local races just to, I think it's always great to get extra great gate drops and just always be racing.
Well, that leads to my next question. So when you get like these 25-plus riders, at a local level, they might be racing A-Class. So I love when you get this collision of riders like you moving up eventually A-Class A, and then you get like 25 and 30-year-olds who are like, nuh-uh.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get beat by some teenager.
Yeah.
And that's where you get some crazy battles.
Uh-huh.
So are you in that position yet? Have you had to race some of the older guys yet, or is that maybe a year or so off?
Yeah, they have a couple, up back in Pennsylvania, they have a couple races where they do the AB, like do an AB class.
Okay.
And, I get to race with a couple of ex-pros and current pros, and it's a lot of fun. I mean, we can definitely put off a good fight and just have a lot of fun out there.
So that's you're how old are you? 17? 17. You're racing the men. Will they rough you up a little bit?
Yes, they will definitely hit you there.
I've always heard Yeah, my buddy Phil Nicoletti always told me coming through the ranks, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, he's like, I had to race against Barry Carsten when I was 17 years old, and he's like, I hated it then, but I'm so appreciative now.
Yes.
Because they would not give you an inch.
Yes.
They make you work for it.
Yes, exactly.
So Aaron Lampy out of Fishkill, New York is leading this right now, but it's not easy because Jamal Porter right there in the 726 is putting pressure on him. This is a battle for the lead in the split lane in the 25 plus. So how about that, Jasmine? The split lane first 4 races today, no one went inside. Now it's looking about 50-50.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the inside, you struggle to make that double, but then you make it up on the entrance or on the exit, and then on the outside, you can kind of make more on the entrance. So it's just preference, rider preference, honestly.
It's good to see that work out about the same. Jamal Porter is putting in a charge from second. He wants the lead from Lampy. Lampy, good job covering that inside, going from right to left. And they have pulled away from everyone else. Andreas Benawala third, Wellington Garcia fourth, Jason Astudillo fifth, Ben Robinson sixth, Jared Hicks seventh, Michael Stevenson eighth, Jeremy Parsons ninth, and Brad Smith rounding out the top 10. Oh man, it's still a battle, and we're headed to the split lane. Let's see how it works out. Now Lampy switches.
Oh, he's going to the outside. Let's see how this plays out.
Oh, but the lap rider might hold them up. That might make all the difference. Lampy trying to get to the left and block.
Wow.
Wow. That was a lot of work to get all the way over there and cover the line.
Yes, I would have rather stayed outside and just kind of cut in.
Yeah, he pretty much doubled the length of that straightaway from having to go all the way to the right, all the way to the left to cover it. Well, that was interesting, Jasmine. They switched the lines where they were one lap earlier. Lampy is doing, if you're watching at home, what we call riding the wide motorcycle, cutting from one side of the track to the other. Just don't do it on the jumps. Do it on the flat ground. Don't do it in the air. So Porter's getting frustrated, I think, back there. Every time he thinks he's got a line, Lampy covers it. Porter out of Garner, North Carolina. Lampy out of New York. Split lane again. Let's see how it works. And they both end up on the outside inside.
Oh, we've got a lap or two.
Good job. They were clean through that rut on the exit. That slowed up a lot of riders. Long way to go. I'd say 2 laps left. So Lampy's going to have to deal with the traffic and the pressure. Oh, that really slowed him up. Way off to the inside. Well, there wasn't a tough block there, so I guess we'll say that was inbounds.
I guess that's legal.
Yeah.
It's legal.
Yep, didn't hit any track markers. Oh, Porter's got an opening. Porter going to go to the outside.
Wow.
Nice move. Outside to inside. Takes the lead. That was awesome. Jasmine, you saw that.
Very impressive. He just shuts down Lampy completely. I love it.
So now Porter's going to try to put the hammer down on what should be the final lap and a half of 25 plus over this double. Aaron Lampy led almost all this race. Porter getting out of the split lane. 2 lappers between he and Lampy. And Lampy getting out of that rut to try to get out of the line the lap traffic is in. So good job by Porter to avoid the frustration. Because what can happen there when you get frustrated, you bump front tire to back tire, you go down. So you got to wait.
Yes.
So how frustrating does that get, though?
I get pretty mad trying to follow him and just hitting him and back and forth. But it looks like he got a good run at him and just got away when he could.
Yep, squared him up and got the lead. Now dealing with the traffic. That's getting close. Benawala has been in third the entire way. Wellington Garcia fourth and Ben Robinson fifth. You're watching Junior 25 plus 450B Limited. That'll be a good one. That is up next. And I think it's going to be white flag time soon here for your later. Jamal Porter out of Garner, North Carolina. Yep, there's the white flag. There it is. Well, can't say he didn't earn it. Took about 3 laps to find a way around Aaron Lampy, who's now back about 5 seconds further back in the number 2 position. Down the long straightaway we go. Jamal Porter looking to bring a championship up to Garner, North Carolina. And that's it, man. It's main event motos today. 1 race for everything. his way inside, outside. Ah, beautiful on the landing of that double. There's Porter putting it down. Working his way through the ruts. And this white flag is going to flip over to the checkers. There it is. Jamal Porter takes the win here at Daytona in the 25 plus 450B Limited is next. And B class, as we said, they can often run the same pace, the lead group of the A riders. 450 is a little bit different. You never know who's going to choose the big bike, who's going to run two different 250 classes. So we'll see how it pans out in this, which is our class number 52 in the order. But I believe the 7th race today in main event. All right, we're ready to drop the gate in 450B Limited.
David McCoy.
Nice call. You know the B class well.
Yes.
Looks like Blake Hazen in second, too. He's been very strong all week long. Very impressive rides from him.
All right, so this should be a good one with those two out front. So Blake Hazen trying to make moves right now, starting out second as they go through those twisties. 450B, they're going to run hard. And let's see the line choice. Yep, inside and outside. Then they got the double. All right, this is good stuff. Get two of the faster riders in the class starting up together. Split lane, you got to guess. Oh. Side by side. Oh, and one, oh, and a high side there. Cross rut followed by a high side for the 114. That was Michael Savard going down. Blake Hazen and David McCoy having a heck of a battle up front. 269. Hazen leading McCoy in the 98. William Peralt is third and Tyler Evans fourth. Bryce Adams fifth. Long straightaway in a drag race. Split. We watch a replay of the crash.
Replay. Here we go. Looks like he just kind of cross-rutted and just high-sided there a little bit, but hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, we don't quite have the angle, but I'm assuming the ruts out of that corner, Jasmine Canfield, are tough.
Yeah. Yeah, they seem to be.
A lot of riders struggle to be clean out there. Blake Hazen got the hair hanging out of the back of the helmet, and before long, the rest of the field not going to be able to see it. Started off second and quickly able to pull away. Blake looks like a bigger rider here, so he's able to handle that 450. Tyler Evans was just on the track in 250B not that long ago, running second. Is it actually an advantage, you think? These are not super long motos, so I don't know if fatigue's really a big factor. Is it actually better for a rider like Tyler Evans, Chase Yenser, to be out here and have ridden the track maybe 20 minutes ago?
Yeah, I agree. I think it would be very beneficial for that to be out there earlier, so you know all the lines, and the track hasn't changed much, so I think that's pretty helpful.
Oh, and the 88 is in a battle. Oh, and the rider missed the rut on the outside. They had sandwiched him. That Bryce Adams got stuck on the outside, missed the rut, went over the berm, goes down. The rider dealing with all that pressure, I believe that was Eddie Norrid, just able to hold them off on the 188. So they tried to gang up on Norrid. Norrid holding on for third behind Tyler Evans and Blake Hazen. You want to watch Dylan Kuna, new to the B class, was really fast as a C rider last year. Kuna coming out of Modesto, California, fourth. and Damon McCoy, who started this race up front, they were working him inside and outside. He's back in 5th right now. There's Tyler Evans. Nice move. Takes the lead. I didn't think he was going to be able to catch him that quick, Jasmine.
No, he's been really being very aggressive and just pouncing on every line, all his lines that he's taken, so very impressive.
So Tyler Evans rolling to the front in 450B Limited, and now starting to pull away. Eddie Norrid 3rd, Dylan Kuna back, or sorry, Blake Hazen 2nd. Norrid's been pushed back. Dylan Kuna has taken 3rd from him. Norrid back to 4th, and Damon McCoy back to 5th. But Tyler Evans, one to watch in these B classes, huh?
Yes, for sure.
Rolling, making a couple passes and making them quick.
Both those inside ruts are getting pretty deep, and it looks like they're struggling going through them.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, left-hand corner for your leader, Evans. Hazen's keeping his head up, trying to run with him. Trying to keep him in sight. Better to do that than think about what's coming from behind, because Dylan Kuna in 3rd on a roll at number 55. Trying to close the gap. And then it's Norrid 4th, Damon McCoy 5th, Ty Casey 6th, William Moreau 7th, Alex Ransom 8th, Maximo Casares 9th, and Levi Wozik. That's your top 10. Down to the inside, the 85, getting around the lap traffic. Tyler Evans at Fall River, North Carolina. Blake Hazen coming all the way down from Bay City, Michigan. And Dylan Kuna from Modesto, California. Rest of the top 10, Ty Casey, Alex Ransom, Levi Wozik, Maximo Casares, William Moreau, and Damon McCoy. That's your top 10. Well, he wants to triple into the corner, Evans, so that makes it a lot easier. You go outside, you can't do that triple from the inside. There's Dylan Kuna on the 55. He is caught second place rider.
Yes.
Kuna going pretty fast. Is there time, you think, with 2 laps?
I think Dylan can get it done. He's pretty aggressive, and he's a smart rider as well.
Okay, so going to be some pressure for Blake Hazen in 2nd. No problem for your leader. He's putting riders a lap down. That is Tyler Evans. Evans getting away. And he's on to his final lap, looking to lock down the 450V Limited title. I'm going to keep taking my notes here. The racing comes quick, and the next thing you know, an hour from now, I don't even remember exactly everything we saw because they just keep churning out the main events. And Tyler Evans trying to churn out a championship. I think he's got it under control right now. Lap rider in front of him doesn't need to rush it because his lead is 5 seconds. Hazen and Kuna continuing to battle for 2nd. And we're going to go 8 laps here in 450V Limited. Working inside, outside. Trying to clear the lappers. Good job by Evans to do that. Double up.
Kuna's going around the inside right here. Oh, he screws up and rolls the jump.
He's sticking to that outside of the split lane.
Yes, he is.
All right, out of this corner, this should be it. Nope, still more time in this one. Might go 10 laps in this B class. And Tyler Evans has got it. Blake Hazen doing a good job holding off Dylan Kuna. Still in the number 2 position. 6 seconds behind this. Might see it. Oh, there's the battle right there. Kuna seeing the top of the screen, trying to make the move. See that, Jasmine? Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
And we'll get to see him again here.
Looks like he got around him.
So Dylan Kuna, yep, 55 on the Kawasaki, getting around. Blake Hazen. Kuna, let's see if there's time. With a lap and a half to go to make a last-ditch effort. He'd have to make up 6 seconds, but I wonder, does Evans even know he's back there?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, that's right. White flag coming out now for your leader, Evans. There it is. We got Jasmine Canfield and Chase Yetzer up here in the tower with us for the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross at Daytona. A couple of B riders who are out with injuries. So that's our RacerX Next program where we're helping train people up, give some experience in different parts of the industry. There is the 85 of Evans. Kuna took 1 second out of it. It's down to 5 seconds. That's the good news. The bad news is there's only 1 lap to go. So I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
All right, we're gonna give you the adjustment. All right, good job, everybody. Here it is, Tyler Evans in control through the split lane, and I think that's actually 58 that we're looking at there. It's the 85 who is the leader. There's the checkered flag. Nice job, Tyler Evans made a couple of passes and was able to pull off this 450B Limited Championship. Blake Hazen and Dylan Kuna. Hazen got him back. Hazen got him back on the last lap.
Oh, he did? Wow.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
That was solid right there. So Blake Hazen getting Dylan Kuna back, and that's going to be second and third. Just never giving up all the way down to the last lap. 450B Limited is complete. Your champion is Tyler Evans. 125C will be next. And sounds like there might be a little bit of track maintenance going on right now. Yeah, there's the track maintenance water in this place. Didn't look too dry, but you got to stay ahead of it, right, Chase?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, we've got Chase Yetzer and Jasmine Canfield here in the booth. We're going to get you guys to work it all. I think we might even send you down and do some podium interviews with David Iser later. Can you handle that, Jasmine Canfield?
I hope so. I really hope so.
I mean, that's your wheelhouse. You've been on the podium many times. Now we're just going to put you on the other side. But either way, you're at least familiar with how podiums work.
Yeah, definitely. So.
Yep.
Yeah, we did. We talked about that, but yeah, I'm really excited to see what the riders have to say. So that'll be very interesting. Yeah, my man David Iser gave me the lowdown, how the interns were performing yesterday. Our RacerX Next program. He gave me the scouting report. Okay. So I was an A+. I was A+, huh?
Are you giving her an A+? She was fantastic. All right. So
Okay,
Megawatt
sweet.
is saying fantastic. Jasmine Canfield A+. Yenser, we're only giving you a B, bro.
Yeah, I know. I need to work on that a little bit.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Sorry.
Now, Jasmine coming in hot, ready to go in the announcer game, and we'll have them down working podiums. David Iser's down there. Now, right now we've got track maintenance going on as we put up a whole bunch of races in the books. 125C will be next. I'll throw out some information for everybody here to know. As far as merchandise, it's the official retailer of this event. Moto Tees is here. They've got all the merchandise for this event in exclusive inventory. They got t-shirts and even the replica model dirt bikes, which would bankrupt my entire trip. That's why I don't let my kid know that is here, because that's all he'd want, is for me to buy him more dirt bike toys, even though he has like 3,000 of them. But go over to Moto Tees if you do want to buy some of those, and of course the event t-shirts from Moto Tees to commemorate this event. That's over in the sponsor village, and Racer TV, we're online right now, but use the hashtag Racer TV if you're following the action right now as we get some track maintenance in. And your son got a B+ yesterday. Yeah, he was at the same, my son, you're saying the same level, and he only said 4 words. So you're saying he was B+, and Yetzer only a B. Wow. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, all right, Megawatt speed. Tough love here. Tough love from Megawatt.
It's just hard.
Yes, it's really. Yeah. My son said 4 words. They said, "Look at that battle." I think is what he said. B+ level, and then he retired. Oh, he said we got. Yeah, he said we got a man down. Yeah, so that's 8 words that he said. Yeah. Shaping up the faces of these jumps. Chase, you know how it works. Like riders will say, leave it rough, but the jump faces are one area that you probably want to have a little work done.
Yeah, I'd rather unless somebody's scared to do the rhythm section with ruts in it and you are not, then I'd say keep the jumps groomed up and safe for everybody.
And then leave the rest?
Yes.
All right, leave it rough. So that looks like what they're doing right now. They're not touching these rollers in front of us or the corners. All right, let's see what Jasmine Canfield has to say about this. This is beautiful. I got like management at the top. I got people here learning underneath. This is just beautiful. I'm just middle management, right? All I do is supervise. I'm just a supervisor, and I let the people do the work. So what do you think as you see track maintenance? When track maintenance is happening, Jasmine Canfield, do you say, no, leave it? Or, oh, thank goodness they're working it?
Honestly, I'm the opposite of Chase. Like, I would rather them groom the face than groom the straightaways. I love the roughness, but I want a groomed face. I want the smooth, fresh face so I can, relax over the jumps, not stress
not
with
deal
the
with
ruts, not
and
be like,
all that
oh,
stuff, yes.
God, there's ruts, you know what I mean? So just feel a little bit safer if the faces are groomed,
Okay. I even shaved today, okay? So I understand. I got a groomed face, dude. Yeah, I do. I had to groom.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah. We don't normally have to do Racer TV on a Monday, so this is like the only Monday where I actually have to like try to look somewhat presentable. This and Loretta Lynn's Monday all year. Yeah, I actually had to try to like look halfway decent on a Monday. Normally, who cares what I look like, right? But here we got cameras on us. So track maintenance are just about wrapping that up. Got the place watered, and we ended up had a little natural watering this morning around 8:30. Typical Florida weather. Everything was great, and then for about 8 minutes we had like a torrential downpour. And then it stopped on a dime. Did you not notice that?
It sprinkled a mile down the road.
But not here.
Yeah, it came across the pond.
Yeah.
They cut the course
Yeah. It's so weird how it works in Florida. Yeah, you just wait. Yeah, you could literally see where the rain stopped and finished. Yeah, so half the track is wet and half the track is dusty right now because the rain only hit half of it. But it's okay. We hadn't had rain actually the whole time we've been down here, so that worked out okay. Didn't hurt the course in any way. And whatever, dude. It's motocross and supercross. It doesn't really matter. We're going to race anyway. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you ever race in the mud a little bit, Chase Yenster, up in Pennsylvania here and there?
Yes, almost every weekend.
Almost every weekend. Yes, almost every weekend. If you can't ride muddy ruts, don't even bother.
Exactly.
Don't even go to the track. Who's helping you out this year once you're back on track? What's your sponsor and team situation?
Bar X Suzuki is a huge help to me. They signed me last year, and I've been with them so far, and I'm loving it. Larry Brooks is a big help for me, Myron Short, and just everybody there. Thank you so much.
Oh, you got Larry Brooks cracking the whip on you?
Yes, I do.
How is Larry Brooks? I mean, we know what he was like dealing with the upper echelon pro guys. Jeremy McGrath, for example. Does he get harsh on the kids, or does he let kids be kids? How's Larry?
Actually, he's actually. When I was going into it, everybody was saying, he can be mean, but he's one of the greatest guys I've ever met, and he's just really nice, really relaxed, and just helps us out a lot.
The level of knowledge that the guy has, and
it's
his
insane.
passion for it is crazy, right?
It's insane.
So does he sit? Yeah, and as a racer, by the way, I hate to say it, probably 30 years before you were born, was really gnarly as a racer. When he was, and running out of a van, glasses, safety wiring the lens of his glasses. Yeah. He might be the fastest rider in glasses. Might be the only guy to ever top 5 in national wearing glasses. Yeah, Larry Brooks. Yeah. Yeah, had the glasses and an open face helmet. Are there things that you think that you don't even see where you'll come in from a moto chase and Larry Brooks is like, it's this line or this, you got to do this here, and you're like, I didn't even notice that?
Yeah, he lets me kind of pick my own and sees if I pick up on it first and lets me experiment. But at the end, he always tells me what I could do better and critiques me and tells me what I can do better.
Okay. And then Myron Short. I don't know if the guy does any work, but he does have fun.
No, he does. Yeah.
He just seems like he's having a good time all the time. Okay, you're not going to say anything. He has a good time, though.
Yes.
Guy really enjoys life.
Definitely.
When I see Myron Short, I'm like, I'm going to go over there because this is going to be fun.
Yes.
So that's the Bar X Suzuki team. RM Army, bro.
Yes.
RM Army. All right, that's cool. You got some other RM Army riders out here?
Yeah, Juju's out here.
Okay.
In Super Mini.
All right. And Casey
and
Cochran.
Casey Cochran, yes.
Yep. That's cool. And for Jasmine Canfield, what's your team situation?
Just with Triangle Yamaha.
Yep.
And yeah, just kind of doing my own thing. You know, Yamaha helps me and Triangle helps me tremendously. But yeah, looking for that ride. So hopefully B-Class this year can do it for me.
Well, Triangle Cycles, they've helped like a million riders through the years. I mean, they know what they're doing over there.
Oh, yeah, Rusty definitely knows what he's doing. He's an amazing guy. I love everyone over there.
Yeah, that's out of that the Research Triangle, they call it, in North Carolina. What's the actual town? Well, they got a couple shops, don't they? Something like that. They got a couple. It's in the Raleigh, North Carolina area.
Yeah.
Triangle Cycle's been helping people like forever. And that's cool how Yamaha does it. Well, they have their support riders, and they'll work it through some of their more premier, experienced people to help out.
Yeah, no, it's really awesome. They have a great program.
Blue Crew.
Blue Crew all the way. Hashtag Blue Crew.
Okay, hashtag Blue Crew.
Hashtag Blue Crew.
RM Army. I'll keep them separated here. Don't worry.
Yeah, guys, come
in
on.
the booth. We don't want any arguing between the Blue Crew and the RM Army. Yeah. Ronnie just shaking his head. I mean, it gets intense. You got riders on 2 different divisions. So is it true you two would have raced each other? You would have raced each other?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wow. They would have raced in the B class today.
We got some rivalry going on
Yeah. All right. That's good thing it turned out. They both ended out hurt. I know that's not what they wanted, but at least we're able to just – everybody was nice today because they didn't have to race out on the track. Hey, MX versus ATV is our title sponsor of this Daytona RC Amateur Supercross, and that team is here all weekend. They're located in Yellow Garage 3 and 4. Stop by, check out the latest tracks on MX versus ATV All Out, and we have a tournament going for MX versus ATV, and you can snag a free T-shirt and win some cool prizes all day. Look, this is an amateur race. Don't kid yourself. It's not just the kids that play the video games. I know there's riders in the 50-plus class that are probably also MX versus ATV all-out connoisseurs. So go over to Garage 3 and 4, the yellow garages. That's the old Sprint yellow back when they were back in this race in the NASCAR days. Go to the yellow garages, and you can play the game. That's awesome enough. And they have a tournament if you really want to show what you're made of, and at the very least a free T-shirt. And what's so cool about that game now is that they actually put a lot of the real tracks in the game. And I'm sure that includes Daytona. So you can really get to see what it's all about. Even when you're not riding or training, you can still claim the video games are riding and training to justify more time. Are you in on the video game action at all, Chase?
It sounds pretty fun, but I'm not too big into video games.
Okay.
But I definitely would try it.
Jasmine, any video game time?
We'll fit it in my schedule.
Okay, you will fit it.
Yeah, we'll make it work.
You'll go that way. Yeah. My kid started liking watching the video games more than the riding, and I asked him why, and he's like, because they jump like 9 times further, and they crash like 400 times harder. Why would I rather not watch that? I had not thought of it that way. It makes sense. It was really funny when these games come out, though, and you see the actual pros try it. They are absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
It does not translate. I don't think the dirt bike riding translates over to the game.
No, not at all.
We had a tournament actually at Loretta Lynn's this year in the arena, and it was great because it was all the siblings had waited their whole lives to finally have their chance to shine. So we had all these riders who were like the brothers and sisters of the ones that had qualified to race at Loretta's, and this was their moment to come out on top. And it was hilarious. We did podium interviews even, and they talked about the hard work and all the hours they had put in. One said, I really want to thank my mom and dad for just literally letting me play the game 24/7, MX versus ATV, all out. Who knew it was going to pay off? They will beat all of us. They will eventually take over everything. Yeah. Oh, we had the announcers duel. Yes, we had Wes Kane and Tim Cotter announcing it and just raising the level of intensity. The roof was there was usually the roof on top of that arena at Loretta's. It was gone after that. They blew it off.
Blew it off, yeah.
Yeah, they blew the roof off. That was amazing. So here we are in our MX versus ATV all-out booth here on RacerTV.com. Jason Wygant, Jasmine Canfield, Chase Yenser should be on the track, the two of them. Banging bars maybe in the B class, but today they're going to keep it classy. They're both out with knee injuries, so they're joining us. This is our RacerX Next program where we're helping riders learn some other things, experience in the industry. If you're out hurt, you're going to be at the races.
Yeah.
Might as well put you to work.
Yeah, of course.
Yep. Later, I'll send her to get me lunch. I'll send him to get me a soda.
Right.
Put her to work. Make some copies.
Hey, how are we supposed to do that? We got bad knees. We can't walk.
Yeah, the knees. They can't do it. The knee injuries. Yes.
Yeah.
Rodney says you can wash his truck. It was really dusty from going to the GNCC yesterday. Make me some copies. Go over to the old fax machine there and also fetch me a coffee while you're at it. Yeah, so what is the experience like when you're off the racetrack? Is it one of those things, Jasmine, where you say, I actually find myself learning things by watching that I didn't see if I was out there?
No, definitely. I mean, yeah, I can spectate so much more and just focus on the track and just see little things that people may be doing wrong that I would have been able to improve there. So I really think it's beneficial for me to kind of, even though I'm not riding it, I'd like to ride. I think it's beneficial for me to sit this round out and just kind of, you know, just watch things play out. You know what I mean?
You ride at MTF.
Yes.
Do you get out there with Marty? Do you get out there with the Martin Davalos, Jordan Smith? Are those pro guys integrated in with your program at all?
Well, they've been actually on the Supercross track, so I haven't been out there on the same track as them, but I definitely go out there and watch them, and I'm just like, wow, you guys, so impressive to watch, you know what I mean? Like, that's just the level I want to get to one day, and it's just incredible watching them.
Marty's good, man. He's been good in the 450 this year. Almost got a podium last week in Atlanta. And everybody's buddy Brian Johnson's always there at his side. And I know he works with you down there at MTF. Brian Johnson, the whole Johnson family, a big part of that MTF legacy. Chase Yenser, where do you do most of your riding?
When I'm in California, I'm with Larry every day. And then back in Florida, I'm with Dean Diaz, and we just do motos and work on some sections. And
so how often are you back in Pennsylvania? Not much?
Right now, probably a lot. But
no riding
not
right
usually,
now.
not too much.
Yep, got to keep it full-time, got to stay in the good weather. 125C will be our next event out here, MX versus ATV, all out. Ricky Carmichael, amateur Supercross at Daytona, 11 years. You didn't happen to come down here the first year, did you?
No, I was here.
You were?
Yeah.
And what class had you been in?
I think 65s.
You mean, well, you're saying you're 17? So you mean 6?
Yeah, I think we raced together.
We were, we raced together. Yeah, we were here, yeah.
So
no,
you were
I do
here
remember
the first year?
I believe so, yeah.
On a 65 or a 50?
65.
I was on 65s. I never raced 50s.
Okay, so it was definitely a 65 in that case. So you guys were here the first time.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Do you remember who finished better?
Probably me.
Oh,
no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Nice.
I had to pull some results.
Go into the archives.
Yeah,
Rodney's
real.
already looking it up. Okay, so you guys have been battling literally for a decade. Literally for a decade. It's always funny how that works in motocross, where we watched there was this big heat coming into the pro race on Saturday between Justin Barsha and Eli Tomac.
Yeah.
And it's like, Eli's like, I've raced most of these guys since I was on 65s.
Yeah.
Jason Anderson and Tomac and Barsha and Tomac and all that. They've been racing literally since they were kids, and now they're men. And honestly, as you probably noticed, as you go through the ranks, the speed maybe changes a little bit.
Yeah.
But for the most part, you're battling the same people.
Yeah, and it narrows down a lot too. Like people that I raced in the 50s don't race anymore, and then people that I race now might not race in 3 years anyways.
Right. Yeah, and then when you get to that 450 point of the spear. And I think the guys take a little pride in that. I'm not saying that Barsha and Tomac are friends.
Yeah.
Or they like each other, but I think they all take a little pride in, that's our generation.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are our guys.
Exactly.
So that's where you guys are hoping to be someday in those pro ranks. So Jasmine, you said your goal is to maybe by the end of the 21 season try to qualify for some pro nationals. What's your time schedule, Chase?
I think it'll be in 2 years.
Okay.
For that.
Okay, so yeah, because your B class year has been kind of empty this year.
Yeah.
So maybe B next year again?
I think so. I think that's the plan.
Okay, so then A in 22.
Yes.
And then maybe some pro races at the end.
Yeah, pro races at the end.
Gotcha. Okay, so a year or two off for you guys who are in the pro ranks. As they're still having fun off camera. Exactly. When you're not on the clock.
Did I beat him? I beat him! Woo!
Oh, he found the results. Rodney found the results from the very first 11 years ago at this race. Okay, Jasmine got 13th. And what is this, 65 class?
Yes.
Very good.
Oh, hold up. There was another one.
No.
No.
Hey,
okay.
look at 7 to 11. Look at 7 to 11.
All right, so it's 7 to 9.
Okay.
She got the edge. She's saying don't look up any more results, Rodney. Just stop right there. Chase wants to see the other 65 class from the original event here 11 years ago. They battled in 65. 7 to 11. Oh, Rodney's got the tail of the tape. Where are you finding this? Got to go to mxsports.com to find these results? All right, the results archive we have every year. What's that? RaceDaytona.com. You can get it. All right, thanks, D-Guard. RaceDaytona.com. Oh, Chase is just going to claim she forfeited that one because they're not finding her results in there.
All right, so I did better in that moto.
Yeah, you weren't apparently on the gate, and he got 21st, so he wins that one by default. Wow, how about that? All you got to do is ride a different class, and you're just automatically.
Yeah, exactly.
Automatically.
Exactly.
Dude, how young were you racing in that class?
I was probably 7 or 8.
So you were like 3 years younger than some of the riders out there.
Probably, yes.
Yeah, because we know the youth thing works. You can turn, you can have a birthday, as long as it's the age of January 1st. So you could be 10 in a 7 to 9 class by the time we race here in March, depending on when your birthday is. Well, when you went head-to-head, Jasmine still got the edge. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. Take pride in that. Thank you so much.
So have you raced a lot? Yeah, she got him. Have you raced? So besides that, I mean, has this been like most of the years? Have you been in a lot of the same classes?
Yeah.
85s?
Pretty much. Were we? I think Super Minis we were.
Oh, Super Minis, okay.
Yeah, I don't know about 85s though.
Any heat? Any on the track fisticuffs? Any problems?
I don't remember any.
No, me either. No.
All right, keeping it clean. All right.
Classy folks here.
Keeping it clean, keeping it classy, and no hard block pass battles. Maybe next year. I mean, maybe we'll load it up. Although you might be going A class. You might have time to go A class by next year.
Maybe, yeah.
All right, we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. All right, might have to meet in the pros. Might be the next time you race each other. Could be like 2023 or something at a pro national. So that's really cool. So yeah, Jasmine Canfield, if you missed at the beginning of the show, you said your goal is eventually you're racing some women's classes, but really you want to race pro in any class, and that means against the guys.
Yeah, honestly, because there is no women's pro class, so my main goal is to bring the women's class back and just let the younger girls have a future, you know what I mean? Like, I noticed there wasn't a girls class here, and that kind of sucks. You know, I really want to see more women, more girls out there, and I just want to evolve the sport, so I want to do everything possible to bring the sport back, so yeah.
Yeah, I got to figure in this day and age, though, with social media, YouTube, and all this stuff, there's other opportunities to get other females to know what's out there, what's possible if you're an athlete.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So do you look at that way? You're already, I mean, how old are you right now?
I'm 18. I turned 19 in April.
Are you almost thinking of yourself as a role model already at age 18?
Not really. I'm still a kid at heart,
Okay, all right.
know?
We're not going there yet.
No, not there yet.
Okay.
Not there yet.
Well, wait till you're 20, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, she wants to keep it young a little longer. All right.
Yeah.
All right, maybe we'll see you down here racing the Vet 30 class someday.
Okay.
And then we'll officially call you a role model for the younger riders. Okay.
Yeah, we can deal with that.
I never thought about that angle. We always talk about the females racing against the guys coming through the ranks and trying to turn pro. But I guess that would be the natural ending of that, where we're in 30 and 40 plus, eventually having battling for wins there. Maybe that's where you're going to be in 20 years.
Hope not.
No, you might be done with the dirt bike by then.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. I don't think anyone's planned that far out.
No, definitely. I haven't planned that far.
No,
yet.
I haven't planned on what it's like at age 40.
Yeah, exactly.
She's working on 2019 right now.
Yeah,
exactly. 2020.
Come on, man.
There's plenty of guys out there that'll tell you once you're racing, it's hard to stop. I mean, most of those guys in those classes, they didn't come out of retirement. They just literally never retired. I mean, you see these guys all the time when you're back in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
These guys, 30, 40 years, just never stop. And those are the guys I loved. He raced at a lot of the same tracks that I was covering for a long time in my West Virginia days. So, yeah, those guys, every year, it just was a matter of what bike brand were they going to be on. That was like the only question. What they were going to race and where, that was set. They knew what series they were going to race. There's no retiring for those guys. And we saw, by the way, we had Tony LaRusso out here putting it to John Gruey, who's practically unbeatable in these age classes the last few years. But LaRusso, New England native out of New Hampshire, never retired, comes down here to Daytona and takes the win. So just another example of these riders who never, ever, ever, ever retire. That'd be really fun if we could get Jasmine in here, 40-plus class. Remember that app that was super popular for about 2 hours a couple of months ago where it made you look really old?
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Rodney looked the same. Yes. Rodney, they couldn't actually go any further. It was like that was as old as they could make it look for Rodney.
Oh my gosh.
So we could do that. We'd be like that'll be the 40-plus class Jasmine Canfield.
Yeah.
That's what she's going to look like in 21 years. Rodney wants to find it right now. No, it was gone. It was only popular for 2 hours. It was like the hot thing. Remember how quick that came and went?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Did you do that?
No.
He's keeping away from the video games. Chase Answer's keeping away from the crazy apps. He's focused on the dirt bikes. Yes, that's the way Larry wants it. I just want you to know. Yeah. There were times where Larry just has the racers just live with him. Have you done that yet?
No, I have not.
Okay. If he really needs to keep you on lockdown. I remember Josh Hill was on the team back in the Sam Manuel Yamaha days, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to have him live with me. That's the only way I can guarantee that he does the right thing. And I think Josh is the same age as Larry's kids, who are a little bit older now. But back then, I don't know, they were like 20 and Joshua was 20, and it was like 24/7 lockdown. I know everything you're doing all the time. And Hill came out like a house of fire in Supercross that year. Larry knew. He knows what buttons to push.
Yes, exactly.
Which riders need that, which riders need to just do their own thing, or they got a thing that's already working out for them. I hear bikes fired up, ready to go racing. So a nice track maintenance. That was fun. One more time, go check out MX versus ATV All Out at Garage 3 and 4. You can snag a free T-shirt and win some cool prizes all day. Shout out to our sponsors, Rocky Mountain ATV MC, Ray Butts. He's everywhere all the time. He's here. Yep. He's actually standing on the other side of these grandstands, and I can still see him. It's a 101,000-seat grandstand, and you can still see that big man, the Rocky Mountain. So thanks to Rocky Mountain ATV MC, Sunoco, CJ Harris and Tammy Harris. Thor, Hilton Beatty is here, our buddy Hilton. Fox, Todd Hicks, Matt Klug from Kinetic, Iris Saunders from Hoosier Tires, Rob Fox from Dunlop, Moto Tees, Scott Sipkovic here from Arma, and Stasic, our big sponsors, as we have gates down and racing again. As we go to the 125 C class here on RaceRootTV.com. Might be the 84 of Leighton Fosnock, got second in his heat race, and out front. Geez, how many Fosnocks come out of the state of Florida and go fast?
There's a lot.
There's a lot. Yeah.
Never ends. Even you had to battle, I think.
Yeah,
so.
Kylie.
Kylie, yeah.
Kylie, yeah, that's my girl.
It never ends. Just always turning out more fast Fosnocks out here in the Sunshine State. James Runyon won his heat race in 125 Stephen Fosnock out front right now. 343 in the number 2 position. That is Seth Schull. Was 11th in his heat. So this is a big step up for Seth Schull. Oh, rider down right there on our screen. I think that might have been our leader. Just caught that out of the corner of my eye. Looking at the 343 of Schull. No, Leighton Fosnock, I believe, still in the lead. We'll see in a second if there was a crash. At the end of the lap, it was Fosnock, then Seth Schull, Antonio Sandalo third, Drew Thomas fourth, and Luke Magnetti fifth. Preston Inscore sixth, Jordan Bowen seventh, Sawyer Shoemake eighth, Chad Forstell ninth, and Ryan Gardner rounds out the top 10. I believe that's our leader now, Seth Schull, coming out of Groton, Ohio, and Schull's backed by Club MX, so probably does some ride there in South Carolina. And we'll get the tail of the tape now as they come across the finish line area. Yeah, Schull in the lead. Fosnock went down in that number 1 position on lap 1, just tipped over in a right-hand corner. Thomas is second out of Monroe, North Carolina. That's just outside of Charlotte. And Antonio Sandalo is third. Well, you never know. Seth Schull was 11th in the heat, winning the main event right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess anything can happen.
In C-Class, man, you never know who's going to really stand out. Some of these riders go on to do really good things in the B and A ranks. Once they get some experience here, you get riders who maybe started a little bit later in their racing career. That's a big leap out of that double. Thomas saw the number 96. There is the 84 of Fosnock. Went down while leading, running in fourth right now. So that'll be interesting. See if he can make roundup. And at least try to get up on the podium. Top 3. Champions, of course, we send down on the podium in every class here. They'll be greeted by David Eiser. My apologies for that. You'll have to deal with him down there. David Eiser of DMXS Radio, helping man the podium. We'll send Chase and we'll send Jasmine down there in a couple of races so they can get their podium time as well, your podium experience.
Sweet. I'm excited about that one.
Probably know a lot of the riders down there, I would think.
Yeah,
yep.
yeah.
Lesson number 1, you can't be biased.
Okay.
You got to be an unbiased journalist.
Yes, of course.
The goal is we shouldn't even know who you know and who you don't. We won't even be able to tell.
Yeah.
Just an unbiased journalist. Maybe we'll get you some sunglasses and a hat so we can't even see the emotion. Just like a robot down there handing out trophies.
This is for you.
This is for you, yeah, exactly. Yep. Don't look like any of them are your best buddies.
Yeah, okay.
High fives, handshakes. What about you? I don't know. You have a choice. You gonna do some podiums? Can you hack it?
I guess so. I mean,
the enthusiasm says it all.
Yeah,
yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, by the end of the day, it'll get easier, okay? Seth Scholl still out front. Thomas is second. And Leighton Bosnock on the 84, you're watching on screen right now, not done, making a comeback.
Yes, he is.
All right, so let's see if Bosnock, podium's already there, but he wants to win this one. Gonna have to do some work because Drew Thomas on the 96 is pretty far up front. Bosnock on the 84 just got over that hill and that rut. They took the sand out of there. It was all sand on Saturday for the pro race. Chase, were you here watching the pros?
Yes, I was.
Watching on Saturday night?
Yes.
That's pretty fantastic action.
Yes, it was. It was so good. Clean racing and just very interesting watching it.
Well, really shows not to give up because about 10 minutes into a 20-minute race, I did not think Tomac was going to get it.
I had no clue. I had Webb. I thought Webb was going to win. But
he was in that position that he likes to be. He was starting to build. He's so good late in the race, I thought it was going to happen.
Yes.
Credit to Ken Roxon. He didn't make big mistakes under pressure. And then finally, that one time on the off-camber, and Tomac was able to get him. We'll keep the radar out on the Leighton Bosnock charge from third. Drew Thomas in second. And a little further back, we got the 13 of Antonio Sandalo just came by, and then Luke Magnetti on the number 71. Seth Scholl 5 laps into this 125C class out front, working on a championship. And we're still watching Bosnock, who was your early leader. Tipped over in, I believe, this turn right here. The right-hander. Let's see if he can close that gap. Seth Scholl has a 2.9-second lead over Thomas. Bosnock is third. Jasmine, how have your results been at this race? How have you done here through the years? Is this one of the better events for you, or one that always ends up being frustrating?
This is one of the better events for me.
Yeah.
I love being in Florida. You know, I'm from here, so it's a really good environment. I've gotten a couple of championships here, a couple second places here, but overall very consistent. Love this place.
So you have experience. You stood on that podium.
I have stood on that podium.
Okay,
yes.
all right. We'll see how it works on the other side around. How about you, Chase? Has this been one of the better ones for you, or no?
It kind of depends. I always ride great here. I always feel good and always super smooth, but I usually have some bad luck here. It seems like I'll push too hard and I'll fall in the last corner.
Really, that's happened?
Yes.
And like in a good position at the time?
I think I was trying to pass for second.
Yeah.
Last year or 2 years ago, and I went and I tried to hit him, and we both fell. And
going for it.
Yes.
Going for it. How different is the main event format, having the one main? Is it changing a little bit over the two motos? You get more desperate?
Yeah, you get a lot more desperate. You're like fighting for everything right then and there. So.
And then how nervous must you be before the start? Because that's really going to tell the whole weekend.
I don't get too nervous.
You're not too bad with that?
Yeah.
No throwing up in the motorhome or anything like that? Okay. Dude, you'd be shocked how many guys at the very top level literally still throw up before the gate drops. It blows my mind. Guys have been racing for a long, long time. So you're one step ahead of the game, at least not dealing with that.
Yes, I guess so.
For you, is this one of the first races that you'll do in a year? Is this one of the first races of the year for you when you are racing?
Yes.
Come off a layout. I mean, I would assume you race mini Olympics.
Yeah, mini-Os and then some winter am races in Florida.
Oh, okay. While you're down here.
Yeah.
Checker flag out. Seth Scholl held on for that one. Drew Thomas came across in second. We saw that number 96. And Bosnock put in a charge. He's going to run out of time. Let's see if he can hold on for third. Yes, third for Bosnock. So congratulations to Seth Scholl out of Croton, Ohio. He will be the national champ in 125C, or the champion at the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. Now, this should be a fun class to watch. This is the one where we talked about you guys racing in 11 years ago.
Yes.
65, 10 to 11.
Oh my gosh, it's awesome.
Bring back some memories. Canyon Richards, big Yamaha prospect on the Rock River machine out of New Jersey, won the heat race. He'll have number 1 gate pick on the 316. He's got an awesome riding facility up there in New Jersey. And occasionally, none other than Jason Lawrence stopping by. You see this on social media every once in a while. Same town where J-Law's from. And occasionally Jason Lawrence comes out and goes riding with Canyon Richards. And Richards won the heat, so one of the favorites coming in here. Blast everybody's eardrums out there. Okay, all right, you tell me.
Keep going.
Good going, all right.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Yeah, when the bikes fly by, I can't.
Yeah, everything changes. When we have bikes on track, we can barely hear each other. And then right now we're quiet as we get ready for the 65 class. Manuel Dumais was second in the heat. Carson Wood third. Jonathan Getz fourth. And Jesse Furtado rounded out the top 5 of the heat race. Send it. Seth Dennis sixth. Zane Martin seventh. Emil Lasher eighth. Alex Colley was ninth. And Kevin DePino rounded out the top 10. And we are underway. 65, 10-11 main event.
Appears to be, I think that's the 930 of Seth Dennis getting off to a great start. That happened yesterday in the heat race. I actually was there for this moto and got the whole shot. Then Kenyon Richards came up behind. So it looks like Kenyon Richards in the 3rd position. Let's see if he can make the pass again.
Yeah, Richards down on the right side of your screen trying to get to that inside. So it's going to be a good battle between Seth Dennis, Send It Seth. Been part of that KTM Orange Brigade for a while now, since the 50cc ranks. Now in the 65. Wow, he's got a pretty big lead for pretty good lap.
Yeah,
or
wow.
pretty big gap for lap 1, Chase.
Yeah.
Sprinting right now. But you got to imagine that you'll hear from Canyon Richards at one point. He was able to get the heat race win yesterday. There's Seth Dennis on the number 930. Man, looking good through those doubles.
Yes.
Little back brake, put the front end back down. Trying to pick up the numbers on the 2nd place rider there.
It looks like Canyon fell.
Okay. Green flag is out. We are flying and underway in the 65. There's the 26. Carson Wood in the hunt as well. He is the 2nd place rider. Jesse Furtado 3rd. What happened? Canyon Richards back in 8th. So Richards started out in 3rd. He's trying to get into 2nd and suddenly went back. So it must have been a crash for the Yamaha rider, Canyon Richards. Now he's going to be in desperation mode to try to move up in a short race. There's Richards all the way on the left on the 316. Man, and that's how it can go. Wins the heat. You one mistake on lap 1 of the main, and you are in big trouble. But he's working it hard, working on an outside line.
Yeah, he's very, very, very aggressive. That's something I really like about his riding. And he uses all of the track, uses the most out of the track. So really love that. Yesterday he actually cut down out of one of the berms, and being that young, I thought that was very impressive. You know, at that age to know and be that aggressive, I think is very, very, very impressive.
Well, yeah, I want to watch this. The style over the jumps. Yep, cutting down in and out of the berms, working the insides and outsides. Canyon Richards is flying.
Amazing.
Yep,
yeah,
but there's
amazing.
no room. Trying to get around Kevin DePino. I think these two
Wow.
race each other a lot. He is all over this track, Jasmine. Now off the track and back on. That was a slick move.
Wow, that was very impressive. That was a super arcing in that corner. He super arced it.
Yeah, super arc.
Super arc. Hashtag it.
Super arc.
Super arc.
Yeah, going from outside to inside, still trying to get around DePino. We're watching Canyon Richards on the 316. This is a battle for 7th and 8th right now. Your leader is Seth Dennis. Carson Wood in 2nd. Jesse Furtado is 3rd. Jonathan Getz 4th. Jace Baker is 5th. Did he make it happen?
Yeah, he made the pass in that bull berm. Like I said earlier, he just cut down and made it stick.
Well, obviously the goal is to win these races, but if you can impress some people and show skills making passes, even if you don't get the win, that's still an accomplishment. And there it is again.
Wow, the cut down. He's the king at the cut down.
King of the cut down.
King of the cut down.
King of the cut down. Hashtag that. Super arc. Making another pass. He just got around a 278 of Jace Baker. Now trying to get Jonathan Getz. Man, Canyon Richards is pretty impressive.
Yes, he is rolling right now.
And he made it happen. So 2 passes in 1 lap for Canyon. And next on his list, Manuel Dumais on the 72 out of Corona, California, coming all the way over here to Daytona. They are serious in this 10-11 division. Richards out of New Jersey. Meanwhile, Seth Dennis got off to the early lead. and is 6 seconds ahead of Carson Wood. So send it, Seth, looking good on the number 930. We watch Richards and Dumais battling it out. And then just up ahead, you got Getz and Furtado. Yeah, he does arc those corners beautifully.
He does.
Wow, outside to inside. Candy Richards now trying to get Dumais. This is amazing. That this is that you're getting to see these young riders show these kind of skills. In a battle right now. You get 72 at Dumais to 22 at Getz. Furtado in the 67, all in a pack right now.
Oh, here comes Canyon Richards, the king of the cut down. Let's see. Not going to make it stick.
Yep, was able to use it to get the lap rider, but not Dumais. And Richards and Dumais doing a good job, though, man. Richards caught him pretty quick, and he's held him off for 2 laps. He's getting further and further at the top of that berm.
Yes,
Richards
he
every
is.
time. Now into the split lane. Let's see if Richards can use the outside. Side by side. Is he going to go super arc?
Super arc, super arc.
Yep.
Oh, yep. Oh! No, he shut the door. Shut the door on him. Wow, I love that.
Yep. Dumais would not give him room. That was good. Yes. Wouldn't give him room. He knew exactly what Richards wanted to do. Down the straightaway, side by side. Here it is. Oh, lines come together. Dumais riding defensively. Oh, that long outside did not work for Richards. I cannot believe he wasn't able to make the pass. It looked like he had it, Jasmine, but Dumais was able to counter.
Dumais is very, very, very smart. He went out to the outside and said, no, king of the cut down. You are not getting me here. You better try arcing some other corner, but not this one.
And trying again. All right, split lane. Richards got next to him the last time. Will it be enough to make the pass this time? Seth Dennis is long gone. I think Richards has it. They got a good drive.
Yeah, I think he did it. The king of the cut down making moves.
Well, that's the good news. The bad news is all that work, that is a battle for 5th place. And it's a rider that won his heat race. So he wanted to win this main event, not just aim for top 5, but that one early mistake makes all the difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
Further up ahead, Seth Dennis has been in complete control. There's Carson Wood on the 26 on your screen. He is second. And Jesse Furtado is third. Haven't seen much Seth Dennis since he ran away with it in the first 2 laps. And I think we saw the white flag out. Jesse Furtado is third. Jonathan Getz fourth. Canyon Richards, after all that work, is in 5th. Whoa, hold on to that thing, Carson Wood. Checker flag is waving. Seth Dennis has done it. He's your champ of 65, 10 to 11. And the rest of these guys still battling. Wood, second. Furtado, third. Getz, fourth. And Richards going to end up 5th after that great battle with Dumais. Kevin DePino racing toward the checkered flag. Should be 7th. Emil Lasker is 8th. Chase Brewer 9th. And Knox Lewin rounding out the top 10. Well, that was good racing. It was fun to watch for Canyon Richards, but I would imagine he's not going to be happy.
Yeah, no. Yeah, he's going to be very upset, but very impressive. Claim the name King of the Cut Down.
King of the Cut Down, that's it.
And the Arc Lord.
Yes.
He was arcing that track.
We are coining it right here. You remember, King of the Cut Down, Arc Lord?
Arc Lord, yeah.
Arc Lord. Okay.
I like that one, Arc Lord.
As if the name Canyon wasn't cool enough, we'll also give him some cool nicknames. Remember where it happened. Yeah. You got to improvise out here, and he did it. We're into the 51cc 7 to 8 class. Your heat race winner was Tace Morgan on the 810. Gage Brown and Brayton Craiglow, second and third. So Tace Morgan, all the way out of St. George, Utah, way out front. Oh no, a big challenge already. Had the whole shot clean, but we've already got a battle on our hands. Sending it over these jumps. I mean, just airing into the flat. They don't care. Yeah. Landing what landing? I think this rider might have handguards. I can't quite tell. They're not big enough. They're not quite the full-size handguards. They're not to scale for a 50. Oh, going for the double.
Wow.
He got a 1 9/10 of the double, 1 3/4. Yeah. Looking at the 129 out front, Gage Brown.
Most of them getting the doubles clean too.
Unbelievable. Yeah, they don't have clutches, gears, anything like that. Just hold her wide. So one lap is complete here. Tace Morgan on the 810 in the lead. Travis Schneider and Gage Brown, second and third. Tatum Michaels and Keiki DePino, top 5. Tatum Michaels, an awesome run. Keiki DePino, 5th. Kylan Stewart, Brendan Bike, Brayton Craiglow, Austin Keller, and Talon Hill round out the top 10. Megawatts over here just marveling at the doubles that these kids are doing, the top 5. Yeah, they don't even know better. They just know go fast, and if jumping the jump is faster, I don't care if it's smooth, I don't care if it's too big, just gas it. Tace Morgan. Oh, and there the double made all the difference. The 129 of Gage Brown didn't do it. And you see the leaders up ahead. Gage Brown second on that 129. Tace Morgan on the 810 is in the lead. He's out of Utah, as I mentioned. Brian out of Texas. And Tatum Michaels third out of Asheville, North Carolina. Did you, Jasmine, you said you did not race a 50 here. Did you do any racing on 50s, just not here?
I actually skipped that part of my life.
Really?
I was on Honda 50s,
okay.
But I never was on 50s like these.
Yeah,
so
just like an XR type.
Yeah,
50,
yeah.
A shifter
like a
50,
like a 110. Like that's what I grew up on, and then straight to the 65 and 85. So I never got to experience it. I would have loved to though. It looks fun.
Were you completely overriding that 50 in your backyard or wherever you're riding it? Because I would think to go from that bike to 65 and decent here, you must have been pushing it pretty hard.
Yeah. I mean, I'd ride the Honda 50. There used to be a track called OWC. It was like pit bike track, but you know that used to be big back in the day, and so yeah, used to ride that and started getting on bigger bikes.
Doing jumps on it?
I was. Little tabletops. I used to freak out. I was like, oh my gosh, Dad, that jump was so big. I'd go to PAX and I'd ride the pit bike track, and I was thinking I'd be launching the jumps, but really just 2 feet of air. 2 feet of air.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Talking about all the things you were thinking about while you're in midair.
Yeah.
And it was 0.02 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to whip it. 582 Travis Schneider, that's who you're watching on your screen right now. Hanging a left. It's a constantly arcing left, come back across. It's a 360 start in the pro races. Travis Schneider trying to get toward the front. He's in 5th right now, the 582. Tatum Michaels third. Schneider got it. Got up to 4th on the 582 at this point. But you, Chase, do some 50cc racing?
Yeah, I did a lot of 50 racing. They were probably the most scariest bikes I've ever rode
really?
in my life. I don't know why, but I was always nervous when I rode 50s. But I guess I got over that when I got on 65s, and it was all good from there.
Well, with the electric minis coming into play to a degree now, one of the things they talk about is that, yes, the power delivery with the one-speed clutch transmission of these.
Yeah.
Very unpredictable.
Yeah.
Like you turn it, nothing happens, and then it starts to happen.
Yeah, I rode one over in when I was in Italy, and I looped the thing out. I was trying to do a slow wheelie, and I gave it a little too much gas, and it just looped straight out on me. But yeah, they have a lot of power.
But they come on at weird.
Yeah, I mean they're smooth, but not what you would expect.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when you have a clutch and gears, you have complete control over the situation. Tace Morgan trying to bring this title home over Gage Brown, Tatum Michaels, Travis Schneider, and Brayton Craiglow. Craiglow, I think we see there on the 29. Brown's on the number 810. Lead is 7.5 seconds over Brown, so Tate Morgan just has to hang on. And the championship will be his. Going to bring it all the way back to Utah. That'll make for a much happier long ride home. But it's amateur season now that we're into the springtime. Of course, you got the James Stewart Spring Classic at the Freestone. That'll be one a lot of people hit on the way back home if you're out west. In the 3:14 there. Some riders going a lap down. Trying to get a read on where we are as far as laps in this one. We got 5 complete. All right, Chase Dancer going to jump out. We're breaking him in. I think he's better today than yesterday. I think he's stepping up the game a little bit. Good job, Chase. We're working on it. And he's going to take a break, and I might just have to call Megawatt in. Call Megawatt into the booth. Chase tapped out, bro. Chase tapped out. Yep. So, time running out. Here, hop in there one last time. We're gonna send Jasmine Canfield over to the podium area. You were like really pumped, like you want to do this bad.
I'm so excited. Yes, let me talk to the riders. Let's see what they think about the track. So.
Beautiful. That's how you do it. And let them thank Mom and Dad and everybody else.
Oh, of course, of course.
All right. So Jasmine Canfield, great job. I'll put her in the A category. Absolutely, that was great. Yep.
Sweet. Thank you guys so much.
All right. C- for poor Chase. Yeah, geez. All right, so Jasmine Canfield, great job. Thanks for having you there. She's going to go work over the podium area with David Iser. We'll bring Matt Watson in here. Morgan had that one in control. Tace Morgan out of Utah taking the championship in 51.7-8. Gage Brown second. And we're waiting to see if Tatum Michaels can hold on for third. He was running third as the white flag came out. We continue to run through our 50cc classes. We're going to have more 50s on the gate. Probably going to go a step younger. We just had the 7 to 8 division. Probably a 4 to 6 here. $50cc 4 to 6 is next.
I got to tell you, Weege, yesterday during qualifying, man, these guys, I was really expecting a little more trouble out of the sand section. Maybe this S-turn down here, that type of thing. You know, 1 or 2 guys maybe getting a little hiccup, but these guys able to navigate these ruts and stuff on these little, just absolutely blew my mind yesterday. And we actually have PW contenders out here as well. And, man, oh, man, their ability to just find the line and make their bike go around the track was incredible. I was impressed.
Well, it was awesome, that last 50cc race, to see the jumps that those kids were able to do.
Gee whiz.
Yep.
Had first 5 guys in a row clearing the big tables, flying in formation side by side, just like that's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, like we said, they don't know better. They don't know that they're not supposed to jump those jumps.
Dad told them gas it, and they said, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
over
no
this
problem.
hill? Oh, there's another hill on the other side.
Yeah,
I went from hill to hill.
Oh, shoot.
Okay, so we're ready. This is going to be 4 to 6. We just wrapped up that 7 to 8 limited division, and then it's the 4 to 6 class. And we'll see how it turns out here. Hey, folks, check out the all-new Outlaw toy hauler across from the Hoosier display. That's an all-new toy hauler. That's what you need. A cool way to bring your equipment and hang out at the track. And that's over across from the Hoosier display. You owe it to yourself to check that out.
The fit and finish on those things is incredible. I did check them, but you know that's something I look into all the time, RVs, travel. It's just something that interests me. And I can tell you, you notice a big difference in components. hinges, switches, knobs, things like that. And those are really nice
okay.
pieces over there, dude. The fit and finish is really nice on that Outlaw.
Okay, that probably means it's going to last long as well. Durability is probably the most important part when you have a toy hauler and you're living out of that thing. So that means well put together, should last a long time. Here we go. Gate is down in the 4 to 6 class. Feet off the peg. That's one way to do it.
And never let off.
Nope. No, they only know one way, and that is throttle on. The number 4 is out front. That is Smart.
And he's just passed. Let's see here, up and over the hip.
We're going to put Megawatt's eyes to the test. We've got the smaller digits on the smaller motorcycles.
Not going to happen.
Okay, Megawatt's out as far as picking numbers. 132. We see the 132 of Welsian in the number 2 spot, challenging for the lead. What? He's signing up for more?
I guess, dude.
Wow, I thought we had broken him. I thought we had broken Chase Yenser, but he's a glutton for punishment.
You know what? He in between rounds, he got him a drink. They put a little Vaseline on him.
Okay.
They iced down a couple of the bruises, and dude, he's back. He's going to bring it to Megawatt right now.
Did he ask for him to cut him? Cut me, Mick.
Cut me.
Cut me. All right, I got names and numbers now in this class. The number 4, Jaden Smart, got the whole shot, still leading all the way out of California.
Rode real good yesterday. I think he might have qualified first even. I'm not sure, but he had great lap times. And one of those guys, like I said, just had his innate ability to make the bike float through the deep stuff. You know, not let the bike get controlled. It's just impressive to watch somebody at that age make the bike light.
Yeah, I don't know how much is learned or how much is natural. They just kind of do it.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things because you'll watch some of these kids plow straight through the sand, and another one, for some reason, knows we need to keep that wheel spinning. We need to be up on top. You know, and it's just something like you said that's in them, really.
So Jaden Smart has pulled away on the number 4. He's got a 3-second lead over Gavin Welsian. Smart was only 6th in his heat race yesterday, but it has come together here when it counts in the main event. Welsian was 2nd in his heat, running 2nd in the main event right now. And Eli Schneider is 3rd. He won the heat race yesterday. Schneider, 6 years old. Welsian is a 5-year-old. Jaden Smart, a 6-year-old on the number 4. Yenser, you're back, dude. I didn't think we'd see you again.
Yeah, I came back.
All right.
I came back.
He can take a punch. I'll give him
it.
that.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, doing a great job today. And like I said, a lot of fun we had. But all seriousness, he brings a different view, absolutely. And his ability to tell us what these young guys might be thinking, what might be going through their mind, you know, a lot closer to their perspective than maybe you and I.
Well, yeah, I'm not able to identify with the 4 to 6 demographic. He's at least closer. At least he's closer to it. He's quite a bit older than him as well. It's unbelievable what these kids are able to do, and honestly how seriously they take it when you see a rider out of California leading the way in a 4 to 6 class, and we're here in Florida, man.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That it goes to talk about the commitment, the importance of these races, and when you put this one on your resume, it's worth that drive. I can tell you that. And when you go home with that medal, when you go home with that trophy, rather, I can tell you that's not so long a drive when you're the champ at Daytona. And that's, you know, that's one more notch in the belt. That's one more rung of the ladder, as they say. And when you add these majors, and there we go, we're talking about that young lady yesterday, and the ability to get through that sand pit on that PW with no momentum, incredible. And not shaken, not stirred by the rest of the competitors around him whatsoever.
Yep. No pressure. What pressure? No pressure. Yeah. Well, yeah, the drive all the way back to California a lot better, but there are many legendary stories of what the drive is like cross country when you don't have a good race.
Absolutely. And you know what?
A very long, quiet drive.
It's really simple math. There's 19 of those drives for every one of the good drives. It's real simple math, bro.
That's
okay.
Right. So right now, looking good for Jaden Smart. It's got to be tough, Chase. These riders on 50s with the holes and bumps obviously are not sized for these bikes.
Yes, they're basically like little doubles for them, and they're getting through them great.
You know, I like what you said. You know, basically, you'll see these guys hopping some braking bumps.
Yes, exactly.
You know, their knowledge to them, that's a double.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
And it feels the same, yeah. And you know what? As they grow past that braking bump, they're going to do this step off right here. And then they're going to go to an open double.
Yep.
Then they're going to clear the big table, you know.
Exactly.
So, very cool. Good observation.
The 218 you were just watching on screen, that's Eli Schneider. He is running in third right now behind Gavin Welsian.
Oh.
Rider stuck at the top of that jump, the 132 Reminds me of when Suzuki and Kawasaki had the merged bike there. We got green on the back and yellow on the front. It's like the old original KX250F. We got a green rear fender on a yellow Cobra. That is Wellesley, your second place rider, right out of Orlando, Florida, not too far away. Probably ride that bike home.
Yep. During that period, I always wondered if we were going to see a KM125 or an RX250
Let's
maybe.
Just finally,
let's just do it.
Yeah, exactly. So there is Wellesian, 4 to 6 class. Saw him out cruising with the Harleys last night.
Yep.
Running it deep on Main Street on his Cobra.
That's how it happens.
Burnouts in the burnout
That's
bar.
how it happens, okay? When you roll hard, that's how it goes down.
That's bike week, dude.
Yes.
Bring the Cobra
Absolutely.
out.
Bring it or stay home.
That's it. I saw like a couple fat boys and a kid in a Cobra.
Saw a King Cobra amongst the street glides. You know, I love it.
Yep. Getting some barbecue. There are places here at Daytona, you've probably seen this megawatt, where they actually build pens. You can ride your Harley into it, lock the gates, and then do a burnout inside the bar.
Weege.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Megawatt been doing this since about 1982.
Yeah.
And if you like, I can take you over to a joint tonight where we'll strap down a Gold Wing, drain the oil out of it, and we'll sell tickets for $10 a piece to see who gets to hold it open. Problem is, it'll take about 45 minutes for that Gold Wing to blow with no oil in it.
Even no oil. I know you
seen it all, my man.
I know you
believe it.
Red. Yes. It's hard to kill a Gold Wing.
Then we'll go over catch a little coleslaw wrestling, and then by the time we're done with that, we're going to go watch some grease pole climbing. And
my gosh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, our
has
leader
Megawatt
Smart
seen it?
has gone down. That is our leader, the number 4, down. He had a big lead, over 30 seconds, but if he can't get the bike started, that's not going to matter. So this is some drama right here for our leader.
Chase, this goes back to what we were talking about a minute ago. These ruts, these holes, these kids have to be really careful because they're not sized to them, and just absolutely caught the wrong rut right there.
Yes, he did, and it looks like he got the bike started, and he's off going again.
That was right in front of us here in the tower. Got to watch. He basically, and from our perspective, he was behind that jump, and then we just never saw him come out. And then he finally got the bike to the top. They got it started. I think he's still in the lead. I don't believe I saw Wellesian on the yellow and green Cobra go by. That's why you need to build up a 30-second lead, man.
That's why that gap of 30 seconds helps.
I love that he just wanted to go high in that berm.
He did. He wanted to go up and throw a big monster root. He wanted to spray the flagger.
I think just for the fun of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Good pictures.
Yep. Down the straightaway and still in the lead. No one in front. So a little bit of drama for Jaden Smart, but able to pull it back together. Jaden on the Cobra motorcycle, backed by Dunlop. OG's Goggles, Smart Attack Racing, B's Moto Lab, Bruce Demex, and the Justin Costello, his State Farm agent, his friendly State Farm agent, Justin Costello, throwing some cash down to make that drive from California to Florida.
Probably knows Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing right now? Khakis?
Khakis.
Khakis.
Yeah.
I got to say, Chase, for having the crash and almost throwing the whole thing away, got right back to his regular pace.
Yeah, he just moved right past it and forgot about his mistakes and kept on going.
Hey, the attention span in the 4 to 6 division, not very long, so he probably already forgot that happened.
Probably.
Yep. You got to pay attention to one turn at a time. It's difficult.
It was just like the video game to him. He stood it back up, got going again and took off,
Oh, I think at that point he was looking for the reset button, but they don't have that in racing. You got to race it to the end. Yeah, the attention span, that 4 to 6 class, you get like a double jump. They're already thinking of the landing of the double before the takeoff because they can't hold their attention.
They're past that double. They already did that.
They already did
that. Oh, look, ruts.
Yeah.
Behind the double,
You give them a pack of 6 whoops, they're already thinking of the third one by the time they get to the first one. This is a lack of attention span at this age.
Oh, shoot.
Here it is, checkered flag. Little drama, not a problem. Jaden Smart is going to win it and still with a solid gap because I believe Wellesian must have had problems because he was second and Eli Schneider is looking to take the final runner-up spot when the checkered flag flies.
A moment ago, I saw somebody off the side of that hip over there, actually where the leader stalled. So
that could be it.
Absolutely. Great shot of the facility.
Oh, yeah. Daytona International Speedway, this is it. That's the same place where they're doing burnouts to celebrate winning the Daytona 500. You're racing motorcycles on it.
Dude.
That's the coolest part about this event. They treat it all the same. And
Jeff Wyndham and Ricky Ryan won under similar conditions.
Jeff Wyndham. Bro, hold it.
Kevin Wyndham and Ricky Ryan.
Okay, all right. I was like, Megawatt.
Did I say
there's
Jeff?
One man, yeah.
No, I didn't.
One man that won't mess this up.
No, I did not.
You said Jeff. You said Jeff. Finally.
Well, I'm so glad you corrected me, dude. You can't let that go.
First bit of moto trivia that you've ever made an error on. I don't know, Jeff
hey,
Wyndham,
easy,
bro.
Smokey.
Okay.
That'll be about enough out of you
Finally,
already.
Gavin Welsian goes by. He had a 2-minute final lap time, so that was tough for him to hang on for a podium, but he did it. He hangs on for the podium spot, and Jaden Smart takes the championship over Eli Schneider. Then it was Branson Sellers, Joseph Hughes, Sebastian Witherell, Weston Otto, Hunter Clayton, Jax Keller, and Hunter Tambor rounded out the top 10. That was 54-6. Vet 30 BC should be next.
Rodney Tomlin says Vet 30 plus should be next, and we're going to take a moment here and get things under control before this next set of races.
I'm sorry, Megawatt. You can't nail it near as good as I am.
All right, there's only one Smokey.
There's only one Smokey.
Yeah. You know, that's like calling water Budweiser. Just it's not the same thing, dude.
+30, yep. Chase Yenser scouting the competition. He's only 13 years away. Only 13 years away from this division.
Want to make sure when he's 30, those 43-year-olds are within reach.
Yeah, the young man racing the riders 20 years older than him.
Bad news is he's still going to be racing John Gruey.
Oh, yeah,
Gruey will still be out there when it happens. So, yeah, that'll be the bad news.
Gruey might be Supercross champ by then because he keeps getting faster every year. Go visit our vendors, folks. We mentioned you can check out that new Outlaw trailer across from Hoosier. Yeah, we still got riders out on the track. Gonna bring it home on the PW50 in the 4-6.
She has starting blocks.
Seriously?
On
like
the
custom?
PW. Absolutely,
Really?
dude. Listen to the crowd.
Listen to the crowd. Yeah,
Love it.
bringing it home
Love
on the P-Dub.
Awesome. Great stuff.
Hey, thanks to our vendors, and go check them out. Visit them. FMF, always supporting racing. FMF Racing is here. Mad Moose Media, taking your pictures. Also, Olin Suspension and Factory Connection. Those two companies are here. 7S Cycle and Slick Products. They're all there on Vendors Row, so check that out. And we have our riders meeting tonight for the Vintage Supercross tomorrow, and also our Fly Racing ATV Supercross. So riders meeting for that will be 7 p.m. tonight at Gatorade Victory Lane, right behind us, or behind the racetrack. Vintage Racing, we will start practice at 7:30 a.m. and then racing after practice. That's as early as we can go because of the daylight. And we'll have the ATV Supercross tomorrow as well. They will have their usual riders meeting they have at the starting gate. That'll be at 7:45 in the morning. Heat 1 at noon, Heat 2 at 12:10, and their main event, Pro Moto, at 3 p.m. That'll be 15 laps. That's tomorrow's schedule. And again, a thanks to all of our sponsors, MX versus ATV, all out. That is our title sponsor of the event. Go visit them in the garage. Garages 3 and 4. Go play the game. Get a T-shirt. Enter the tournament. Win some prizes. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Go get ready. Anything you need for your machine or some riding gear or anything else in between.
The Rocky Mountain, Ray Butts.
Ray Butts is over there. It doesn't matter how. I mean, if you want a full motorcycle, he'll just pluck it off the shelf.
Oh, yeah, he'll reach up and grab you one. Yeah, absolutely.
Don't even use forklifts. They just use
Nope,
Ray Butts.
like Walmart.
Yeah.
Just pull it right off the shelf, hand it to you, smile.
Yep. Sunoco, CJ Harris, and Tammy Harris. Sunoco, of course, synonymous with racing here at Daytona. They have been a big part of the amateur motocross game for a long time as well. Hilton Beatty and everyone at Thor and Parts Unlimited. You're running the Thor hat right now, Megawatt.
Hello, Mega.
Yeah. Hilton,
the Godfather.
Good to have Hilton and everyone from Thor supporting this event. And Todd Hicks, who might have seen more great amateur talent come through the ranks than anyone in this industry.
That guy, legend himself, absolutely, Todd Hicks. One of the hardest working guys in the history of the game.
Yep, and Fox, of course, great to be associated with them. Longtime sponsor with Ricky Carmichael, so of course they're on board with this event. Cometic Gaskets, another supporter, everything Ricky Carmichael does.
Yep.
Matt Klug and the folks at Cometic are here. Irish Saunders and everyone at Hoosier Tires. Hoosier Tires making a mark. I think they just got the Kicker Arena Cross Championship with the Hoosier Tires to see a couple of the Supercross teams using those tires as well. So check them out. Dunlop is here. Rob Fox. Rob Fox, man, Vintage Day. That's going to be his day tomorrow. That guy loves building some vintage bikes.
He does. He didn't bring a bike this year.
What?
I offered to bring it down for him. That guy's busy, dude. You know
Okay.
Rob. You know his schedule and stuff.
He's got some of the best stuff.
He does. He's got some great stuff, and he's one of the reasons I opened my big mouth last year. And you know what? I got the program in order. A lot of people don't know this. Had a little hospital stay over the winter. Spent a couple weeks in the hospital, and we've got that issue basically covered. So the official comeback starts tomorrow.
You're going to ride?
Oh, yeah.
You're doing it.
I built that 87 for a reason, dude. I said it over the mic this day last year.
You're racing vintage in 2020, and the day's come.
It's probably going to look like 4 parade laps.
Okay.
But my game's going to be tight. My bike's tight. So actually haven't even thrown a leg over it. Mitch did the cylinder, the head, the carb. Adam Waters did all the suspension. I have no idea. I haven't even started the bike.
You have not ridden it at all?
No. Jack Mashuda put the thing together for me, man. Oh, pappy hippie, man, put that thing together, powdered it out. So we're going to find out in practice tomorrow what it's all about.
Wow, okay. All right.
I'm going to have to stay and watch this.
Oh, you have to, bro. I hope you're. Hey, I need you to gas me up tomorrow, dude. I need you on the gate.
There. I will be out there.
I need you on the gate with me, homie, pointing some stuff out.
All right.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. I'll be there.
All right, Yenser's going to pack your start gate. So
my secret weapon, Yenser, dude.
Yes.
Absolutely. He's going to scout some lines for me. You know it.
Oh, maybe run the pit board?
I hope.
Yeah. Up the pace.
Minus 12.
Yeah, up
you
the
know,
pace.
so,
Not fast enough.
Gas it.
Gas it. Yeah, exactly. Well, the bike looks good. I'll give you that, bro. You showed me it in the trailer yesterday.
Thank you.
And the bike sure looks good. Got that classic Honda orange.
It's a rider, not a tribute bike, not a clone, not a replica. It's a racer, bro.
Yeah, it's just an 87 Honda.
Go
race
just like
it.
the one I had.
Yep. Also, thanks to all our OEMs who help us out here. Cobra, Honda, Husqvarna, Kawasaki, KTM, Suzuki, and Yamaha. All a big part of this event. 11 years in, everyone knows exactly what they're in for, and big support from the industry. And a couple other sponsors want to show a shout-out to, of course, Moto Tees. Go check them out. They've got the event T-shirts. They got a lot of other cool clothing, and they got the toy motorcycles. So for the younger set, or even folks like Mega who just want to collect any kind of motocross memorabilia you can get. Man, I did that for a long time. I collected those old toy when the MXS bikes came out in the late 90s, early 2000s. I collected them all. I don't know why. I just felt compelled. I'm like, they finally make dirt bike toys. I got to buy them.
I was 30 years old.
But
and here I am 53, and I'm still buying this stuff. And like you said, something drew us to it.
Well, you waited your whole life. When you were a kid, they didn't have them.
No, you're exactly right, dude.
So I was like, I have to do it.
You're 100% right.
Opened up every package and destroyed every one of those things.
No doubt.
What, I had a James Stewart 259 busted. He replicated when David Pingree's bike broke in half. I think he replicated that, broke those toys in half.
I got so lucky. Hunter was about 9 or 10 and understood the consequences.
He
understood the consequences of his actions.
It wasn't just age. I think you put the fear in him.
Hey, how glad are you to see Kevin Cunningham right now?
Dude.
Huh? How glad are you to see our buddy, man? Kevin takes care of us all the time, on time, making sure we're covered, dude. I appreciate that, guy.
Racers died. He's not allowed to eat any of this. We're going to have to take doubles.
I'll share his with you.
Yep.
I'm glad to share his with you. Yeah.
Larry Brooks would not approve.
Oh, no.
We're going to have to eat double.
Yeah.
He's going to have to suffer.
Absolutely. I would not want him to suffer the wrath of Larry because you and I were irresponsible.
Yeah, we're hooking it up. Yeah, we are the supervisors. Speaking of better nutrition, Arma is here. Scott Sepkovic, Hollywood.
Oh, it's good to see him Saturday.
On the scene,
yeah,
bro.
Man, absolutely.
Arma is sports nutrition, endorsed by some of the top athletes in the sport. You got Chad Reed, Jeremy McGrath, Nick Way, Adam Cianciarulo, all on board with the Arma Sport program.
And they got the stats, too, when they talk about the nutrition and this and that. It's a true sports drink, and it's not an energy drink as such, you know, for sure.
Yep, so check out Arma. And Scott Sepkovic, thanks for being on board this event. And, of course, Stasic. That's currently my favorite bike brand. We go to the GMCC yesterday. I'd already burned all the batteries out, and everybody's borrowing, stealing, swapping. You got a charge, you got a battery. Every racer's kid has got Stasics.
Now, I know how frugal you are. We'll say frugal instead of cheap. We'll
ahead.
say how frugal
you
are.
Either way.
But I'm surprised that's the one thing you don't have a case of with your kid is those batteries.
Yeah, well, they cost a lot of money.
Right.
That's why, yeah. So I'm going to use everything I got, put it back on the charger.
Love it.
Yeah, that is really fun. As they say, #ride sooner. 2-3 years old, you can get a kid twisting a throttle, which is a little bit younger than you could do. They only weigh 18 pounds. So compared to a P-dub, which is 4 or 5 times that, it's a lot easier for a young rider to get involved.
Yeah, about 88 pounds is what
so
you're looking at. So that's a huge difference.
Yep.
And then guess what? A summer on that Stasic, and you're out here at the RC Supercross on a P-dub.
Yeah.
Okay, making it happen.
Yeah, if it just
for
wouldn't
sure.
rain where you live, you could ride the P-double lot and then you get ready for this.
Right.
Ask me how I know.
Precisely.
Everybody's track is, since November, I think there's been 2 days where it's been dry. But you're proving to me right now, it doesn't matter how fast you go. Just go out there and have fun, right?
Absolutely.
There you go.
Absolutely. I'm like a lot of guys. It used to really, really matter, and I'm sure by the end of the summer it will again.
Okay. Yeah, but your comeback race is good. Yeah.
I'm fortunate. Donnie Henderson, a couple guys like that have some real good tracks locally, Fairmont area, and that's close for me. I've been able to go down and putt around a little bit. You know, at least get that 2020 450 warmed up, so I'll be able to handle that.
87.
I haven't touched that 87.
Okay.
I sat on it for the first time when I rolled it out to the show. Okay, I sat on it for the first time. So, anyways, like you said, that competitive nature's in us, and by the end of the season, we'll see. But it's all about these guys. I watched so many of these guys fade yesterday in these vet classes, and they didn't care in the least bit, man. They completed their laps. They had a blast, and they were here. They were part of the event, and that's what I hope to do tomorrow is be part of the event. And you know what? If we look a little good doing it and we look goony, we're going to have fun with that too, because if it's bad enough, I'll just throw some goon at you. So,
it was all
definitely.
on purpose. It was all
yeah.
I was doing it on purpose. Well, yeah, in the age classes especially, and probably again in the vintage tomorrow, you probably got a lot of guys like you. It's winter time.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
They haven't done any laps at all.
Yep.
So it's going to be arm pump city out there.
Yep.
And then the fatigue will set in to make it even worse. So.
And in some certain cases, it'll be lung pump. So
lung pump city. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
That's what kills Megawatt. Megawatt never gets arm pump.
No.
No.
Good.
Never.
Never had arm pump.
Get that lung pump on lap 2. Sound like a wheezing donkey.
Lung pump. Yeah. Yenser over here knows, man. You go to those super muddy Tim Coombs water ruts at Steel City in practice, and you're like, dude, I was going so slow, and why am I still tired? Just picking your way through that stuff.
It's the truth.
Yeah, you'll be exhausted
and
quickly.
I have the attention span of one of our 4 to 6 mini riders.
Okay.
So believe me, it'll be difficult enough for me just to focus on where I'm at.
That. Yeah, exactly. One corner at a time. Oh, I can't stay focused that long.
No.
Vet 30 BC, track maintenance is done. We're ready to go racing. Aaron Canawire won the heat race. That was one of them. And heat race number 2 was won by Clay Burns. We're underway. Looking at the number 717 of Kyle LaValle. Going to grab the whole shot. Barely held on to that thing.
Yeah, for sure. Had a tight line right there, but they came up inside of him anyways and really tried to make a move.
And the number 2 also in the hunt, that is Aaron Canawire. We mentioned him winning the heat race yesterday. He's already in the number 2 position and pushing hard for the lead. Vet 30 BC on the track right now. Should be fun to watch this one.
Yeah, at 30, a lot of these guys are absolutely, top B-class contenders all over the country. They show up and they sign up in 250B, 450B, yeah, anywhere,
Well,
don't let that B/C designation and 30-plus fool you.
Not in front of the field. No. Well, that was when it was bench racing with the engine earlier. You get these, the men don't like it when the new kid moves up in the B class.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah. They rough you up.
Look at some of these ages in the plus 30 class, 44,
wow.
47. These guys are serious about this. And one more thing, that's that many more laps you did at Daytona. You ride 3 back, that's that many more laps you did. And again, that's bragging right. You may have got 3 7s, but rode 3 classes, bro. Where were you?
You can bet any bar that has the Daytona 500 on TV for the rest of your life, you're pointing out, I raced there. That race? I raced there.
Did.
Really? Oh, yeah, I raced there. You don't need to be specific about where, when, how it went. You just say you raced there. Because now you're going to be in the books, bro.
Wednesday, I'm going to say, I blew right through that infield.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I blew right through that banner.
Celebrating celebrating a victory? No, I just blew through it.
Absolutely.
Not celebrating a victory.
The burnout was totally accidental.
Yeah, exactly. They worked so hard to keep that Daytona logo there. Don't blow it for us.
Right.
Oh, my God. Kyle LaValle in the lead over Clay Burns and Diego Tavares. And LaValle in that 717 got the whole shot, held on to it. I think we're looking at Clay Burns. Yeah, there's Burns in second, coming over the jump right now on the 28. And then Diego Tavares on the 740. Aaron Kanenaier 4th and Jordan Hellman 5th. Whoa, we got some fresh talent here in the tower. We've replaced 1 megawatt Matt Watson with Rodney Tomlin.
Well, I don't know how fresh I am, but I'm here.
Yeah. Well, I told you, buddy, you don't look a year over 50.
I am a year over 50, as a matter of fact.
You don't look a year over 50.
I don't look a year. Well,
Very well.
Hey, you know, earlier you guys had Jasmine in studio a little bit ago, and of course we're talking about women's racing. I just wanted to go in there and cap off this talk about the ladies in the sport. I don't know if you've noticed the women's numbers in both ATV and on the two-wheel side of things, but there are 3 different classes. Yesterday's WXC class had nearly 20 riders in it. The women's class had, I think, 17 in it, and then the women's novice class had 13 in it. There was over 40 women racing on 2 wheels yesterday during the GNCC. I just wanted to throw that in there.
That GNCC side of the women's class is growing big time.
It is.
Really cool to hear some of my buddies, for example, at Fly Racing. Hey, we were down doing a photo shoot with Becca Sheets.
Yeah.
You know, knowing that the women's class there is starting to get that kind of attention from the sponsors and the teams. Some pseudo factory rides here and there. So it's blowing up there on the off-road side. And we'll bring in, look, I know I can't call him Mr. Daytona because Scott Russell won the Daytona 200 road race like 15 times, and they called Scott Russell Mr. Daytona, so I can't call you that, but I wish I could because I feel like you are. It's Jeff Stanton joining us in the booth. Not just a 4-time winner, but 4 in a row.
That's impressive.
And look, man, you're one of the more humble 6-time champions I know. But honestly, besides 92, did you even have a battle on your hands at most of these races?
There was a battle. There was some great.
Battle?
Yeah, you know, we had some great racing with Damon Bradshaw.
92, but I feel like most of the years, did you just dominate, or no? Damon was there.
It took half of the race. You know, there was a battle for half the race, and it kind of played out. One year, Bale was in there, though. You know, pretty much the whole way, and maybe till he got tired, and I stretched it out, but. I had a lot of great racing here. It's been a great place.
Because you were always so fit and you knew how brutal this track was, in those first 10 laps, could you stay more relaxed and just say to yourself, we'll see where we're at?
Yeah, exactly. So you want to be in it. And honestly, Saturday, Ken pulled the whole shot, and I told my wife it's over.
Exactly.
So,
I was like, how is anybody catch this guy?
I was really amazed on Saturdays, but, you know, if I play back my deal, you want to be in it for the first 10 laps. Set your bike up for the start, and you know, just mentally outlast everybody. You know, I said on Saturday in an interview, my mom said it to me one time. She says, no matter how much you're hurting, the person behind you hurts equally as bad. So if you can just go 5% more than that person, you know, you're going to win. At some point, it's a mental toughness game too, and so that always stuck with me.
Well, I know you bleed red, and I'm sure you're doing pumped to see the Honda win it, but when Eli Tomac gets in that zone, man, it is something special.
That was unbelievable. I mean, when he got into second, there was like 6 seconds in between in a lap and a half.
God.
Yeah, no. You can't knock it. Eli did great, and, you know, he pushed forward on that mental toughness and made it happen. So I'm a little pissed off because now he's with me at 4.
I know, he really wanted to see it. Yeah,
like, dang it.
That's right.
And
really
so,
wanted to see it.
So now he's going to, you know, next year
He's going after RC now. Look out. He's going to go for 5.
But no, you can't knock it. And, you know, statistics, 90-some% of the people that leave Daytona with a points lead since 1990 win the title. So how can you bet against that?
Well, I think you can see that. I just want to call out our leaders. Kyle LaValle still leading this one. He's led it from the start. Clayburn second, Diego Tavares third, Aaron Kanawire is 4th, Jordan Hellman 5th. I think you can see that motivation. Watson and Tomac came in tied. They both wanted it so bad. Like, they're not, it's a long season. No, they want the points lead now.
Yeah, definitely. You're at the halfway point, and you want the points lead. It was always a good feeling for me to come here and win this race and carry that momentum on for me, because it's the East Coast, you know. Now they go to Indy, and then it's Detroit. For me, that was all home, and, you know, I was back home in Michigan. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that's valuable momentum. Yeah, Detroit, man. What Pontiac Supercross? That one never broke right for you, did it?
No, it never did. I ended up in the hospital probably more than I did on the podium.
That was the home race.
It's that hometown jitters, and, you know, some people can separate that, use that to their advantage.
Right.
I never could for some reason.
So you did feel differently.
Absolutely, yeah. Anybody that tell you that they didn't feel different are lying. Yeah. So for sure, it's the hometown jitters, all your fans and family, and you've just put that added pressure on yourself. It's yourself. That's it.
This became the home race. This seemed like the home race for you, Daytona.
Yeah.
Where it came together. LaValle still leading Burns and Tavares. So you're going to lay down some laps tomorrow, 6 times.
Yeah, we are. You know, they got the vintage race. They got the four-wheeler the National, which is awesome to watch. If anybody's out there and hasn't seen that, I was totally impressed with what those guys on the four-wheeler do.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm more impressed with what those pro guys do on the four-wheeler than I am with what Tomac and Roxon do. I mean, they jump them things like, I mean, it's unbelievable. I've rode a four-wheeler a lot, and to get a four-wheeler to jump and not go from one side to the other and land the thing, I mean, it's an art. So, yeah, four-wheeler national and a lot of vintage racing. We're going to mellow the track out and just go out and have fun with a bunch of older gentlemen that enjoy riding and, you know, just one big family. Have fun with it.
That's awesome. Checkered flag was out. LaValle took it from gate to flag. He is your 30 BC champ. Clay Burns second. Diego Tavares third. Conan Iyer was fourth. Jordan Hellman fifth. Austin Edwards comes through in sixth. Rodney shuffling the paperwork because we lost our Racer X next program.
Yep.
We lost JC Enzo. We sent Jasmine Canfield down to the podium, so now you got to shuffle all the papers for us, Rodney. Sorry about that.
I'm the new intern. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, you're the new intern. Yes.
I'll take that.
I'm middle management, and Stanton's the boss. That's
okay.
how I
Okay.
put it, all right?
Hey, I must say, I went to pick up my wife, and we went across the street to eat at Chipotle and was watching. She does a great job. Jasmine does a great job.
Oh, yeah.
She does.
She does. Wait, you're at Chipotle watching the show.
Yeah, I was watching it on my phone.
Look at that, Racer TV, doing the job.
Hey, I got it. I mean, I'm not good at computers at all. I got to be honest with you. Tim Ritchie sent me the link,
okay.
So I pulled up the text and hit the link. And
I didn't want to say it, but I was almost.
No.
I'm like smartphone mastermind.
No,
here.
my kids aren't here to help me with that. So luckily Tim Ritchie was here and he texted me the link, and so she was doing a great job. She does a good job.
He's just a farm boy, okay?
That's
He's
right.
not a computer guy. This is a highly anticipated class we got out here. Super Mini 1. A giant on this Super Mini is Daxton Bennick, but he's able to make it work and get out front.
Yeah, he got third in the qualifier, it looks like here, but he opens up in this one with the lead, it looks like, in the Super Mini 1.
Not for long. Here comes Towers in the 15.
Wow, Towers did take the win in this one as well, and we've seen a big push for Gavin Towers over the last year or so. I mean, it's a rider we watched grow up, but I'll tell you, since he's hit that Team Green team, wow, he has really lit it up.
And the 23, I think that's DeFrancesco that saw earlier racing Schoolboy against 125s on one of these Super Minis. But right now it's Gavin Towers. Our buddy Wes Kane's been calling this one for a while, calling him all TT money. Watch Gavin Towers when he gets in the Team Green ride. He's going to go next level. Doing it right now. Jeff, you know how important it is to get that confidence and the equipment all rolled into one.
Absolutely, and for these guys, the start is so important.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to be here to watch this race in the 250A race. These kids are absolutely amazingly fast, and so, yeah, I'm rooting for the number 23. He's our guy. So
okay.
Let's see if he can work his way up.
Well, he's making some passes there using the outsides. Early in our main events, we didn't see a lot of line choice, but now you're starting to see the outsides come into play, especially on the smaller bikes to get over this double. They're able to huck it. Yeah, Ryder D not quite able to get to the backside, so I don't know, maybe that outside could come into play. Right now it's Towers, Bennick, Ivan Aldama on the number 7, DeFrancesco on the 23, Trick Rexroad top 5, then Jaden Clough, Dakota Allridge, Devin Sallow, Julian Balmer, and Julian Merlick. That's the top 10.
A clear track is so important. You know, you get that start. You got your own line choice. You can pick and choose whatever line you want. And if you're stuck in that pack, it makes it difficult to get around these guys. So you got to make quick moves.
Well, I asked Tomac after the race Saturday. I'm like, where did that pace come from? And he said, honestly, I just needed to get to clean air. I think he felt he could have gone that fast all day, but he had to get around Barcia and Webb and Anderson. It took him 12 laps to finally have clean air, and then once he got it, it was next level.
That's what we talked about earlier.
Yep.
He got in that clean air, and you can just see so much better, and your line choices are better, and you know where to judge that guy in front of you. You carry your speed into a corner and reel him in, and that's what happened. So we'll see if Ryder can do the same.
Well, Ryder's actually, Ryder's starting to close that gap up. I've been watching this. I know the pressure's been being applied by Dax and Bennick. That's starting to stretch out a little bit up front there. But I think that Ryder's really starting to reel in that second, or was at least starting to reel in this, and is, as we take another look at this, that second place position. So we could see things change up a little bit. And interestingly, I see that Ryder actually DNF'd in qualifying yesterday.
Oh, really? In the heat race here?
Yeah. He started on the all complete outside on the start. He was the last gate pick.
Yeah, so that's impressive.
Yeah, even with that. And that's another thing, Jeff. You know, I mean, you see that sometimes, you know, riders come in and gate choice oftentimes plays a big head game, I think, with folks as much as anybody. But oftentimes, I mean, can that play, is it a disadvantage or an advantage, I mean, whenever you come in like that? Do you think that
No, especially at this place, 100% gate pick. You want to protect the inside and be inside. And so for Ryder, he had to get a perfect jump on the outside to get in front of him to be able to cut over on him. And the guy on the inside just, you know, cruises around and holds his position. So gate pick is huge, physically and mentally.
A third, fourth place start is huge whenever you come from the outside like that. That's pretty good.
All right, but this just in, I got some breaking news. Stanton's in here talking about the importance of starts. Roy Jensen just texted me and said, hey, you're welcome when he held the gate for you one year when they were fixing your bike on the start. So it's not all you sometimes. You need some help.
Sometimes you do need some help. I gave Roy a hug earlier today, and we was talking about that. I won 4 Supercrosses here in a row. On the 5th one on the parade lap, my linkage bolt broke on the parade lap. Jeez. And Roy Jensen literally held the start for like 5 minutes. Everybody's all mad, and they're beating a new bolt back in. It was this epic scene. And I was able to start. And with the adrenaline, it's crazy how it works out. The adrenaline, and they're beating the bike, and I'm standing there not knowing if it's fixed or not. My mechanic's like, just get on it and ride it. So I pull the whole shot, come around, I'm like jumping the triple going, is this linkage bolt even in? You know? So then the mentally thing you talked about, it was over from there. I mean, I salvaged the podium, but there was no 5
That's how the win streak ended.
That's how the win streak ended.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Roy tried to keep it alive for you to the bitter end. You never know, man. So Towers right now, not a huge lead, but just enough. He's not quite
he's
the wheels, but
DiFrancesco getting around Bennick. But the impressive thing is, I mean, he closed the gap on Bennick, but now look how much he's closed on. I mean, he's gone to within 1.6 seconds. The fastest lap that I've seen so far is just in the 57 range, about a 57.6 that I've seen Towers turn so far. A 56.2 is what DiFrancesco turned last time around.
Lappers are going to play a part in this for sure, just like we saw in John Grury's race. With Tony. Lappers are going to play a part here, and so it's important for Towers to get by these guys and get some clean air.
You know, DiFrancesco's had the big ride. Wow, he just closed up a ton right there on that long straightaway.
And there's the lap traffic Jeff was talking about, too.
Well, now it's wheel to wheel. Towers versus DiFrancesco and 5 other riders.
Yep.
Good luck.
We'll see how aggressive Ryder's going to be. He may have to give him a little bump and run, just like we saw in that 45-plus class.
Yeah, it got tight the last turn. It came down to it. Look at this. Towers is going to try to get everybody in one fell swoop. DiFrancesco on the 23 right there to battle for the lead. Oh, Towers able to get away with it.
Yeah, being able to get both of them able to get through there.
Oh, and one of the lap riders goes down.
He's going outside to try to get over that a little cleaner.
This will be interesting here. This next lap rider could spell maybe some trouble here for these riders. Nope, going to get out of the way. So now it's these two. It looks like it's going to be a shootout to the checkers for these guys now.
We should be running out of laps here pretty soon.
Big jump combo from DiFrancesco side by side as the white flag's coming out. Oh. Now he shoots to the inside.
Whoa.
Towers covers it. That was close. I thought he had the drive down the straightaway to make it happen. Well, you're going to have to get aggressive now, Jeff.
That's what I say. We may see the same thing we saw from Gru. We'll see if Ryder watch that race or not, see where he can set him up. He's going to have to set him up and make an aggressive inside pass to make it happen.
Starting on the outside, how's he going to play it? Will he cut down? Oh, Towers able to block it again. DiFrancesco with an inside run. Can he get it? And DiFrancesco goes down. Oh, man. Is he okay? Is he going to get it back on the bike? He can salvage.
I think he's going to be all right personally, but I think as much as anything, a lot of frustration in that one, seeing that one slip away.
So Gavin Towers going to hold on They weren't letting off on the last lap.
No,
they came together.
They both wanted that one.
They both wanted to win, unfortunately for Ryder. But, hey, awesome job by Gavin to make it happen.
Yes.
So the rider out of Pennsylvania looking to take the win. Jackson Bennett. Are you taking it again? What do you think, Jeff? Is this all fair in racing?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Gavin just spun out a little bit, just come over in front of him. It's just racing. Nothing either one of them could do about it.
He didn't hook up in that rut. You see that he came up a little bit, lost a little bit, and that was just enough.
Well, that was some great racing. Bennett will inherit second after DeFrancesco has a crash. Shaden Clough is going to end up third. I'll tell you this about DeFrancesco. I know he's had the big Team Green ride and some of the big outside sponsors for a long time. So I think a lot of people are like, this kid gets stuff handed to him. He is always in a battle. I feel like he is a fighter. I feel like on the racetrack, the dude is scrapping for it all the time.
Yeah, no, he's super aggressive. Great family. I mean, you can't knock any one of these guys out there in that 80 class. They're all super fast. I love watching all of them.
Yeah.
And they've taken it to a new level in today's world.
Gavin Towers, Daxton Bennett, Jaden Clough, 1, 2, and 3. Julian Bomer in the number 4 spot. Dakota Aldridge in 5th. Trip Rexroth with 6. Casey Cochran in 7th. Jade Smirlick in 8th. Ryder DeFrancesco does cross the line in 9th. And looks like Devin Salo rounds out your top 10 in that Super Mini 112 to 15.
So that is going to be a hard one for any other race to match. Last lap battle for the win. Hurriedly typing all the notes here so I can remember everything that happened this year so I can be accurate about it. You never know these amateur ranks. Someone's like, remember when I came from last to first? And I'm like, no, that's not actually the way it happened, Like, in amateur racing, the tails get a little tall at times.
Another full gate start with a pile up in the first turn.
Yeah, it does happen. 201 is off to the whole shot. Go ahead.
That's Cash and Cross. He actually took the win in the qualifier in that one on the KPS suspension-backed ride. He's on a Kawasaki. He's out of Hazlet, New Jersey. Grabbing the early lead in this one.
Oh, Hazlet, New Jersey. I've done plenty of time there. I got a whole bunch of relatives from Hazlet right there on the boardwalk. What was impressive about Cross, he was racing earlier. He crashed twice and still ended up finishing third. It was the same corner that got him 2 times. So now that he's out front, see if he can manage it and bring this championship home.
Well, Ryder said he had to worry about in the qualifier was James Runyon out of Ottawa, Tennessee. He finished second. The 87 Slash. Dalton Heltz out of LaPlace, Louisiana was third. We had the 832 Edward Lee out of West Palm Beach in fourth. Matthew Fry, the 52 out of, looks like out of Canada there. Quite possibly rounded out the top 5 in this 250C limited class, and they qualified. Second in here at the end of lap number 1, it's Cash and Cross with Edward Lee in the number 2 spot. Dalton Heltz in the number, or actually it's Lee in second and Heltz in third. Sawyer Shoemaker, the 319 in fourth. Cale Thorpe in 5th, and Damon Nadrasic is your 6th place ride. Isaiah Schutz in 7th. 8th place Madison Booth. Ryan Fleming in 9th. And Billy Andrews rounds out your top 10 there at the end of that first lap. And honestly, there's quite a bit of changes from, at least on this opening lap, to what we saw in the top 10 finish, I think. A few names definitely in there, but they're mixed up. This ought to be interesting to see how this one sorts out. We'll probably see some good passing and some good action in this 250C class.
So right now, Cash and Cross and Edward Lee and Dalton Heltz are saying there, Rodney. So this is cool when you get those full gates, as you're mentioning there, Jeff. This race wasn't around for a long time. You raced it as a kid. It took a while to really catch the momentum. I'd say 6-7 years ago, you started to see the big names. And that's really the key. You want to chase certain guys. I don't know if guys are chasing you or you were chasing others. Back then, you didn't have the internet to know who was going where. But I know you probably wanted to go where the faster kids were.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you want to be the best, you got to go race against the best. You can't just be home practicing by yourself and think you're going to get anywhere. And that's what my dad and I did early or late in my amateur career, is we went to all the pro nationals and raced all the amateur stuff.
Really?
For one, you see the track.
Yep.
You see the track, so you know what you're getting involved in, down the road. And there's usually all the fastest amateurs at those events. So if you want to race them, you got to be there with them.
Did it end up being a lot of the guys that you raced as a pro, or does it all work out differently? Like guys you battled as amateurs, did they end up being rivals as a pro, or did it all work out differently?
No, not really. So the guys I battled with in Michigan, they were mostly East Coast 125 guys,
okay.
and they were, the Todd DeHoops. Todd's going to be here tomorrow, doing the vintage thing with us. There was a lot of local Michigan guys
Tommy Watts. Does that name ring a bell?
He's Michigan? Or is that a guy you battled?
That's a guy I battled with early or
Yep.
late in my amateur career, and he did a couple of years on the big bikes there. And so not a lot of them made it to that elite level. But it's funny, we talked about it last night at dinner. You know, I had a lot of great battles with Damon Bradshaw, and Damon Bradshaw and myself came up through the ranks on Yamahas through our amateur support. He was on a mini bike.
Oh, but you knew each other from that.
Oh, we were best buddies. Yeah,
Really?
I was
I
on
never knew this.
Oh yeah, I was on a 250 and he was on a mini bike, and so we were best, kind of best buddies growing up. And then, he made it quickly into the 125 East Coast, and then into the, into the Supercross class, and had many great battles with him.
Right.
But it's funny how it plays out.
Yeah.
I got to hang out with Damon a lot. He was in Atlanta there 2 weeks ago, and one of the things he was telling me that he's most shocked at with today's riding, he's like, I would ride, but then I would go play ride. It's like I could never ride the same Supercross track 3 days a week for 4 or 5 months. I don't know how these guys do it. And we're telling them, we're like, dude, there is no play riding going on anymore. If you are riding, you're on a stopwatch.
Yeah.
Alvin Baker is not letting his guys go do whips in the hills. Damon could not wrap his head around that. I don't know how it worked for you. I don't know how you feel about that, but it was shocking to hear that from him.
I did a lot of motos. I did a lot of laps.
Yeah.
I had to do that mentally, so I knew that I was ready.
Okay.
If I did all my motos and all my laps and did all my training, I was on the start line Saturday night knowing that I was ready. I couldn't just go play ride a little bit and ride one moto a day, and so
that was what worked for him.
That's what worked for him.
Right.
And so then we look back on it. I love Damon, but did it really work for him?
Hey, I mean, you're 6-time, bro.
No, well,
hey,
Dave, I get along great with him, but
and that's a very good point, because obviously he got distracted by something, and it wasn't. I think a lot of it, you're right, could be where he wasn't focused nearly as much as what you were.
Yeah, and going back to what these guys do now, everything's on a stopwatch. I mean, you just follow social media, you'll see that all the KTM guys, they're at Baker Factory, just bam, 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 stopwatch, 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 and so it's managing that. How do we do that and keep that intensity throughout the Supercross season and the outdoor season, and not stay healthy, and stay healthy, and not get sick and wore out. Whether you want to hear it or not, Ken may be in that position. Wore himself out too thin years ago, and it's kind of still
and never quite got
still lingering.
Yeah.
Still lingering. Whether you want to hear it or not, Saturday night, maybe that was a situation. It wasn't hot, but we continue to hear that he's kind of top secret with everything, but. Maybe he wore himself out so thin years ago that it's not going to recover.
Yeah, they don't want to. Well, as you said, when you're out of the track and you want to know the other guy's suffering as bad as you, so the riders don't want to let everybody advertise.
Right.
Hey, by the way, I'm about to get tired with 5 minutes to go.
Right.
So we'll never know for sure.
Yeah. So it's where I'm going with that is it's managing that consistent. I mean, every day is like a race. It's lap times, but you can only do that so many days. Months, years throughout your career, and still be able to keep that level and the intensity.
Yeah, I think that's why we hear a lot about the Epstein-Barr situation with a lot of folks. Overtraining, you have that a lot. Yeah.
I'm going to throw out Cash and Cross. He's held it on this time. No problems with the crashes like he had earlier today. Still leading. Dalton Held second. No real changes in the order. Edward Lee, James Runyon, Sawyer Shoemaker fifth. David Mizrazic sixth. Madison Booth seventh. Chase Patton, Ryan Fleming, and Seth Whitton. That's your top 10, but there it is. Cash and Cross crossing the checkered flag, and he will get the championship that eluded him this morning. He's your 250 C Limited champ. We're back with the 250 B Limited, one of the fastest classes out here, the B class. That'll be a really fun one to watch. That'll be up next. 250B Limited. So some good bench racing here with Jeff Stanton in the booth with us. Jason Wygant, Rodney Tomlin, RacingTV.com. Everybody has pretty much a training facility in Florida, so to speak, but I know that this time of year you guys would come down here in Gatorback, Supercross is maybe nearby. Where would you guys operate out of? Like, where would you live? Hotels?
Yeah.
Fox vans?
Yeah.
Hotels, straight up.
Yeah.
Really?
So we would go, back in the day, we'd go from Gainesville and stay in Ocala.
Okay.
And the Ocala facility. There was a motorcycle track in Ocala.
Okay.
And we'd stay there and ride all week, ride in the sand. They'd build some jumps for us and just get prepped for that. And then go from Ocala over to here and hang out at Bike Week all week. It was. I mean, so the Supercross kind of kicks it off now. Back in the day,
that's right.
The Supercross was the end. And so we would come over here on Wednesday, enjoy the whole bike week, go down to Main Street, still get some riding in locally, and it's a little bit different now. That, like I said, it kicks it off. So I'm pumped to be here all week and go down to Main Street and hang out and watch some other different races. I was at the dirt track last night in Volusia County, watched those guys. I love dirt track. I love it.
Cool.
Yeah, and so watch Jared Mees and Carver and all the guys yesterday.
It's crazy that they will do that. Like it's almost like a warm-up race for them. They'll make a little money, but their series starts Saturday. But dude, they're out. They're bounty hunters.
Yeah,
if there's a race, they're going.
Yeah, if there's a $500 purse,
yeah,
they're all there, dude.
Exactly. All right, our 250B Limited is underway. Passion Cross just got that title in 250C. Our heat race winner was Jack Chambers, and Dylan Kuna was second.
Hard to believe Jack's riding this 250B limited class. Seems like only yesterday we were calling it.
Cycles.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, so they grew up quick. Tyler Evans, we want to watch this one, by the way. He won 450B earlier today. And green flag flying. No, it's the 42 of Adam Vernon has taken over the lead from the familiar confines of Cairo, Georgia. That's where a lot of the riders live and train these days. Maximo Casares third. Dylan Kuna is fourth, and Noah Wilbrandt, that's their top five on lap one. So, our bad. We actually had a little glitch. It actually is Chambers in the lead. Smerdon is second. It was just that Chambers' lead is so big already, he's not in the screen. He's already gone. He's 2 turns ahead.
Wow.
So Chambers.
He's got some of that clean air.
Yeah. That's right. Wait a minute. Now we got a rider down. I think that might have been Smerdon, the second place rider.
Yep.
Yeah, that was 42. So second place is down. That's going to give Chambers an even bigger lead, Rodney.
Yeah, there were several folks that got through there. I mean, he already had a 5-second lead.
Couldn't choose which line he wanted in the split lane. Let's do a little of both.
That's Dylan Kuna. Yeah, Kuna was running fourth. He moved up to third, too. So a couple of different changes he just stopped in. A couple guys moving up, a few guys moving back. Chambers still out front. That lead now, 9 seconds.
Well, he was sprinting on the first lap, pulled away, and then 2 riders went down. So now the lead is gigantic. It's 16 of Casares. It was in that spot, but it looks like Wilbrandt on that 54 just got him, Jeff. So
we got a great battle, second, third, fourth on back.
Yep.
Chambers has got some clean air he can check out. So we'll see how this the podium's going to finish up here.
Look, man, I know you're not a guy that's very filtered. When you see guys following each other in the same lines, does that drive you nuts?
Drives me nuts.
I knew it. I knew it would.
Yeah, you can't follow. You can't follow. We saw that with Ryder. He's trying to move all over. He went inside. The other guy went outside. You got to get around him. You can't follow him and eat their dirt.
Yeah. Old habits die hard. You're not going to get over that ever. So Chambers' lead is even bigger. And we're waiting on Wilbrandt to come through. He's got it in second. He's got the clean air now. Let's see if he can close in.
Yeah, look, I mean, big changes again. It looks like Wilbrandt up to second, you said. Maximo Higgins and Gray Jackson. Jackson's been right there in that top 5, but he's been kicked around a little bit. Tyler Evans also in 5th place. So, yeah, that front 5 looking totally different than what we saw there at the end of that first lap. That's for sure.
My Michigan man Noah's kind of stretching out second place a little bit, too. He's got a little gap in between him there. You can see that. A second gap over third.
So Michigan riders, okay, first, back then, did you have to get out of there in the winter? Would there be times where you were just stuck up there? How did it work for you when you were an amateur?
No, you're out of there in the
winter.
winter.
Out of there?
Yeah, so when I was an amateur, I actually came down here. My grandparents lived down here in Winter Haven, so I would come down here and ride all winter. And even professionally, I figured after Daytona, that's when I would go back home.
Okay.
It's borderline. Like it was 70 at Michigan yesterday. Everybody was riding.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. We didn't have hardly any snow this year, so I always figured after Daytona, I would go to Michigan and get into my Supercross training, and so it's that time.
Yeah, so you're in California basically until then.
Yeah, professionally I was California November through Daytona, and then go back to Michigan.
16 is under serious pressure. Casares got Gray Jackson and the 85 of Tyler Evans trying to get him, so good battling here. Hey, where were the hot spots in California then? We know everybody, the chest tracks are in Corona now. Guys live in like Temecula. Where were you guys?
So early on, Simi Valley.
Okay.
I'm sure you've heard of Simi Valley.
Yeah.
Honda had their
Honda
test.
Land?
Honda
Okay.
Land. They had their test track there. Johnny Omer and I lived in Simi Valley.
Okay.
So early on, it was Honda Land, and then that got shut down, and then I moved out to Temecula, where they all went on.
Even back then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's been in the same area for many a years.
But probably looks a whole lot different now.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
It's grown up.
Yeah.
Jack Chambers, 12 seconds the lead.
Wow.
He's flying right now.
Yeah, he's got it dialed in. He's running a second and a half to nearly 2 seconds a lap faster than everyone the last couple of laps. Well, that's pretty evident. You're looking at 5 laps. He's got 12 seconds a gap, so that's about 2 seconds faster a lap than everyone out there.
Good battle here. 85 Tyler Evans. Don't let the jersey fool you. It says 58. I don't understand. The bike says 85. And Gray Jackson on the 77. They're trying to get to 16 right now. Ganging up on him.
Great battle for third, the last podium spot. All those guys are bunched right up.
There he is. Oh, almost had a wheel on the inside of Jackson. 58-85, either way you look at it. He's going quick through these split lanes. Couldn't get the double out of there, and that's going to allow Evans to pull up alongside. Will he make the pass? He does. One double at the beginning of the straightaway, and then eventually it all worked out. Got that drive. 16 of Maximo Tavares, or Casares out of Miami. Third, Noah Wilbrandt. Second, Jack Chambers. 13 seconds out front. I think we're doing 10 laps of these B classes.
Yeah, 10 laps. We're winding down. 3 laps to go.
Yep.
Wow, I'm amazed at how many changes there have been over the course of the last few laps. It seems like this top 10, they're shuffled around. There's a lot of passing going on out there right now. Right now we got Chambers, Wilbrandt, and Sakara is still 1, 2, and 3. Gray Jackson's been holding pretty steady in that 4th place position. Tyler Evans is finally up to 5th. Grimaldi and Hoffman and Eddie Norred and Dylan Kuna, he dropped back, but he's trying to find his way back up. I think he was outside the top 10 in 11th a couple of laps ago. So these guys are really going at it. Evan Hamowitz was up a little further. He dropped back to the number 10 spot now. But it looks like they may be starting to settle in here as lap 7 is starting to.
It's going to be interesting. Casares on that 16's been dealing with pressure the whole race. Looks like Evans trying to get him, and lap traffic in front of them. Showing a wheel. Oh! It all funneled together.
Jeff looked away when they came through the same line. He just looked away from the TV.
Yeah.
Three-man battle for that podium spot, that 3rd place.
It's on the line right now. 250B limited. Casares, Evans, and the 26 is 5th. That's Blaze Grimaldi. Then it's Jackson Gray now back to 6th. Garrett Hoffman 7th. Eddie Nord 8th. Dylan Kuna after a crash is 9th. And Evan Hamowitz is 10th. Should be 2 to go now. Lap 8.
Wow, Jack Chambers really on a different level here today than what we've seen in the past. I don't know what he's doing different or what anybody else is doing different out there, but man, I mean, already 15 and a half seconds. I just watched that last lap time, 2.5 seconds faster than the next fastest guy on the racetrack.
That's that clean track we were talking about. He pulled the start, just riding his own race, being real smooth, doing a great job.
Gonna make a name for himself. Chambers proving he can ride the bigger bikes now. If he dominates his 250B thing all the way to the end. Now the white flag is out. Wilbrandt solid in 2nd. There's the 102 at Chambers, getting that white flag. Rider out of Auburndale, Florida, and absolutely laying it down. 15 seconds to lead over Wilbrandt. It's pretty fun. We got Jasmine Canfield on the podium, working the podiums now with David Eisner at DMX Radio. So giving some riders experience in a variety of roles. It's part of what we're calling the RacerX Next program. She was excited to get down there. Jasmine was pumped to do these podiums, yeah.
Yeah, that's where all the fun is, because that's where everybody's happy.
Yeah, that's right. He's got good memories of the podium here at Daytona. So here's Jack Chambers putting it all together on the number 102. On the Rides Unlimited, as we like to call it, the richest team in amateur motocross. Greg Chrysler, the team owner, going to probably give him a shiny new Rolex. He's actually going to give him 4 Rolexes that are 22 inches large and use them as the rims on his truck. That's how much money this team rolls with. Rides Unlimited. Backed also by BTO Sports, 7MX, Scott Goggles, FMF, and Dunlop, and Gizmo Mods.
I think there's a little bit of – Jack actually had a little bit of a problem there a couple of turns before the finish. And, I mean, he dropped his lap time to a 1:01 there, so he lost about 4 seconds there. Still finishes the race, I think, about 13 to 14, 16.2 seconds ahead of everybody else. And he even had a little problem there on that with the last couple of turns, it looked like.
Roger Limited, cool team. They spend a lot of money. They help a lot of kids. They're kind of like a, they'll graduate guys to the factory level if they can get that ride. But it's a good little starting point. And we've seen guys, Cade Nameron, who won earlier today, started on that team, won a title at Loretta's. Now he's on the Yamaha program. So maybe Jack Chambers, chance to get discovered with a team that gives you some support. Not a factory team, but they're rolling out a semi. They'll get practice bikes, mechanics, and all that. It helps.
It's an opportunity.
Yeah.
You give a guy an opportunity, you never know where he can run with it. And in today's world, it's super, super important. I mean, it's not getting any easier to get those factory rides. So if you get a little bit of help, you can go a long ways with it.
Okay, now he's got a championship, so congratulations to Jack Chambers, and that'll do it for 450B Limited. And we're underway. We're going to switch back to the small bikes. What do we got there, Rodney? 65, 7 to 9. Looking at the 44, I think, grabbing the whole shot there. I'm going to try to find it.
Was it the 444 maybe?
Could be triple fours.
Yeah, triple four.
Wyatt Duff out of Lexington, Kentucky on a Troy Lee Designs back machine. He actually finished, looks like, second place in the qualifier.
Okay, trying to win in the main event. Heat races and mains. Oh, tiptoeing to the inside. Well, that's not following, Jeff. But
no, he made the pass around the outside.
Yep. Ruts are deep for the 65, so the outside worked better. They also want to use the outside to try to get this double. Here we go. Close enough.
They got over it.
Yeah. So the 444 continues to lead. That looks like 432 in second.
Timothy Scott.
Timothy Scott at Hagerstown, Maryland. Beeline Racing, third in the heat race. 9 years old. Oh, he tried the double-ended, Scott. And the casing actually slowed him up. Side by side for second place. Meanwhile, that 444 of Wyatt Duff still has the lead. So Scott got past. Travis Johnsmeyer on number 15 is up to second. So let's see if he can challenge for the lead.
A nice little three-way battle here between those three youngsters.
Yeah. Oh, coming right back at him is Scott on the inside. This is going to be a drag race down this straight. I don't even know how you would describe those obstacles between jumps. They're just kind of random bumps.
Yeah.
Just deal with it. Whatever it's going to be.
Probably no rhythm for these little guys whatsoever through there.
Well, we were talking about the podcast I did last night about what the track was like Saturday, but our buddy Jason Thomas is on there, and he goes, you go back even further than him, he's like, you guys don't know what Daytona was like. He's like, I first raced there in 97. It would be like grass, clay, and sand in like a 6-inch spot on the track all at once.
Yeah, it was much different. And what I say from the difference between now and back then is when I raced, there was 40 guys.
That's big. That's a big difference.
Well, yeah, it's twice the bikes on the track at once. You know, now it's a 20-man gate.
Right.
When I was racing, they started a 40-man gate.
Wow.
And I was here when they had a 20-man gate, 2 rows, 20 guys in the front, 20 guys in the back.
Wow.
And so that track would just get tore up big time.
Yeah. Poor Bill France, just seeing you guys digging deeper and deeper into this darn grass.
Right. Well, we got to continue the great battle with these three guys up front. Duff still holding the lead on these guys.
Closer.
It is.
Johnsmeyer got the second. He made that pass at the end of lap 1, and look, he's got a beat on the lead, and he's bringing a big group with him. Timothy Scott and Christopher Harris, the top 4, all in the camera shot together.
Hey, I bet Wyatt Duff's heart rate's up there, but I bet his dad's heart rate is even higher sitting in the stands watching.
Hold on to it. And under pressure right now?
The one to watch right now is the number 12 of Christopher Harris.
Oh, pass from the lead, Rodney. Got to the inside. Johnsmeyer making the move on Duff. A little block pass there, so Duff's going to try to come back. Down to the left side. He thought about it.
He thought about running it in.
And now they're going to go through the split lane. Johnsmeyer and Duff battling for the lead.
Which one's quicker? Duff to the inside and gets him.
He got the double, though, the 15, trying to come back. So good job by Duff to get him back. Johnsmeyer going to have to dig deep.
Nice inside pass on the lapper for Duff.
And it could go back and forth again. Duff and Johnsmeyer about equal on speed, so it's line choice. And Timothy Scott, don't give up on him in third. He's only a second behind them. So this is a great battle. Johnsmeyer out of Fleischmann's, New York. Duff out of Lexington, Kentucky.
The lappers are going to play a part in this as well. If Duff can clear those lappers and gain another second on them, we're just about to the halfway point.
Oh, and almost contact between the lap rider and your leader, Duff.
Yeah, that could have been huge for the second place ride. But I think once these guys get out through these riders, this ought to turn back into a great duel between these two. But again, I'm saying keep an eye on Christopher Harris. He's up to fourth place position behind Timothy Scott right now. He's less than a second behind, about 3/4 of a second. He was turning about 2 to 3 second faster lap times coming up through the pack there just a few moments ago. So he could be still someone to watch. I think he could be a factor in this one with only 3 laps down, now 4 laps down in this one.
Yeah, the moto's running about out. Duff's pulled a little bit of a lead. He's got a little bit of a cushion there.
Harris keeps gaining, but not nearly as much as what we were expecting to see him gain there. But look at that, still in that lap traffic. 2 seconds now is what separates those guys. So Duff is actually utilizing that traffic to his advantage right now.
He for sure is.
Riders down, so more traffic to deal with in this right-hander. Johnsmeyer not giving up on it. Just trying to stay in striking distance. If it's a mistake, he'll try to take advantage.
Just keep him in sight. You never know what's going to happen those last couple of laps with lappers.
Should be coming in front of the TV booth here pretty soon.
This should be a white flag lap coming up.
Yep. Lap 5 is what we're working on right now. So, wow, man, you got to hand it to Wyatt Duff. He's had the pressure applied. He's had the test applied with the lap traffic, and he's passed every one of them so far.
All right.
Here it is, last lap battle right here. Let's see who can handle the pressure.
Johnsmeyer to the inside. Nice job switching it up. They've got riders stalled bikes all over the place.
And he goes to the lead.
So
Man.
Johnsmeyer on the last lap able to make it happen. There's a rider stuck on the top of that off camber. They didn't know where to go, and Johnsmeyer played it right. So Johnsmeyer, second time he's led this one.
Oh, look at there. Duff jumps it and passes him.
Jumped right over him.
Wow.
What a great last lap battle here.
Oh, you can see Johnsmeyer ramping it
mad,
back up.
isn't he?
Yeah, he's trying to go back after him. So that's 2 passes now after the white flag already. Both have to go wide to get this double. It could come down to this. Can either one get it cleaner than the other? Close enough. Just get over to the top of that. All right, in the split lane. You got to go whatever way the guy goes in front of you. You got to take the other, and he does. Here it is. Which line's going to be better? Duff in the lead.
Oh, great battle. Congratulations to both of those kids.
Duff fighting back. He got past. He passes him back on the last lap, and he will win 65-79. That was awesome, Rodney.
That was a good one, and definitely I love the passes like that. 2 passes on the last lap. I mean, how often do you get a chance to see something like that? That's impressive. So Duff takes a win. Actually, Christopher Harris is what we're going to see, the number 12 across the finish line in second. Don't know what happened to Travis Johnsmeyer, but looks like he's dropped off the third. Then, of course, we've got Timothy Scott, the 432. He drops off a spot there, too. So it looks like there in the last little bit, last couple turns or last straightaway there, Braden Cumberford moving up to 4th place position. We see Gage Brown now in the number 5 position. And as we look at 6th through 10th, it looks like Austin Meade will finish in the number 6 spot. Timothy Scott drops all the way back to 7th. So he must have made a little bit of a mistake there after we saw him out of that turn. Jackson McCarty in 8th, Brayton Craiglow in 9th, and still Kelly rounding out your top 10. That's what the top 10 look like here in the 65cc 7 and 9. But again, Wyatt Duff taking the win and the championship here at this MX versus ATV All-Out Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross.
This is one of the next classes we want to watch, 250A, huh?
Yep,
Kind of
250A.
the next level guys.
Could be the fastest of the entire event right here in 2:58. This will be a good one.
Seth Hammaker coming into this one with the win. Colin Park, saw some great rides out of him just a few months ago down at Minneo's. He finished second. Jace Kessler, another rider, putting in some good shows. He was third. Nathan Augustin in fourth. And
Hammaker had the whole shot and goes down on the first
That's
jump.
in a bad spot right there.
Bike probably going to get run over. I think he's okay, but man, Hammaker dialed that start and then goes down on the first jump, takes another rider with him.
That's Christopher Lauro.
Yeah.
Out of North Kensington, Rhode Island, the 334 down in that one. But look who's out front, Colin Park.
Colin Park, good job. You called that.
You know, and Colin is one of those riders that I've been keeping an eye on the last several years. It seems like, you know, he's been in a great position, but he never has been able to seal the deal quite like he should have at some of those majors and some of the amateur nationals. He had a great run at Loretta Lynn's last year, but he had an amazing run at Minneo's in 2019, and he is riding high off the wave of confidence coming into this new season, I think.
Jack Rogers is second, Trey Fegert third, Christopher Blackmer and Jace Kessler round out the top 5. And shout out Jordan Jarvis in 6th. Solid run in the A-class right now. Not here to run women's class or anything like that, man. She's racing the guys and running 6th right now. Gerhard Matamoros 7th, Nathan Augustin 8th, Logan Boyd 9th, and Dawson Riker. That's your top 10. So nicely done for Colin Park. Going to be fun to see how far up Hammaker can go from next to last. He's in a battle right now where we see him out of our booth. He's going to be eating sand and roost the entire race.
He's going to be eating a lot of dirt.
Look at this battle. I mean, he just passed 4 or 5 guys. Going for more. Hammaker's first race back, missed a lot of time with some injuries last year. But the Team Green, they say, well, the one thing they do, they don't put anyone on a specific schedule. They said don't rush back because you have to race pro or Supercross at a certain time. When you're ready, we'll be ready. We'll have a spot for you, so don't rush it. So his comeback begins after missing all of last year right now. Looks fast, but the result's not going to happen with that first lap crash. Fun to watch this, though, Jeff. He is everywhere we go. He's passing guys.
Yeah, he's moving. He's using the whole track, inside, outside, just holding it on that extra second inside, making some good passes.
And this is the A-class, folks, so these guys are not slouches that he's getting by. He's into 13th already on the number 510 rider out of Pennsylvania. Park continues to lead Rogers and Fegert.
Wow. I got to say, I'm very impressed with Hammaker's performance here today. You know, I've watched him grow up through the amateur ranks, but today, I mean, like you said, it's been a while since we've actually had a chance to see him ride, and man, he has really gone next level here in the 258 class.
Trying to get into the top 10 now is Hammaker. Park continues to lead Rogers and Fegert. Park just inching away just a bit. More passes made. Just got around the 10 of Gerhard Matamoros. So he's 8th.
Wow.
I don't know. Don't count out a podium at least.
I think he's got it in him.
Man, he sure looks quick right now, Hammaker. I like Hammaker's story. It was, I don't know about now, but even a few years ago when he first came to the A-class, was still living in Pennsylvania. Not able to ride through the winter all the time. Still showed up at the races, still went fast, making more passes. He just passed Logan Boyd, so that's going to be 7th. Now in the split lane, he's got Kessler in the 53. Oh, and a rider in front makes a mistake. Another pass. Oh, and Kessler! That was unbelievable. A straight up front flip. No, it wasn't Kessler. My mistake. I thought it was Kessler right ahead. He survived.
Chris Blackmer.
Blackmer went down.
Yeah. Look at Hammaker coming through the pack at a 55.9, and leaders out front with a 55.7. So
he's been matching that the last 3 or 4 laps. He and Colin Park have been matching the lap times, and Park is up front with free and clear air.
Traffic, yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to go for a podium and more. He's battling for 4th, trying to get around Fegert on the 69. Here's the replay. Blackmer.
That nose just dropped.
That hurt.
Yeah.
That hurt.
Yeah, I think that hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
What happened? Did he miss a gear?
Missed a gear. Just
nosedive hard.
Seat bounced and bogged and came right over.
Yeah, I think the front wheel missed the lip on the takeoff. Man, so Blackmer's going to be out of this one. They're fighting for a podium spot. Park continuing to lead Rogers.
Yeah, look at that lap of Hammaker, 55.9, and the leader was a 56.1. So he's going quicker than the leader is through traffic passing these guys. That's impressive.
He has a little bit of open track for now as he's got to try to get to Kessler and Rogers. And this is a lap he can make up ground because he doesn't have anyone right in front of him. There's a pretty big gap, though, between Kessler in third and Rogers in second. There's Cullen Park on that 43, the Yamaha, out of Claremont, Florida, not too far away. Claremont, Florida, that's kind of the hot spot. That's where all these tracks in Florida are. Kind of a random spot how it got picked, where Alden Baker's placed there. Ken Roxon rides the sandbox at Claremont. Blake Baggett's track at Claremont. You got 3 tracks all within a couple miles of each other. There's Blackmer's bike being pushed off after that huge endo. Cullen Park sure on the gas here, Rodney. Looks good.
Yep, he's certain. Like I said, I mean, we've been watching him progress through the amateur ranks, and you know, I was looking at some results. He was one of our top 10 finishers in the first ever Ricky Carmichael Supercross in the 65cc class.
Really?
Yeah, I was looking through that when I was looking for Jasmine and.
Oh no, Hammaker's down again. Pushing the envelope, I'm sure, Jeff. He's probably letting it all hang out.
Yeah, just pushed it a little too hard in that corner, washed the front end, but just up that quick and back at it. I still believe he's going to make it to the podium. We still got 9 laps to go, long race, so he'll push forward.
Got to get Chase Kessler, the rider out of Michigan. He's in third into the split lane. Is that Kessler right there? Yes, it is. We're watching the replay.
Yeah.
Tipped over.
Track really starting to get challenging out there as we talk about Daytona being a challenging and rough racetrack, but Seth Hammaker back on it, dialed in. He's got Chase Kessler right in his sights now. Said .129 is what the official timing and scoring is saying, but I almost have to think it's a little closer than that.
That battle for that third spot right there.
Kessler, whoa, way up on top of the berm, so the inside didn't work. Now the outside doesn't work for Hammaker either.
Boy, if he'd have made that work, it would have been slick. Look at that.
He's got it.
Yeah. Even after that mistake just before that, losing a little bit of time, I mean, he is riding rails. I mean, a rocket ship right now.
Great move. He set him up the turn before, cut underneath him, and just stayed lower off that jump. Great move by Hammaker.
Just amazes me how he hasn't lost any focus, even after tipping it over and nearly blowing that line there coming around the outside. He has not lost any focus whatsoever in his mission to get to the front of the pack.
Well, we'll see what his lap times can be. We got, 8 laps to go, and he's 13 seconds behind second place, so he'll have his work cut out for him to get to that second spot.
Massive mistake, yeah.
But impressive either way, coming from on the ground last to third.
Yeah, there's another thing, Kevin. Yeah, I mean, there's another thing. Talk about focus, coming from last, having those little mistakes and still staying focused and making the pass within 2 turns after making a little mistake. I mean, it wasn't much, but
it'd be easy just to give up when you're laying on the ground and got hit by 3 or 4 guys, but picked up, rebounded, and shows everybody that he wants to be a champion.
Yeah, it sure does.
That's what his sponsors want to see. They don't want to see him pull off and ho hum.
Yep.
He wants to see him rebound and go back at it.
Well, he's certainly given his sponsors what they pay for. There's no doubt. He's got all heart out there trying to push that machine to the front of the pack. The next victim could be Jack Rogers, as we see that gap now shrunk down to 2.6 seconds between he and the second place position, and that was at the finish line. Now it's tighter than that as we are halfway through this lap.
Yeah, so that last lap of Hammaker, 54.8 compared to Rogers, 58. He caught him by 4 seconds that lap.
Wow, and look how fast the real estate is closing in between that second and third place right now. As we work on lap number 10 here, Seth Hammaker riding the dream that rides are made of.
Rogers has been all alone for most of this race, and all of a sudden, footsteps.
Now he's got big pressure.
Yeah, big pressure. And that's got to play a little mind game for you, being by yourself like that for so long, and then all of a sudden, this coming up behind you.
How is Rogers going to handle it? All of a sudden, things change in a hurry. Hammaker
Wow.
to the inside. That's the jump that cost him, and he crashed at the beginning of the race, and he uses it to take over second. So he's passed all but 2 riders. There was one guy that got up behind him at the beginning, and he's in second place right now. Unbelievable comeback.
Now the gap, 16 seconds between first and second when they came through the finish line into lap number 2. So be interesting to see now that a little bit of free track ahead of Hammaker, whether or not he'll be able to reel in Park any whatsoever. But like I say, he's likely going to run out of time, but hey, the way he's riding right now, any mistakes could afford him a win here today. Any mistakes on the part of Park, but Park seems to be riding pretty flawlessly himself today.
No, great ride by Parks. You know, pull the whole shot, clean air, but impressive Hammaker.
Yeah.
Coming from last, 2 seconds plus a lap faster. Great ride.
These are the ones that you remember too. You know, when I go home at night and I start thinking about racing, these are the rides that I recall and remember for a long time. And I love to see a rider come from adversity like that and overcome it. I think it's just amazing.
Four laps to go. We'll see if he can reel that gap in. He knocked off 3 seconds. He was 3 seconds a lap quicker than Park on that lap. So he'll chase that gap down a little bit.
Oh yeah. So the one thing that Colin Park cannot afford to do is to relax at this point, even deep in the lap traffic. He's got to keep the momentum moving forward. He's got to keep his focus for the next 4 laps of racing, because Seth Hammaker is rolling, and any mistakes that be made will certainly afford Seth Hammaker some great opportunities. 11.2 seconds now separate those guys. So that's been a almost 5.5 second makeup that we've seen Seth make in the last couple laps.
And the bad part for Park is he's got all the lappers.
Exactly.
You know, once Park goes by, the lappers kind of know somebody else is coming, so that's hurting him a little bit.
And I always hear you guys say, Jeff, that when you're riding by yourself for, in this case, like 12 laps, and then all of a sudden someone catches you, it is so hard to just all of a sudden ramp it up.
We saw that this weekend.
Yeah.
You know,
Kenny,
Ken's out front by himself, and then as soon as Tomac reeled him in, it's like, oh no.
Yeah, what do I do now?
Why? I don't have anything.
This would be a legendary ride if Hammaker can pull this off. And remember, he didn't just crash at the beginning. He had that tip over in the rut. He's still in second, and there's still time. Oh, but he has got an army of lap riders.
He's got a pile of lap riders, and the gap wasn't as big, 57 to a 56 on that last lap.
Down to 10.3 after 13 laps of racing. And I'm sorry, I'm becoming a spectator in this, and I'm just sitting watching the racing.
Well, they're just like the calm before the storm. It's not what's happening now. It's where are we going to be in the last lap.
Right, yeah.
If Hammaker can get there, he just passed about 9 lap riders in 3 corners. So now he's got clear racetrack again. This will be interesting. Colin Park has done a fantastic job, though. He's riding smooth out front, looking fast, but looking in control on the SLR Rifleworks BC Park Enterprises Answer and Oakley back Yamaha, the 18-year-old from right here in Florida. Close with that lap rider there.
I'm sure he's got lots of family here. They're pumped.
That's right.
So great job by Park.
Hammaker still watching him here in the 510. It's been an amazing ride, but results are only going to say one thing, and it's looking more and more likely that it's going to say Colin Park is the champ. And I think when Park wins, he's just going to say he won. I don't believe there's no asterisk in racing.
No.
You go out there, you get it done. Trophy is the same.
The thing that we don't know is what level could Colin Park rise to.
Well, he's just controlling it. Yep. Here it is, checkered flag. Colin Park getting it done. He's your 258 champ, and that's something impressive when you do it here at Daytona. Great run for Hammaker. That was fun to watch. He's going to come from basically last second. He grabbed the whole shot, crashed 2 turns into the race. Just, we'll use that tape the next time the guys say, well, it wasn't places to pass and multiple lines. Hammaker made it work.
Yeah, there's no excuses there.
No.
Hey, just want to let folks know, looks like they're going to be reprinting the Ricky Carmichael shirts. I guess they ran out of the Ricky Carmichael T-shirts. They're going to be reprinting those. They are available on the website, on our website, the Ricky Carmichael. Actually, I guess that would be the mototees.com. Yeah, mototees.com. So go to mototees.com, and there you'll be able to order your Ricky Carmichael T-shirts. Actually, you could probably do it from home also. Why not? You can anytime.
If you're not here, you could honestly, you could lie. You can order the T-shirt.
Yeah, I got the T-shirt. You know I was there. I got the shirt.
Hey, that's a great thing that the T-shirts are sold out. That means we got a great crowd.
That's right.
We need to thank everybody for coming out and supporting this event. It's a huge undertaking, but it's been a huge success for quite a few years. So thanks to all the parents for doing what they do and getting their family and their kids here and supporting this great sport of Supercross. And without all the families and amateur racing, we wouldn't even be able to watch what we watched on Saturday. So it's awesome that they support this program.
I feel like it's a bucket list thing. We obviously know if you're one of the top amateurs, it's a race you want to race because the other competition's there or your team wants you to go there, whatnot. But for other people, I feel bad myself. Like I knew Daytona was a big deal, but until you actually come here and see what this place looks like, you really don't have an appreciation. It's something that everyone should see. Just like going to the Grand Canyon once or seeing the Empire State Building, you should see what Daytona looks like. So if you got a motorcycle, even if you're not a competitive racer, just come on down and see it one time.
Yeah, it's a great event. It's a great week. It's just super fun, and it just gets more spectacular every year from the outside of the stadium to the inside.
Well, yeah, it's been totally rebuilt.
Oh, it's just gorgeous. So watching the Hammaker there made me think about our 250 class winner this weekend. It wasn't that many years ago that we saw him here.
Marchbanks here. That's right.
And so, anything can happen. So that's kind of a feel-good story. It was, 2 years ago, maybe at most 3 years ago. Marchbanks was here doing this the Supercross, and then he raced a flawless race this weekend. That was my feel-good story for the weekend.
And his first win.
His first win, to do it here, he'll never forget that.
That's right.
And hopefully that'll give him the confidence to go to the next level here in the next couple of weeks. So great ride by Marchbanks, and that Hammaker made
reminds you of that.
Remind me that that same kind of story.
Right, because 2-3 years from now, we could be talking about the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. With what we just saw in that race right there, the guy never give up, never quit. We could see the same thing happen in a couple of years.
In 11 years, that's a long time in motocross terms. I mean, Cooper Webb was talking to us on press day on Friday about how many times he rode here as an amateur, and now he's Supercross champion. So we've seen quite a few people come all the way through the ranks. We're going to get all Hollywood in here? Let's do it. Oh, here we go. He's gonna want to start talking J-Law already. All right. We'll get Scott Sepkovic of ARMA in here in just a moment, but first he's gonna do an even better job in the announcer's booth with us because he's mixing up a special concoction of nutritionally, scientifically dialed-in fuel for the athlete.
For a guy listen, I talked to him about a half hour ago, and he mixes that with everything. You can see him mixing it right now. He mixes that with everything. He puts that in his pasta. He puts it on his cereal. I mean, I'm on the ARMA kick. Okay, it comes in the mail every month. I love it.
All right.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
He wants it.
Yeah,
you do want it. Yeah.
I mean,
not just because it's in the mailbox.
I'm into doing a bunch of bicycling, but I'm not as gnarly as he is. I'm not putting that stuff on my pasta. I'm not going to have Berry Blast pasta. I can do it in my protein shake in the morning and in my bottle on the bicycle ride. But no, ARMA's doing a great job getting into the sport this year. Got a lot of great athletes, and so super good product. So it's good to see him here.
You want in on this, buddy? Oh, he's in. All right, you got to put a headset on though. That's how it works. Then you can fight back when we're making fun of you. Yeah, so Scott Sepkovic, you're going to go to like a Chris Steakhouse $45 steak and then put some ARMA on top of it.
I'm leaving because we're never going to get a word in edgewise right
now.
All
right. Hey.
No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm here for a few more minutes.
All right. I know you got 258. You wanted to see that. Scott Sepkovic of ARMA, but as soon as I bring up 11 years ago, you want to go back to the glory days. Oh, the peak of the peak.
2009.
Your guy, Jason Lawrence.
Led.
Almost won it.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you had just had some ARMA back then.
No, if he wouldn't have gone out the night before.
Okay, all right, you're admitting this. Okay, ARMA can't help that much.
I heard almost in there. He almost.
Yes.
Yeah.
That doesn't work.
Your second place is the first loser, right?
Is ARMA good enough to be able to go out Friday night before a Supercross big time and then win the most grueling Supercross of the year? That's putting any sort of science really to the test.
Well, it would have definitely made a difference. Seriously,
okay,
it would have made a difference.
Okay.
Absolutely would have made a difference based on where he was the night before, and coming in, Razzles was who he thanked on the podium at
oh my gosh.
Daytona. That was I was like, really? But anyway, it was exciting. It was fun to watch. Yeah.
Yeah, you were Jason Lawrence's agent back then. The stories you could tell and the stories you do tell are pretty amazing. But we get a little hint of Jason Lawrence back in our orbit here over the last couple of months. Is he going to be back around?
So he's going to be doing Loretta Lynn's, working on also maybe some of the 125 All-Star races.
Oh!
So, yep, and it's been exciting. Been happy that a lot of the people have stepped up to say that they'll help, and we'll don't want to say who it all is at this point, but yeah, everybody's been some really good support. It's been pretty cool, and I just would like to see Jason out doing what he loves to do, which is ride a dirt bike and have fun and ride his dirt bike.
And also Canyon Richards, who's out here, was absolutely ripping earlier, came from way back, made some really fun passes to watch. Estelle Manor, New Jersey, is where his track is. That's J-Law territory. They hook up every once in a while.
So I met Canyon and his father this weekend, and his father actually gave me the picture. There was a piece of cardboard taped to their gate at their property. It said, "I want to ride, J-Law," and it was a piece of cardboard. And he actually gave me he searched through his phone for an hour to find this. He's like, "I heard of the kid," and he said that it was on their gate, and it was cardboard. And "I want to ride, J-Law."
Didn't say how to get in touch with him though.
I'll have to look at the picture.
Okay.
But,
so give us a 411. What's J-Law doing? What's the life in him right now?
As Canyon's father would say, he's like, it's like Bigfoot on my property, Sasquatch. Like there's a sighting. Jason, it's an interesting character. I mean, I love the kid. I do respect the fact that if he wasn't going to be out there racing to win, he wasn't going to be out there, which, I mean, I realized that when he went through some issues and a few things that took him off the track, some personal side things, and then when I saw him come back, and I always remember doing the Supercross, he'd always look up at the stick in the center, and 338 would always go up top, and I remember that when it didn't start going up top, and I was like, oh boy, we just started eroding mentally, and but most importantly, I know Jason loved to ride his dirt bike. I mean, that's all he did. He didn't do any training. He would go to the Supercross track, and then he would come home, and then Kyle Kraus, they'd load the bikes, and they'd go to Paris, and then they'd go ride pit bikes, and that's all they did was ride. So he loves to ride a dirt bike. He even Canyon, his father was telling me, he's just got such a smile on his face when he's out there riding that dirt bike. So anyway.
Is he back in New Jersey? I think he was actually in Florida for a couple of years.
He's in New Jersey. And actually, I believe I'm going to be taking my bus. Anybody I don't know, Jeremy or my wife may be listening to this. I'm going to take my bus that's in Pittsburgh now up to Canyon's property because it's been sitting in Pittsburgh waiting to go to some of the other events. My big 45-foot coach that was at Loretta's. And I'm contemplating letting Jason live in it. Now, we got to Jason, if you're listening, we got some terms.
Okay, yeah. You might want to put some ground rules out there.
That's trouble.
So yeah.
That's trouble.
So anyway.
So, yeah, enough on J-Law. Let's talk about Armor real quick while it's nice and quiet and everybody can hear us.
So, yeah. So, it's great because I got, Jeremy McGrath, obviously, great friend, but the athlete that he is and the person he is, and also the desire to build something that really is good and different. And that was one of Jeremy's, when I told him, I said, hey, the Armor thing obviously had a couple of different iterations over the years, which I was behind from the very beginning, even when it was back in the snack days. But the branding was always strong and the brand was always good. And we put together a group of people, and Jeremy was my first. And Jeremy, his whole thing was, look, I'm in, but I just, it's got to be great products. I want to be behind something that really does make a difference. So between Jeremy, Chad also, I did some deals for Chad. We were over in Europe together, and we flew over and did a car race, and I put some stuff together. And Chad and I are good friends as well. But I wasn't like just pushing and selling everybody to get involved. But Chad that started asking me, hey, what's going on with this? So I gave him some samples, and Chad's very particular and very I respect Chad. He doesn't just jump on something as well, and he started using the product. He's like, wow, this stuff's legit. And so then Chad got involved, and as well as now Adam Sensorilla is one of our partners, and Nick Way. And Nick is unbelievable. Has been amazing working with us on formulas and testing all the products. And most importantly, the thing in this space, any of you athletes out there, we are Informed Sport approved, certified. Every batch is tested. The lot number is stamped on the bottom of the tub or the packet. You can go on to Informed Sports website. You'll see the date that it was tested. And I mean, as an athlete, and especially as a professional athlete that makes a living doing this, if you're not using a product that's certified, I mean, honestly, you're not being very wise.
You're risking your career.
Risking your career.
Yeah.
Now I know, Jason, we weren't on that same program. But,
Yeah. All right, that's awesome. Where can people find more info on it?
So armasport.com.
Yep.
We sell in direct to consumer, and then also Armasport is the Instagram.
Okay.
So go check us out, guys. We're going to be a lot of participation at the amateur events this year. So look forward to getting you guys the fuel you need to load your weapon, which is your body, which arm in Latin is ammunition.
Oh.
So that's why hashtag ammunition for your body. Your body's your weapon. We're the ammunition. Go win your battle.
Yep. Even a night at Daytona, Arma might be able to overcome that. And maybe would have gotten that main event win if he just had it back in 2009. Maybe.
Well,
All right,
you.
I got to
Thank
roll
you
to a
much.
commercial. And thanks for stopping by, Scott Sipkovic. J-Law stories. We could have gone for an hour on that.
Definitely.
Yeah. We got to roll some commercials here on Racer TV. We'll be back as we continue some track maintenance here at Daytona. Thanks for watching.
It's a big world out there. How do you choose to see it? When you crave the long canyons, rocky trails, rutted tracks, and lonely highways, they become a part of you. Podiums and personal records, we choose it all. Because life is about moving and feeling. It's about being connected to the adventure. Some just never pull the trigger. They keep waiting, wondering what it means to wander. It's a big world out there. You just need to ride where you belong.
Inside every Yamaha lives the heart and soul of a competitor. The DNA of a champion. When you ride with us, it revs your heart and becomes a part of you too.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gasket seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best inside their engine. Cometic Gaskets are always constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environments. Whether it's a championship on the line or a day in the dirt with friends, professionals and enthusiasts alike depend on Cometic. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
you're the best, you never stop striving to be better. The all-new from the ground up 2019 Yamaha YZ250F is available at LoJack Cycle Sales, alongside the all-new YZ65 and YZ85, and refined YZ450F. So stop by LoJack Cycle Sales today in Tarentum, Pennsylvania, and visit our online inventory at www.lojacks.com. Yamaha YZs. It's why we ride. We are American motorcyclists. We are members of the American Motorcyclist Association. Racers, fans, and crew. We come together for this sport we love, to race together, to grow together. We start young and not so young. We race motorcycles and ATVs. We become friends, we become family. We compete for weekend bragging rights and national championships. We make memories on the toughest off-road courses in the country and on the best motocross tracks in the world. Some of us aspire to the speed and poise of road racing or the fierce competitiveness of American flat track, and we honor our greatest champions in the AMA Motorcycle Hall of Fame. Through it all, we cheer, we win, and we lose. We are racing. We are the AMA. Race with us. Be part of the greatest sport in the world. Be an American motorcyclist. Join us today at www.amajoin.com/join-now.
Here live on RacerTV.com. That is the famous infield of Daytona International Speedway. And it's the World Center of Racing. One of the cool things, I've been telling everyone, this is a bucket list event. You really want to come here at least one time, because what you get to experience as soon as you come in, they leave no stone unturned here. Even the tunnel driving into the facility is legendary. You drive through the tunnel, which is awesome enough because you're going underneath the famous track that's used for the Daytona 500. But the murals on the wall really lay out why it's the World Center of Racing. It's not just the NASCAR track. The 24-hour Rolex sports car race is the most premier sports car race in the United States. That took place in January. You could argue that the Supercross is the most premier, prestigious Supercross race, which puts it right near the top of the dirt bike pile. We got great amateur racing here. So many other great things happen. The Daytona 200 road race, the kickoff to American flat track. So it's the World Center of Racing because there's very few motorsports places that have this variety of events, and they're all premier events. The Daytona flat track openers, maybe the one that everybody wants to win. Springfield Mile is pretty big as well. But every single series that has a race at Daytona, they all circle Daytona as the one they want to win. And when you just drive through the tunnel on the way in here and there's a mural that explains it all, you're like, this is going to be special. And then you pop out on the infield. And it's really something you have to see to believe, because how big this facility is. It's no football stadium. It's like 5 football stadiums.
You know, the amazing thing to me is every year is that I drive through there, I get goosebumps every time. And you think that you would lose that at some point in time. You know, you think it would start to get old, but it doesn't get old. When we pulled in here last night, like we always do on Sunday night, and I saw this place lit up in the World Center of Racing in front of me, I mean, the goosebumps came again. I'm coming through the tunnel, and you could hear, a couple bikes going through and horns tooting and people yelling out their windows and things like that, to get to hear the echo. I mean, it really does. It makes you feel something special whenever you come to Daytona International Speedway. Plus, I mean, being a part of Bike Week, and there's so much importance and significance, I think, being able to come here to Daytona International Speedway and race. And just think, they used to do this stuff down on the beach, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's one of the main things. You could really trace the entire history and evolution of motorcycling through this very week. So the Daytona 200, what we now know is the Daytona 200, that started as a race down on the beach.
Right.
Now, how is the road race a race that started on sand? Well, the things weren't so specialized then, they didn't even know the difference. It was just a motorcycle race. We didn't have road racing and motocross and flat track as different disciplines. Pretty much everybody just had a Harley, and you just figured out a way to make it work with whatever type of racing you wanted to be in. That's going on almost like 70-some years ago.
Right.
So in that time, it's all turned into these very specialized things, specialized machines, racers that only do one type of thing. So you look at the Supercross, the flat track, and the Daytona 200 road race, they were all kind of one at one point when motorcycling started, and they've all turned into their own separate thing. But what's cool about it is there's only 1 week of the year where all of those things still happen in the same week at the same place, and that's here. I mean, you very rarely see the road race, flat track, and Supercross community cross paths. If someone's racing in Texas, someone else is racing in Michigan.
Right.
Except here, they're all together. And then they're actually going to run a doubleheader. They're going to run the road race and the flat track together on Saturday, which I've never done before. So, in a way, what's old is new. It's the idea of bringing it back together. Our guy Ryan Sipes, who's raced pretty much every type of discipline, he raced the Supercross. He made the 450 main event Saturday night here. He's going to race the singles class in flat track. He'll definitely make the main. He might be one of the favorites to win the main there. That's how good Ryan Sipes is.
That's nuts.
So you're starting to see a little bit, I feel, of everything got so specialized through the 70s and really like 80s and 90s. You're starting to see things get a little less serious and guys just having fun. And that means trying different things. And that all leads to Daytona, where you get to just see and do all this. Heck, there's demo rides out there if you just want to try something.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, and that is neat. Yeah, I so many motorcyclists, and that's one of the things you point out. I knew people that would come down here. They would race a flat track. They'd race the enduros. They would race, most of those guys wouldn't race. There was a couple of them that had road race bikes and would race road racing. But, I mean, so many disciplines. And, if they weren't racing a race, they were certainly lined up against the fence watching whatever race happened to be going on.
I almost had my dream story for RacerX magazine. I want to call it One Bike Week. A guy on one bike. How many different things can you do on one bike? Nowadays, dual sports, they're pretty good. You can do laps out here. You can make it happen. I almost had, I'm like, who is crazy enough? Who is crazy enough to ride one bike and do a variety of events on it? Only one name came to mind, our old buddy Shane Watts, former GNCC champ, overall Australian wild man. It might have been 5 or 6 years ago. He had it all lined up. And he was looking through the rules of what he had to do to make a dual sport legal to race in a flat track race. Like, I got to have a catch can underneath the carburetor for the oil leaks and all this stuff. He was ready to do it, and then he rode the first National Enduro of the year, and he broke his shoulder. Story of that guy's life. It was either really good or really bad. That was as close as we were going to get. And I was like, dude, if you do them all, you have to go on Main Street and do some burnouts with the Harleys also, because that's part of the deal, too.
Right.
So someday we're going to get this. Sipes is as close as we can get right now. Racing a variety of events on similar bikes. Last year, Sipes did 3. He raced a GNCC also.
Yep.
Did 3 events in the course of about 7 days. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and there's not many people these days that can do that quite like that. But unless you're coming to do it for fun and you just want to experience. But to be
competitive,
be competitive and at the top of the level of the premier level of racing is in each one of those disciplines is what's so impressive.
Kind of quietly, they're trying to ramp it up. There is a $25,000 bounty if anyone can race the Supercross and the flat track and beat Sipes. They're basically considered a 2-moto format. Take the overall.
Really?
They'll give you $25,000. So if you're a guy that was in that Supercross main event on Saturday night, you want to skip to the Indianapolis Supercross this weekend and give it a shot. There's $25,000 on the line, which is a lot of money if you're a privateer guy. So they were trying to tempt some dudes. Sipes is willing to work the angles. He's telling everybody you can do it. I promise you won't embarrass yourself. It's not, the flat track thing is not as crazy and different from motocross as you think. So what's cool is that there's momentum building for these guys trying different things. And you see it, Rodney, with social media and YouTube vlogs and all this. There's a place now, if you have a story like that, to tell. It used to just be basically you had your resume of your results. What titles did you win?
Right.
Sipes is kind of figuring just getting attention one way or another. That's all you need to do.
Right. The beauty of it is, people are excited that he's even, that he even wants to try the kind of stuff, and that's the excitement level of it. But what puts it over the top is when he goes and performs and does so well.
Yeah, put some pressure on everybody else.
It does. And, of course, track maintenance, I think, should be coming close to an end here pretty soon as far as this MX versus ATV All-Out Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross is concerned. And, of course, we'll be getting back underway with racing here in just a few moments. We just wrapped up with the 250A class. And I believe that means that we'll be going to race number 63, the senior 40-plus class. You want to look a little ahead further, 64, the Schoolboy 2 will be coming up here pretty soon. Also race 65, looking at the 85, 10 to 12-year-olds as those riders get themselves ready back in the staging areas. And, of course, we take this opportunity again to say thanks to the many fine folks that make it possible. As we've been talking about MX versus ATV All Out, those are the only games. I don't play video games, but whenever I do play video games, it's always the MX versus ATV series of games that I like to play. And I have to say, this last series that they put out last year, whenever they brought out the professional tracks and Loretta Lynn's, wow, how close to real. There was one point, Jason, when we were watching the monitors in the studio there at Loretta Lynn's when we were doing Racer TV. We had a helmet cam on someone, and I was like questioning, is that a helmet cam or is that the video game?
I just feel like it's a great sign of respect that MX versus ATV, the company, they could just have generic dirt bike racing game.
Right.
The respect they show are like, no. We're taking this seriously. We're researching it. We're getting the details, the things that really matter, the things that people that race and grew up racing would know. This is lame. They don't do that. They really work to make it feel realistic. I mean, they could make a game and call it MX versus ATV and just have rando tracks in the desert. But the fact that they want real tracks associated with real events, real riders, that's a real sign of respect for the sport. And, again, something I would have killed for when I was a kid, man. Like, that's what you wanted. Like, how can I get my dirt bike feel one way or another? We had Excite Bike. It was rando guy on rando track with jumps. It had very little connection to real racing. Yeah, Rodney's doing joystick. Yeah.
I had a one button and a joystick.
Yeah, Atari. You're going way back now. So MX versus ATV All Out. Thank you for the support, not only this event, but also just carrying that dirt bike life through. When you can't ride your dirt bike, having an opportunity to still be connected with it. 40-plus class will be next. A couple other sponsors we will throw shout-outs to here on RacerTV.com. Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com. That's your one-stop shop for parts, apparel, and accessories. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready. We're focusing on the riders in the 40-plus class on the gate. Thor, after years of countless race wins and championships, riders wearing the Thor brand, they're always racing forward, always respecting the past, and focused on building quality products that exceed rider expectations. Thor, the first, the forever. Our name is our heritage, supporting the racer's dream since 1968, which is essentially when motocross started in the United States. Thor Motocross, the first, the forever. And Kinetic Gaskets, proud sponsor, the official gasket of the Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross. Kinetic Gaskets are the industry standard for championship-winning teams across multiple disciplines of both professional and amateur motorsports. Kawasaki's Team Green, KTM's Orange Brigade, and the Suzuki RM Army all endorse and depend on Kinetic Gaskets to help them seal championships year after year. At Sunoco, synonymous with racing here at Daytona, be it on four wheels or two. While you're here, don't forget to stop by the Sunoco fuel truck. Purchase your quality race fuel in 5-gallon pails. Make time to walk around the facility and check out the Daytona Rising Sunoco Fan Injector, and you'll see firsthand how Sunoco fuels victories. That's part of the grandstands on the other side.
Well, as our camera pans the crowd down there in the staging area, and get to see some of the faces of the riders that are going to be taking to the track here pretty soon. Take a look at results from the qualifying or heat races as we're talking about. These guys go to the gate like this. Tony LaRusso actually coming into the senior 40-plus class with the first gate pick. Barry Karsten second. Paymart in third. But here's something very interesting, and maybe, Jason, you might be able to elaborate on this a little bit more. But John Gruey actually finishing up in the fourth-place position out there with Parsons in the number 5 position. So it looks like the senior 40-plus class is going to be quite, I think, what one could say challenging for many riders. LaRusso and Gruey are expected to, we've seen them battling earlier today, and even though Gruey got the 4th place position coming into this one, you have to think that he's going to be running and gunning for something a little better in this one. And, of course, Paymart and Karsten, always good to see some good battles out of him. Saw those two battling it out earlier in the 45-plus class, I think it was, we were watching earlier this morning. But regardless, good race coming up here in the senior 40-plus. And also congratulations to all of our champions that have made their way through the winner's circle here today at BMX versus ATV All Out Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. And, of course, for those of you watching online here on RacerTV.com, I want to welcome you aboard and thank you for being on hand in the middle of some track maintenance right now as we are prepping for our next race action. We just wrapped up race 62 of the race weekend for these amateur riders. Race 65, again, the senior 40-plus class coming up here in Oh, here's a bit of trivia. Megawatt Matt Watson bringing it out. Which one of the riders on the starting line in the senior 40-plus has a championship in the Kennel Club, the dog show at Loretta Lynn's?
Yeah, well, you know me and dogs. I could not possibly care less about the Kennel Club show. And look, I might be here. This might be my job to be here, but I'm not selling the dog show. That's just me personal. Sorry, guys. Oh, Greg Paymart. Okay, Greg Paymart. I will say, the course they had for the dogs set up at Loretta's was cool.
That was.
It was cool.
And the announcing.
That's it. That's all I'm going to give
you.
you.
Well, the announcing was pretty cool, too. I mean, to hear those guys describe how these dogs were traversing the course, the obstacle course, pretty impressive.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was.
For the 2 minutes that I listened.
Really? Really? Okay. Tech inspection of the dogs? Yeah, tech inspection of the dogs? Okay. So congrats to Greg Paymart. That's one win. He'd like to get another. I see Tony LaRusso, by the way, with that group down there in the starting line. He won earlier today. It was a last corner pass on John Gruey with some contact. It wasn't ultra aggressive, but it was something. Yeah. Well, we had RC in the booth with us while that was happening. He's like, going to have to maybe get some royalties on that number 4.
Got some copyright infringements.
Yeah, copyright infringement. So we'll have a little rematch here in 40-plus. And then some of the other favorites, Paymart, Barry Karsten down on the line as well as we get some track maintenance. We just want to warm those guys up. We don't want any pulled hammies, so we'll let them sit there in the sun on the start as long as we can. Warm up those old bodies.
Inshore.
Man, you know what I love about motocross? You're 40, and we describe you like you're 80. I love that. Yeah.
I can remember whenever I was when I first started announcing, I actually thought 40 was old.
Yeah. How about now,
do you
bro?
see these 40-year-old guys out here? And now, you know, what's amazing is, and this is the cool thing. I mean, you're seeing riders 70-plus years old racing. The other day, there was a 75-year-old gentleman. Yesterday, 75-year-old gentleman racing in the GNCC. Last year.
Are you serious?
Serious.
Last year,
rode for 2 hours. Last year, an 82-year-old man won the 60-plus class.
Wow. And Gruey's just focused, man. Gruey's too focused to look at the camera. He's focused. He will not break eye contact with somebody. Okay. All right. He came to life a little bit. All right. He's thinking. He's already got all these calculations going in his head. When will that gate drop? Will it be 4 seconds? Will it be 5? Yeah, exactly. Equations are going through his head of when that gate will drop. So what was that riding? What was the age of the rider that won?
82 years old.
GNCC.
Jake Stratton was.
Come on.
No, I promise you, 82.
2 hours.
2 hours.
Get this guy some Arma, Sepkovic.
He raced the 60-plus class in the
60 plus,
ATVs.
And he's 82 years old.
82 years old, and I tell you, you couldn't tell he was 82 years old. That's for sure. The man he's a machine, and he's an animal. That's for sure.
I feel bad for the 60-year-olds out there. Huh?
Yeah, Pat Villapoto.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Villapoto's grandfather would pull that old bike off the back of the Winnebago and go race. Rode Wisp, rode Snowshoe, the gnarliest races of all. Yeah, on like a straight up, like basically a pit bike. Yep, and would keep motoring. Yes, would finish. Yes, exactly. Yeah, Villapoto's grandfather. Yeah, these are some bad dudes. So we'll see the 40-plus class. They're middle-aged then compared to these guys. Yeah, I always love the fact that you're ancient in motocross terms. Like, there's riders that I'm the same age as who are considered so old. But because I'm not out there racing, they don't consider me old, although I'm the same age. It's amazing how that works. I just saw Kevin Windham at Dallas 2 weeks ago, and I was like, dude, you know what's terrible for you? We're the same age, and everybody thinks you're so old and thinks I'm so young because you were the old guy racer. Yeah.
Hey, folks, once again, want to remind you, if you want your MX versus ATV all-out Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross T-shirts, we have sold out here at the track, but you can go to mototees.com and order yours. You can do that at home as well if you're wanting to pick up a piece of great memorabilia here. I don't know if you've had a chance to see the event T-shirt, but it's a sharp one, Jason, and I can understand why so many of these went so quickly. But mototees.com. And you get free shipping. Did you hear that? For free shipping from mototees.com on these event T-shirts. So check them out for yourself. Looks like water has concluded. The watering has finished up. The track maintenance has finished up. I see the equipment pulling off, and it sounds like we're about ready, and looks like we're about ready to fire these machines back up here in just a few moments. Am I hearing machines running just yet? Not quite, but we're about ready to hear these machines fire up and see whether or not John Gruey is going to be able to get his redemption on Tony LaRusso, as we have certainly seen the level of competition rise here in the senior classes for 2020. And like we said, it's a new decade, a new era of senior class racing may be upon us. And, of course, John Gruey seemed to dominate those last few years, and we'll see if he can continue to do just that here as we roll into 2020. John Gruey there, you see him on that Babaton line, Monster Energy Kawasaki. Gate down on this one, and into that first turn. It is the 44 machine actually grabbing the early lead in this one, and that might be the 444. Oh, wait a minute, wrong class I'm looking at. That's the 44 of Paymart. Paymart actually grabbing the early lead in this one off the whole shot, but 31 of Barry Carson is able to make quick work of it and move into that number 1 position now. So, and look at this already. The change is happening. The number 4 of Tony LaRusso moving into the number 2 spot, and now he's laying chase to Karsten, the number 31. This is almost like an old MX National whenever we're watching this one. The Karsten and LaRusso now going at it head-to-head, nose to tail as they round this first lap of racing, and LaRusso's trying to get through the pack into the front of the pack, away from the rest of the field, including Karsten and the number 70 of Gruey, who's in third, trying to get around Paymart now.
Dude, LaRusso, my gosh.
Paymart got the whole shot. Karsten right behind him. He got around him. Now Paymart is under pressure from John Gruey, and Karsten out front.
I don't know. LaRusso took a couple years off, I think, here. It all looks good. Your branding looks great. Arma looks awesome out there. It does. And these guys better be drinking some. This is a 40-plus class of Kovic, okay? They are. Okay, they are. Help these. They all need it, yes. You want to talk? Get the headset on, man. Bench race for this, bro. Let's get in on this. So, LaRusso, who appears to be 20 years old, racing in the 40-plus class, the way he's hucking these jumps, going to make it tough on old John Gruey here.
How old
is he? He's got to make some
anyway?
passes. He's not. I don't even think he's close to the 40 line.
47.
He's not. 47. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember him podium in Southwick in his late 30s, and that was over 10 years ago, or 10 years ago, probably was 37 and 47. All right. So Kovic, go, bro.
So we have the plus 40 class. Now I will give you a little fact on the on these plus classes. You know, I did 80 nationals out of 96 on amateur day. 80 out of 96.
Arma did.
No, I did when I was at Spy and then building Monster. So for 9 years.
Oh, you on your bike?
On my bikes were the display bikes at FMF. Number 100, I did as many as 4 classes at Millville. The one year I did 4 classes. Legs were still tired the next week at Binghamton.
Yeah.
The plus classes, it's great that
you're going to every race for business, but you're like, I'm bringing the dirt bike and I'm riding.
Well, they were on the semi from FMF, and they were their display bikes, so I would go travel with the reps during the week.
By the way, we have another Barry Carson, John Gruey battle. That's about the 9 millionth between these two. And yes, they will get extremely aggressive with each other. We've even had some words between them at times. Karsten will do everything he can to prevent you from making moves. Gruey wants to get around him bad. Doesn't matter where we go, what year it is, you will see these two battle just like this. And we got it again, Rodney.
Yep. Yeah, watching these two last year, actually, I got to say I'm pretty impressed with Barry, and I'm not surprised either after seeing what happened at Minneo's this past fall when we were down there over Thanksgiving.
John Gruey pretty much just had everybody's number down there. No one had anything for John Gruey, even Barry Karsten. And you can see how frustrated Barry was. And I had to wonder, and I was questioning, will Barry step up his training just to see what he can do against John Gruey in the upcoming season? And I think this right here might be proof positive that's exactly what's happened.
Well, it's a strange deal where I swear that Gruey keeps getting faster. Like guys that he'll battle with for a few years, he starts getting the advantage on them, and then he becomes the faster guy and the guy who's equally matched with. Although right now, after putting all that pressure on Karsten almost stretched it a little bit. Gruey's going to come back. Love watching these guys battle. And these guys are good sports, too. We don't treat this quite as seriously as the 250A class when we see these guys battling out. This is for fun, but it gets serious right now. Look at Gruey hammering through those whoops.
Well, I'll tell you what. Go down and talk to John Gruey, Barry Karsten, or Tony LaRusso and see if they aren't as serious about it as those 250A riders are.
Yeah, well, at the end of the moto, they'll be emotional about it. But here's the difference. Today, they're battling for second because Tony LaRusso out of New Hampshire just dominating. 7-second lead. Looking for 2 titles today in that number 4. LaRusso, one of those Southwick legends, one of those specialists. Gruey, they don't want that inside line into the split lane. Yeah, 4 has checked out. Those are telling us the spotters. So we'll keep watching this battle between 31 and 70. Gruey's going to work it. In the traffic, cycling down. I don't know how that happened.
Got a lapper in the way.
Had
a lapper in the way there.
Lost, the peg.
Got distracted.
Man, this is not going to go down and set easy for John Gruey at all.
He's going to be mad about it. Plus, it's Karsten, and it's going to get the edge on him. I say this all the time. Somebody catches someone, they're going faster, and it's like, why is that guy, why are you bothering to fight? He's going faster than you, he's going to get you. That's why. Karsten rode a wide bike for 3 laps. Gruey makes a mistake. If Karsten had let him go, that wouldn't have happened.
Right.
So he's going to take second one way or another. Meanwhile, back to our leader, Tony LaRusso.
Yeah, he's gone.
Dude.
Nice drive.
8 seconds.
These New England guys are gnarly. And he's just another in a long line of them. Sometimes you get Keith Johnson down here, or you get Mike Treadwell. Now LaRusso, who's actually younger than them.
Those are 250A lap times right there. That's what
58.
we were. Yeah, 58
top
seconds.
10.
Yeah, top 10 250A rides, lap times down there. Here's the bobble by Gruey now.
Up, it's the Dazzle Camo hay belt covers distracted him.
I guess he just caught his inside leg and it
bounced
him
like,
over the bike.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like.
Not something I don't know if I've ever seen happen before. He dabbed his foot so much and it bounced him off the side of the motorcycle. So Karsten going to bring it home. Gruey is still 3rd. Paymart is 4th. Justin McCloskey's 5th. Jeremy Parsons 6th. Earl May 7th. Kevin Kozad 8th. Jason Galbraith is 9th. Actually, he's back to 10th because James Jetmar just got around him. Hey, Tony LaRusso bringing it home for the New England boys. NESC, Southwick, Mass.
Are we allowed to say he's a ripper?
He's a ripper. He is. He's a legit. You're right.
He's
Tony
an original
LaRusso,
ripper.
LaRusso the La Ripper. Yeah. Taught Jimmy D everything he knows. Tony LaRusso bringing it home, winning the title 40 plus. Wow. Good job by LaRusso. That's 2 titles today.
You know, and I think impressive, though, is John Gruey, even after that get-off, and as long as it took him to get back up and going, he was still able to hang on to 3rd place. I thought for sure that Paymart was going to get around him. But he still comes across with a 6.5-second buffer there. That's pretty impressive. Gruey and Karsten were real. Well, LaRusso obviously laying it out there, but Karsten and Gruey really laying down some good laps out there a few moments ago.
So that's our senior 40-plus. Congrats to Tony LaRusso on the Honda coming out of New Hampshire. And we go to Schoolboy 2 class. Oh, am I getting hooked up?
You're getting hooked up.
I'm getting hooked up.
Getting blitzed.
All right, I'm getting blitzed with Arma. All right, very good. Oh, so this is what you're saying.
Thank
you are actually giving the amount of these things.
Yeah, full transparency on our packaging. It tells you exactly how much of the ingredients, the key ingredients we use, which we use clinical researched amounts, which a lot of companies, I'd call it pixie dust or label fluffing. They say the ingredients in there, but they don't tell you how much of that ingredient. So ours is full transparency.
Excellent. Okay. Well, I'm gonna give it a shot. I really could have used it when I get 3 hours of sleep Saturday night.
Yep.
And when I really could have used it after the Friday night last week in Atlanta. I'm just going to leave it there.
Thanks to Arma as well for stepping on with GNCC also.
Yep. Schoolboy underway. This is one of the most hotly anticipated classes out here. Going to be one of the fastest ones. Schoolboy 2. So we're going to get them on 250Fs as opposed to the 125s that we had earlier. Nate Thrasher won the heat race. Caden Amaron, those two have been battling for years, was second. Let me get the nickname right. I coined this. I was the one that was smart enough to come up with it. Nate the Thrasher. Let's be honest.
I don't know where you came. That's so original, man.
One of the best I've ever come up with. I know. I said, have you ever heard that before? He said a time or two. Yes. Yes. So Nate Thrasher. Now we missed Nate last year. He got hurt a lot. He did race this race, but we didn't see him at a lot of the big amateur races, including Loretta Lynn's. Now he's looking to reestablish himself, and he's out front on the number 428. I'm going to turn you off so you don't say anything that can and will be used against you. Yeah. Okay, so Thrasher looking to thrash, yes, the field. Caden Amaron on the 32 Yamaha is in second. No, Jack Chambers has made the move. Amaron was up there. He's back to fourth.
Here's something impressive. Chambers finished 17th in his heat race leading into this one, so evidently something happening out there, I think, whenever he was racing the heat race for gate positions and so forth. But, man, he is really on it here today, running only about 2 seconds behind Thrasher. This will be interesting to see if he can keep that pace. Amarine trying to get through the pack and reel him in. It looks like he's got him in sights, though, now from that third-place position as he's gotten around Kuna, it looks like.
Thrasher on the short lead is on. Red Gold KTM, yet another top amateur in the holster. They're ready to bust it out at any time at any of these big amateur events. Thrasher out of Tennessee. Also backed by Alpine Stars, Oakley, Dunlop, and Nature's Bakery. That's all the standard sponsors. Go ahead.
Actually, he hasn't gotten around Kuna. That's Kuna that he's pulled up on.
Yeah.
I thought he was up on Jack Chambers, but that's actually the battle for third that we're watching here on screen right now.
Hey, man, I'm impressed with Kuna. Got on the map C-Class at Loretta's, and now he's running against the establishment of the B-Class, and that's not normally how it works. Just winning the C-Class, sometimes he can be a top 20 guy, a top 10 guy in B, but to see him running with Amarine and Thrasher and Chambers, impressive.
Something in the water out there in California, man. Those guys, the C-Class guys, are so fast from out in California. It impresses me when you see them come to Loretta Lynn's, the mark that they're able to make. And not only C-Class, but B-Class and A-Class guys, too. I mean, they're just really fast out there.
Well, now I get to use the standard trivia question that Jeremy McGrath once won a C-Class at Loretta Lynn's. We can always bust out that trivia. We just mentioned Jeremy, so Sepkovic wants in.
Well, it's funny because when I was at Loretta's this year, I heard Jason telling the story about Jeremy with Showtime on his pants. Which,
yes, he was in the C-Class Pro. Hadn't really established himself. Showtime butt patch.
Wow.
So
that is putting it out there.
That is.
So when I got back home and, Jeremy's my partner, and I see him on the daily, and I said to him, I'm like, Jeremy, so, I mean, like, really? C-Class? You got to be feeling pretty good about yourself. Now, I did have Mr. Wonderful on mine in the B-Class, but...
Did you really? Okay, all right.
But
anyway.
But Jeremy, yeah, his rival and much better turnout for him than me, but, yeah, he said that his dad actually called him Showtime, and I'm like, that was pretty cool though. That
I didn't know. Yeah, I thought that Showtime came from Supercross because he was such a showboat and everything. But that was something
Which, by the way, I didn't even know that until when I was walking through the pits last year at Loretta's. I heard Jason White-Yen saying that, like, oh, Jeremy shows up at in the C-Class with Showtime on his pants, and then I saw the picture they had there.
We had a photo. He had it on a helmet
awesome.
too, and it was like we saw that. Hey, this is cool. We have an old picture of Jeremy McGrath, and I'm like, wait a minute, it says Showtime. He's racing the C-Class. So there's got to be guys that made fun of him back then, and he got the last lap. Turned out to be arguably the greatest dirt bike racer that has ever thrown a leg over.
Nate Thrasher, a 55-second lap time. Man, that's burning it up out there. Jack Chambers in second. Dylan Kunis still holding on to third. Caden Amorine has not been able to make that pass on him so far from that fourth-place spot. Gage Linville moving up a little bit closer there in fifth. You got Adam Smurden in sixth. Seventh is Garrison Smith. Bryson Raymond in eighth. Garrett Hoffman in ninth. Gage Stein rounds out your top 10 as he's gaining some time up through the pack right now as well.
Yeah, Kuna holding his own there in that green Kawasaki 55. Back to our leader here on Racer TV. That is Nate Thrasher, living up to the billing. Like I said, some injuries last year kind of brought the profile down a little bit, but he is back now and looking good and pulling away.
Very good.
From Chambers. Chambers absolutely dominated earlier today. So this is no slouch who Thrasher's running away from.
You know, look at that, 56 lap time for Thrasher, 56.3 lap time there for Jack Chambers. 3.7 seconds, really, it's only what separates him. And that sounds like an awful lot, but I mean, you take into consideration the level, I mean, these lap times these guys are running, they're all running in that 56, 55, 57 range.
Oh, and there's a mistake. He hit a tough block, and that's what Chambers was looking for. That could have cost him everything there. You saw that, Scott.
I saw that, yeah. He's riding so smoothly, and all of a sudden.
Hey, so Sepco, so you raced D-Class, you know, those national days. Did you ever race this when they had their amateur day way back? You were an East Coast guy.
I never raced Daytona. I did race, actually, my sister sent me a picture. Someone posted of me at Still City. I did qualify for the national there, qualified at Troy.
White flag out.
High
yeah,
point. So,
but never came down for amateur
never
day.
Came down. I came down here with Jeff Glass.
All right.
But I was usually helping him drive and or holding his pit board. I wouldn't say I was a mechanic because I could shine it and hold the pit board.
Okay. That's enough mechanical for you. Hold this thing. Mechanical as you get. All right, Thrasher on the last lap. Almost threw it away with that tough block, but holds on to it. Chambers second, Kuna third, Amorine fourth, and Gage Linville rounding out the top five with a lap to go. That's a good battle for third, but right now Kuna still has it. And
I don't think there's been a second between those two this entire race.
You're probably right. I think Amorine has been right there with him the whole time. But Thrasher, remember the name. It won't be hard, obviously, with a name like that, but he's living up to it in the amateur ranks and headed to the pros. Won't be long now. I'd say about a year and a half. Checkered flag, Nate Thrasher, the Thrasher, dominates in the Schoolboy 2 class here at Daytona.
That is a good name. Thrasher.
Nate the Thrasher Thrasher. I came up with that myself. Thought long and hard about it.
But his last name is Thrasher?
Yes. Can you believe that? Look, a
Pretty
guy
rich.
like you, you can do something with that. You can do some marketing with that. Yeah.
Jack Chambers coming across in second. Dylan Kuna is third. Caden Amorine holds on for fourth. That was the battle to watch there. Gage Linville in fifth. Garrett Hoffman in sixth. Adam Smurden in seventh. He loses a spot there. Hoffman gets around him there in that last lap. Garrison Smith in eighth. Bryson Raymond in ninth. And Gage Stein maintains and holds on to that 10th place position as we wrap up the Schoolboy 2 12 to 17-year-old class.
Hey, Sepkovic, is it true that in a court of law, the great Australian sensation Jet Lawrence is never allowed to be called J-Law? Is it already trademarked, locked in a safe?
Yes, we did trademark. We actually are in a suit right now with.
No way, you really trademarked this?
Yes.
Seriously?
Well, the actress, our attorney's actually
Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah, we're working on a settlement as we speak.
Stop it.
Yes.
You're serious.
Yes.
Jennifer Lawrence can't be J-Law because of
correct.
Jason Lawrence.
Correct.
So I was joking, but Jet Lawrence cannot be J-Law.
Which, by the way, Jason, that's a joke. In case you're listening, there is no money coming for that one. So
that would have been awesome. That would have been awesome. I put nothing past. He's one of those guys, especially when he's talking Jason Lawrence stories. You could say that he got beamed up on a UFO, and you lost him for 3 days partying with aliens, and I would be like, yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Jet Lawrence, sorry, he will never be able to be.
I can actually see that probably did happen. The aliens and the jet beamed up, that happened.
It probably did. It probably did. We are on now to 85, 10 to 12. Sorry, Jet Lawrence. J-Law's taken. He's just going to have to be Jet. Plenty to work with there.
What about Jet Law?
Cool. Jet's
Jet
cool.
Law?
Yeah.
Oh, Jet's your kind of guy. You respect him.
Cool.
Yeah, sure. We didn't get Jet Lawrence down here, but he did race Loretta Lynn's last year. Kind of got on the radar with some great rides. And now he's racing Pro Supercross. 85, 10 to 12. Luke Bowser won the first race. That's a heat race yesterday. Drew Adams to Chattanooga Choo-Choo finishing up in second, and Diesel Thomas was third. Then Kalana Humphrey and Dylan Rempel rounded out the top 5. Bowser out front right now in the main event over Landon Gibson and Drew Adams right there at number 300. And the top 3 are wheel to wheel.
So Kalana is one of our guys.
Okay.
Great kid. Super cool, super fast.
Right in the mix in the heat race, but 62 is 4th right now. That whole pack up front, as you watch Drew Adams on that Kawasaki number 300 right there, and Kalana right behind. And then just in front, Landon Gibson, and then Luke Fowler. Fowler trying to get away. Fowler really found himself at Loretta's last year, had some breakthrough rides, carrying that confidence now from 2019 into 2020. And starting to pull away a little bit from Landon Gibson. Look at Adams. He really wants to make that pass, Rodney.
Yeah, and I can understand why. He finished, Adams was one of the guys, actually he finished second in the qualifier, and Landon Gibson finished 7th, I believe, is what we're in, actually 6th place position, so I'm sure he looked at those results beforehand and thinks that he at least needs to be ahead of the 723 at this time, and this is where it's starting to tighten up. We see Diesel Thomas also now worked up into a 4th place position aboard the 524s. He's gotten around Kalana Humphrey, who's now in the number 5 spot. We may see a 3-4-man shootout start to shape up for this 2nd place position. Maybe not. Drew Adams might make a little quick and easier work of this than what we realized might happen. Option lane we go now. How's it going to work out? Side by side as they head down this big, long stretch now, and it looks like things might be working out for the 300 of Drew Adams as he takes over the number 2 spot, gets around Landon Gibson. Gibson dropping to 3rd now. Diesel Thomas still back in the number 4 spot. Kalana Humphrey in 5th, and here comes Seth Dennis, the 930. Dennis finished 7th in Moto 1, or in the qualifying or heat race. He's running 6th now, but it looks like he's actually trying to make some gains, and according to lap times, he could be moving up to the pack here pretty soon in the main event.
Oh, love the way he's carving that outside line to get easy over the backside of that double. He's coming on strong.
Boy, you saw how flowy and how fluid that was. That's the way it looked the other day when I was pre-riding the GNCC.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I looked that good.
Right.
It felt that good.
That was Sam Whoops. He was turning into doubles and triples.
Well, they had some nice berms out there, the trees and everything.
Yeah. We don't want to mention that you were probably driving a side-by-side while you were
It was my 4-wheeler, but yeah.
Oh, it was your 4-wheeler. Okay. At least it's 4-wheeler. You weren't driving, you were riding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. But no, I mean, these kids, I mean, I'm so impressed at just the flow that these kids can get into out here on these tracks. And when they've got a great design track like this and they can find that, I mean, it just looks like they're having so much fun. And that's what they do it for, is to get out there and be able to perform like this.
Well, it's come together. It was pretty one-line the first 3-4 main events this morning, but then they started experimenting. The riders started to go inside and outside, and now you're seeing multiple line choices. See, there was an inside line from Bowser, an outside line again from Adams. Bowser couldn't get all the way over the double. Adams does, but he lost time in the corner, so I'm not sure which line's better, but that's what you want to see. 2 different lines working out about the same. So the riders have options. Oh, this is going to be a real battle of wills because Adams is just close enough. He can make this happen down the stretch. So Bowser's going to dig deep. Adams going to dig deep. Might come down to the final lap. We've seen a couple of them like that this year.
7.
So now, see where the gap is. 1.5 seconds. 1.5 seconds between Bowser and Adams. Diesel Thomas has moved up to 3rd. On the 524, watching them go by right now. Landon Gibson 4th, and Kalana Humphrey solid inside the top 5. Then we've got Emil Lasher, Seth Dennis, Austin Schaefer, Chase Lawton, and Tyler Mollett. Got a new program on the RacerXOnline.com where we interview amateur riders every week. RacerX Next. Had an interview with Kalana Humphrey a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't recognize the Kalana. Has he been out east riding much? Is this one?
So Kalana, he's originally from Bali, you know, and he's out traveling the country now, training and doing all the amateur races. Comes from more of a surfing background, and just great kid. His family's amazing, and he's having a lot of fun.
Wow.
Surfing background.
That?
Surfing background.
Yes, yeah.
That is cool.
Well, it's in Bali.
Yep.
They have the Deus Ex Machina house in Bali. And so now they're over here doing dirt bikes.
That's pretty cool.
We're in the top 5 right now, 85, 10 to 12. One of the toughest classes out here. You don't have ABC divisions on minicycles, so you got to go against the best of the best. If you're on a minicycle, Bowser, 2-second lead over Adams.
Well, I tell you, the lead isn't monumental, but the performance has been spectacular, man.
Oh, wow.
2 solid rides by Luke Bowser.
Artist, the way you're painting this. Checker flag, there it is. So Bowser did it. Adams got the second. He gave him all he had, but Bowser holds on and takes the championship in 85, 10 to 12. I'm going to bring Matt Watson on into the booth.
Carry one up.
Well, we continue with racing action. Bowser takes the win. Drew Adams will take second, 1.5 seconds back at the end of that one. And, of course, we'll see Diesel Thomas in the number 3 spot, Landon Gibson in 4th. As we take a look at the 5th place position, Kalana Humphrey from Bali with a surfing background. We just heard there from Scott Sepkovic. Seth Dennis, the 6th place rider aboard the 930. Emil Latcher in the number 7 spot. Austin Schaefer in 8th. Chase Lawton in 9th, and Tyler Mollett rounding out the top 10.
We got our man Scott Sepkovic here. You got one more thing on ARMA, then you're going to go back to the booth and patrol the pits.
Yeah, just talking about our products and, you know, just Fire. Actually, Fire is a full green coffee bean, and it's a patented process the way it's ground, and it gives you a nice slow boost in focus for 4 to 6 hours. And then you have our Blitz, you know, which Blitz is going to hydrate you, give you strength, endurance, recovery. And then we have Reload, which is our protein, which actually has curcumin, which is the active ingredient of turmeric, which helps with inflammation in joints, great for recovery, and also has MCT oil in it as well. So, you know, it's a great product. You know, your body's your weapon, and we're the ammunition you need. So that's hashtag ammunition for your body to go out and do battle and win your wars. So
that's amazing.
Yeah,
mental focus and physical. I mean, you approach it all. That's what you need out here on the track, or anything you do really physical.
Absolutely.
Like it.
And we're grateful to be out here with you guys, and thank you for the opportunity to come up here and talk, and good luck and have fun, everybody.
All right, thanks,
All right.
Scott.
All right.
Thank you, Scott, from Arma Energy, and of course, going to be seeing just Arma.
Arma Sport.
Arma Sport.
No
okay.
Energy.
Okay.
No,
Arma Sport.
No energy drinks.
I wondered about that.
We're powders. They're
thank you
just
for
powders. The energy drink people do a great job with energy
right.
drinks. Monster, Red Bull, Rockstar, but Arma is no longer an energy drink or energy snacks. It's all powders.
All fun. Okay. Gotcha, buddy. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
All right. Thank you.
See you, Scott. So there you have it. And we got James Runyon leading this 450C class as we kick things off here. And as we continue the action here in the 450C class, Runyon, Matthew actually out in that number 2 spot. Michael Lambert in the number 3 spot. Seth Whitten in the number 4 spot at the end of one, with Luke Magnetti in the number 5 spot. As we wrap up lap number 2, we see that this battle up front between the Warwick rider and the Ooltewah, Tennessee rider are going at it. 101.5, both riders turning on that last lap around. The gap has been maintained at 0.8 of a second. through these first 2 laps of racing. So pretty much since they left that first turn, they have been the same distance apart. Michael Lambert in 3rd, Seth Whitten now in 4th, and Luke Magnetti still in the number 5 spot. Gabe Godler in the number 6 spot. Tyler Floyd in 7th. Edward Lee is 8th. Grant Hoffman in 9th, and Damon Nadrasky rounds out your top 10 as we pick up the action here with our 2nd place ride as he is trying to close up on the 88 of James Runyon. Looks like right now Runyon enjoying about the most of a lead that he's had so far throughout this race, but not far behind both those riders is the 159 of Michael Lambert. We see the gap now has nearly doubled, actually has doubled to 1.7 seconds as Runyon turns a 101.1 and a 102.050 for Matthew. Lambert 6 seconds back in the number 3 spot, was starting to put some pressure on it. Looked like they're in the first lap and a half, but has faded back a little bit. Seth Whitten still 4th, and we see that he is still about 1 second back. But Godler moving up through the pack from 6th now into a 5th place position, and that might be where the action's happening. Magnetti dropping off the 6th place position. And looking at this host of riders, Godler might not be done there. He is working on the number 20 now for that 4th place position as we pick up the action here on Racer TV. Whitten under that fire and under that pressure, and also trying to apply some pressure to the 159 machine of Michael Lambert. This thing is really tightened up. We've got a 3-way battle shaping up, Megawatt, for the number 3 spot in this 450C class.
And this is exactly what we came to see, Rodney. This is what this event is all about, these battles. If you take a look at this track, these guys did an amazing job of transforming this thing from that pro course on Saturday night to the track you see here yesterday for the qualifiers, and this is the kind of racing you get. When you take a look at Runyon, Mather, and Whitten, these guys ran similar times and were this close together yesterday during qualifying.
Yeah, unfortunately for Whitten, he didn't get off to a strong start, so he's looking at about a 7.5 second gap to 2nd and 10 seconds to James Runyon. But man, he's making some waves, making those passes. He's around Lambert now into that 3rd place position. Gedler is still in that number 5 spot, but he's another rider to be keeping an eye on. Again, he's the one that keyed me in on this battle for 3rd just a few moments ago, so it's not over yet. Luke Magnetti back there still in 6th. Tyler Floyd still in 7th. Not seeing any changes between those riders just yet. But it's all up front where we're watching. There's Magnetti we're watching on Racer TV, and the 37 of Gedler has, well, just a little further ahead of him. Looks like he may have dropped back off that battle for the 4th place position.
I tell you, Rodney, we're going to have quite a different scene here in just about an hour or so. The glare's going to start to get real bad on the west end of the course. You're going to start seeing shadows, believe it or not, somewhere around 4 o'clock or so because of the height of the grandstands, and it was a whole different beast in the afternoon, late afternoon yesterday. Track's going to dry out just a bit. The heat's picking up. Yesterday, the moisture stayed in this course all day long.
Lambert under pressure right now from Magnetti as he's putting that pressure onto this switchback turn now, going out wide, trying to get the momentum. In front of the grandstand they go now. Maybe a little time lost there. Michael Lambert might have got a little bit of breathing room, but momentum could certainly weigh in on the side of Magnetti if he's able to get that speed up out here.
Yeah, traditionally those outside lines have not been working for the last couple days, but as this thing starts to dry out, Rodney, that inside line may become dusted, and look at this.
Well, did he make the pass? For just a moment, he had made the pass, it looked like, but back at it now. Actually didn't make, no, the 159 got back into the 4th place position. It looked like Magnetti had it passed there for a moment.
For sure, I thought he did. He made a great drive and had a good run.
So he'll try to set him up again. It ain't over. It's only just begun as we watch Michael Lambert right now in that 4th place position on his KTM. And lap traffic should be starting to come into this battle for this position as well. We know the leaders are getting into some of that lap traffic. We see Runyon's time drop down to a 104. Matthey's time has dropped down to a 104, while Whitten and Lambert are still in the 103 range, and Magnetti in the 102, also Gedler in the 102. So, it's gonna, wow, checkers are out. And I'll tell you, there's some guys that got really fortunate on that one because there were some guys starting to really make up some time and make some major gains there in the closing moments of this 450C class. Runyon will hang on to it aboard the 88. Kenneth Mathy will finish in second. Seth Whitten in the number 3 spot. Michael Lambert in fourth aboard the 159. Luke Magnetti, I tell you, watching this kid ride, he's not going to get the credit because of the fifth place position, but to watch him ride out there, it was pretty cool and a lot of fun to watch. Also, Gabe Gottler starting to see some big things rise out of him. Grant Hoffman finishing 7th. Damon Nadrasky in 8th. Justin Smith in 9th. And Parker Lang will round out your top 10 here in this 450 novice class. That's race 66 that we wrap up here, Megawatt. And joined back in the booth, too, by Chase Yenser as welcome him back as well. We go to the mini senior 2 class next. Another one of these top seeded class. I love coming to these majors like this because every class is one of those classes where you say, well, this is going to be one that you're going to want to watch here today. And this one is the mini senior 2 class coming into this one again. You got Logan Best out of Northport, Florida, who took the win leading into this. Now, that doesn't count for anything. The main events and what counts and what you're going to see on the score sheets. But this gives us an idea who the fast guys was coming into the weekend. He's on a Triangle Cycles Yamaha. Trick Rex wrote out of Appling, Georgia, on a Pro Circuit 100% Club MX back KTM, finished second. Jude Smirlick out of Sunbury, Pennsylvania. He finished in the number 3 spot. The 66 of Casey Cochran out of Claremont, Florida took 4th. 5th was James Clough out of Elko, Minnesota. We had the 24 of Owen Koval out of Plymouth, Mass. He was 6th. 7th was Connor Cook. Then you had Jordan Renfro, Thomas Wood, and Logan Riggins rounding out the top 10. Adler Cottle finished 11th coming into this. I have to think that he may be a little stronger in this main event. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I tell you, it's going to be a whole different story here today. Like I said, conditions this afternoon now very different than they were yesterday during qualifying.
Is that Thomas Wood? Thomas Wood, who finished 9th in Moto number 1, I believe, opening up with the lead position out here. So you can see things are certainly changing. Casey Cochran, though, they're hot on his rear tire, trying to go to the outside of the option line, losing a little bit of time, I think, but didn't know. He might have gained that time that I thought he was losing, but Cochran really coming through the pack right there, it looks like, and utilizing this racetrack to his advantage. So Cochran takes over the lead. What a start, though, by Thomas Wood. James Clough in 3rd, Trip Rexroad in 4th. Adler Cottle, I told you, finished 11th. Look for a little stronger ride out of him here in the main event. He's running 5th right now. Connor Cook in 6th, Owen Koval 7th, Louis Martinez in 8th, Braxton Lee in 9th, and Ashton Aruda rounds out your top 10. There's another name, Austin Barenchi in the 11th place position. Clayton Stockstill is 12th, Logan Riggins 13th. I mean, it's a relative who's who of riders out here in this class. And
absolutely.
Never know who's going to be able to come out on top. But Logan Best is a name that I haven't seen in the top 15 so far. Let's look down through this package.
And he rode great yesterday, man. He had a good day yesterday. One of those calculated guys. But I tell you, everybody's got their work right there. Logan Best in 19th position. So a bad start. 15th, 16th. There we go, 16th position.
Yeah.
So Logan, a bad start for him, no doubt about it. Got his work cut out for him. But I got to tell you, Casey Cochran, these guys have got their work cut out for them. He's rock solid. The guy hits his marks, does a great job. And I got to tell you, when you look at 1.6 seconds now at the end of 2 laps, we'll just exactly see what these lap times are going to translate to, because if you look at a 1:00.7 to a 1:01.7, that's 1 second per lap, Rodney, for how many laps? So
yeah, you just add a second every lap, like you said, if it stays consistent like that. But I got to give it up to Thomas Wood, finishing 9th. He's running those 1:01.7s, and he's staying consistent right now here in the early part of this main event. But he's got all kinds of trouble coming in. James Clough back there, Trip Rexroad, Adler Cottle, they're all hungry. They're all riders that know that they're capable. Oh, look at that. Trip Rexroad coming in there. Little bump and grind action, gaining another position out there. I think that was Clough he got around into that number 3 position now. So wrapping up another lap. There's lap 3. Cochran. Wood still in 2nd. Trip Rexroad up to 3rd as he gets around James Clough with that move there. Adler Cottle still in 5th.
The number 20 machine.
That was Louis Martinez. Martinez was running just outside the top 5. He's dropped down to at least a 10th, make that a 12th place position as he checks in now. So he's back up and rolling in 12th. But Thomas Wood that second place position might be the next victim of Trip Rexroth. Trip is not afraid to get aggressive if it becomes necessary, and here we go. He's getting himself set up in a great position to make the setup for the pass here on Thomas Wood.
Yeah, he's been faster for 2 laps, so it's just a matter he was closing the distance. Last time around he was a full second and 3/10 quicker, so it's just a matter of consistency, making a good line choice here, and he'll put that pass on him. And take a look at Cochran. Cochran, we were talking about a second a lap. Last time he put about a 1.5 seconds on, opened up over 3-second lead.
Well, I tell you, Trip Rexroth just did exactly what he wanted to do to Thomas Wood. He set him up and forced him into the outside of that option lane out there, and he just took that second place position over without a fight. I mean, it was a matter, he forced him right into that position to take that line.
That was textbook racing, Rodney. He took position of the line. You're exactly right. He claimed it.
Very, very nice setup, the way he was able to pull that off. And if somebody watched that, that was very textbook out here.
It was.
You could use that later on if you want to go back and watch it on Racer TV for yourself. I got to say, very smart plan there for Trip Rexroth. Now the question is, can he bridge this 3.3-second gap between he and Casey Cochran? He is turning a little bit faster lap time, actually a 1.3-second faster lap time than Cochran, so he is starting to make some major gains out there. And with that, I say we got 3 seconds. If we have only 3 laps of racing left to go, we got time for a battle to shape up in this one. Cochran checks in now at now 4.2 seconds ahead of Trip Rexroth. Don't know if Rexroth might have made a little mistake, just slowed down, but Cochran might be a little more comfortable now here heading toward the checkers in this mini senior 2, 13 to 15-year-old class.
Chase, you've been in this position before. How tough is it right now at this point in the game? You realize you're about 3 to 4 seconds down. You know that white flag's coming. What's it take, man, when you're spent right now and you know that this is what it is? It's all or nothing.
Yeah, it's basically you just got to keep your line straight and keep it smooth, open up the track a little bit more, and just do your best to catch up to him and try to make a pass on him.
Start searching for those outside lines, maybe just a little bit where it's smoother to outbreak them, maybe that kind of thing. But
exactly, and you can kind of watch them and see where they're a little slower than you at, and you can make up time there.
White flag coming out on this one, guys, so if Rexroth wants to get any damage made here, he's got to pick up the pace quite a bit. A 101.9 dropping to a near 102, and Rexroth at a 101.5, so his speeds, I don't think, are going to be nearly fast enough to catch Cochran unless he picks it back up out here. 3.7 seconds is what separates first and second place position, but it's almost like both riders have settled into their pace here. Thomas Wood still back in the number 3 spot. James Clough in 4th. Adler Cottle now in the number 5 spot, has held that position. Look at this, up from 16th. Logan Best now into 7th place position.
Holy cow. And this is amongst a stacked field that Best was able to do that, put that together. Take a look at our top 3, 101.9, 101.5. Fastest guy consistently so far, Trip Rexroth. Just wasn't out front at the beginning of it.
Right.
102.4. Then we jump all the way up to a 105, a couple 104s, that type of thing. And look at Logan Best, a 102. So he's consistently faster than 3 guys ahead of him.
Yeah, and that's in some lap traffic there. So taking a look at fast lap times right now, Casey Cochran, I think his fastest was a 59.956. However, the fastest lap, even though he finishes in second, by just a few tenths of a second, was turned by Trip Rexroth. At the checkers, it's Cochran, Trip Rexroth in second, Thomas Wood in third, James Clough. In the number 4 spot, Adler Cottle holds steady for a 5th place position finish. And if you look at his qualifying results, an 11th to a 5th, he's got to be pretty satisfied with that. As we check in 6th place now for Logan Best as he gains 1 more spot on that final lap of racing. So although it wasn't a championship, it was a championship run that he put forth out there, no doubt about it.
You better believe it. At most of the times, he was the fastest or second fastest guy on the track as far as lap time is concerned. Picked his way through traffic, didn't have an easy go of it. But I told you, Casey Cochran gets out front. That's a dangerous thing. He's a calculated guy. He's cool under pressure. He doesn't make very many mistakes. Trip Rexroth was bringing the heat, throwing everything at him he had, but hats off to Cochran, smooth and steady all the way.
Once again, Logan Best got 6th, Augustin Berenci in 7th, Owen Koval was 8th, Jordan Renfro 9th, and Connor Cook rounded out your top 10. Going to race 68 now, the 450B class.
Got any favorites in this one, Chase?
I'm probably going to have to root for my buddy Damon McCoy.
Okay.
He's from my hometown, but I got Thrasher for the win. I think he's got it.
Thrasher?
Yeah.
Yeah, going to call Thrasher for the win, but giving the hometown boys some love.
Yeah, he's in second right now, so
I
we'll
can
see
dig
if
it.
he can keep it.
Well, off we go. 450B right now. Out front, was that Thrasher out front?
Yes, sir.
Yep, Thrasher was able to get that hole shot, and that's bad news for most everybody else involved. The guy doesn't make many mistakes. He has lightning fast speed, and right now it's going to be a game of cat and mouse for these guys. Second, third, fourth position, Rodney.
Looking at some of these names, Tyler Evans taking the win in the heat races. Caden Amrine had a great run, finishing second. Ty Casey was third. Slade Smith in fourth. Kyle McNichol was your number 5 ride. But Nate Thrasher actually qualifying in 8th place position in this one. That's kind of a surprise after what we've seen him, or how we've seen him riding earlier today in this main event. But we'll keep an eye out there right now as Damon McCoy we're watching here on Racer TV. Nate Thrasher out front, Noah Wilbrandt in the number 2 spot, Damon McCoy in third, Jacob Glenn in fourth, Tyler Evans in fifth. He was the winner coming into this one, but in the number 5 spot, so he'll be one to keep an eye on. Caden Amrine in 6th, Eddie Norred in 7th, Ty Casey is 8th, Alex Ransom in 9th, and Liam Langer rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, got some players back there, 7th, 8th, 9th, actually stacked all the way through that top 12. Any one of those guys at any given time.
Yeah, there's Kaijun Simons out there. Kamar Scott also with us out of Winter Haven, Florida, in the 11th place position. So let's get it all sorted out. Thrasher after 2. Look at that, 56.8. Wow. Noah Wilbrandt a 58.4. Still impressive ride for him. Caden Ammer right now up to the number, moving up even further in the number 3 spot as he sees that gap. About 3.6 seconds. Jacob Glenn in 4th aboard the 131. Tyler Evans still rounding out the top 5. And Damon McCoy, who was in a top 3 position, has dropped back to 6 now. So a little miscue out there in that battle has dropped him back. Ty Casey, Eddie Nord, Alex Ransom, and Liam Langer still rounding out the top 10 after 2.
Yeah, it looked like McCoy got shoved a bit wide there. 2 or 3 guys were just able to get right under him. Once he got out in that deep stuff, I think he lost his drive there, just that quick.
Well, there's 4 riders battling for that 3rd place position.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at,
Right.
I think from 3rd place back to 7th place right now, you're looking at just over 2 seconds, I think it is.
Look at that, yeah.
That's pretty stiff. Thrasher is through Wilbrandt, Ammerine, Glenn Jacob in 4th, Tyler Evans still in 5th. What's going to happen with Damon McCoy this time? 102, so he doesn't make any gains out there, but look at the lap time by Caden Ammerine of 56.2. That's the fastest lap of this moto. 56.8 by Nate Thrasher. He's 1.3 seconds behind Wilbrandt, but that puts him about 10 seconds behind Nate Thrasher.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting to see those guys go head-to-head.
Oh, that'd be great. And one thing I was going to mention, the guy to keep your eye on now, we all know Nate's out front, but Ammerine, you're familiar with that guy. You've seen him for years, you know. That guy, tough, he can get it done. He's probably faster at the end of the race than he is the beginning. One of the things about him is he just brings it. So going to be interesting to see how he plays into the factor of this one.
Yes, it will. And I grew up racing with Caden, and he's very strong at the end. So he should do really, really well this race.
Well, watching right now, Ammerine 9.6 seconds back of Thrasher now that he's made his way into the number 2 spot around Noah Wilbrandt, who is now in that 3rd place position. Glenn and Evans still holding steady in 5th, but here comes Slade Smith, the 737. Didn't see that one happening, 57.1. He's about, well, probably almost a full second faster than the guys ahead of him, so Smith is closing up some gap. This should be pretty interesting.
Impressive.
Not much of a change. Kaijun Sam is still back in the number 12 spot, but we do see another 11th place ride of Blake Hazen, and Blake Hazen's another fast rider that we know is a solid top 10, top 5 competitor out here. So it'll be interesting to watch what happens for him over the course of the next couple laps here in this 450B class.
He's staying right at that 1 minute flat, Chase. He's got a couple guys not quite as fast as his pace, and he's got a couple guys a little faster. So he really needs to work through those guys as quick as possible, right?
Exactly, yes. And if he can get around them, I think he can drop his time as well.
So right now, critical for him to make the move.
Exactly, yes.
McNichol up to 7th place now. Alex Ransom in 8th. Damon McCoy drops to 9th. And Liam Langer steadily in 10th. Blake Hazen still 3 seconds behind Langer out of that top 10 position. He just can't seem to bridge the gap on him. He's running nearly identical times now.
Hazen had a pretty good day yesterday. Looked real good, had great times, had good lines and stuff. Not exactly sure where he qualified.
He qualified 7th yesterday, and like I said, he's a solid top 10, even top 5 rider at these events like this. Well, there's your leader, Nate Thrasher. Nate the Thrasher, as Jason Wygant points out.
How tired do you think he is of that at the end of Loretta's?
Who, Jason or Nate?
Nate, yeah, absolutely. No, Jason will never get tired of it.
Well, here we are. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. You have to like it.
And sometimes I wonder, should the nickname just be The?
Right.
I just don't know. Is that the nickname or is it The Thrasher?
Maybe that should be his middle name, Nate the Thrasher.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Nate the
thinking.
Thrasher. Wonder if it's too late to change it. No, he's still. You can always go and change it, I guess.
It's amazing how many people are probably saying, are they still talking about this?
Well, look, he's thrashing out there.
He's thrashing.
Caden Amorine, though, is a rider that could give him a run for his money under the right circumstances, but the circumstances are more perfect for Thrasher at this point. 8 seconds, now 8.5 seconds between Thrasher and Amorine. Looks like Amorine might have realized that this one might be starting to slip away, and he's just going to settle in the pace. He's got an 8.3 second lead over Noah Wilbrandt now. Tyler Evans, wow, Evans is up to 4th, and Jacob Flynn drops to 5th. So those two switch positions. Slade Smith still steady at 6th. He's actually gained, and that might be a place we want to watch. Smith at 7:37, less than a second behind and turning a little more than a second faster lap. So he's on the attack here in the closing moments.
Yeah, he's been picking his way through pretty steady. As you can see, several guys losing a position right there as they work their way around. And when you take a look, 57.5, 57.2. Wow. These guys almost similar lap times, but the problem is you've got 8 seconds to overcome. It's just, that's going to be a near impossible task here on lap number 8. And as fast as he's riding, the fastest guy on the track may not necessarily be up front.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. And I've seen it several times where the fastest lap of the moto turned by somebody back in 8th, 9th, 10th place even. And that may be what we're faced with here today. Look at that 56.8 that last time around. Caden Amorine has a 56.2 as his fastest lap. That's the fastest lap out there. I think if we take a look at Nate Thrasher's fast lap time, he was a 56.4, so two tenths. It's only 2 tenths, but it adds up.
That's exactly right. But can't 2 tenths add up to enough?
Yeah.
Because now we went from an 8-second lead to now a 4-second lead. That lead was cut in half somehow.
I think lap traffic can probably be a big part of that. And closing moments of this race, I don't think Nate's feeling the pressure, so he's probably picking and choosing his lines a little differently here in the late in the race. He just dropped back down to a 56, so I'm just going to say basically the lap traffic's probably what was holding him up.
Oh, probably. Chase, we understand it's one thing on a 125, man. When you miss a line down here in these conditions, when you bury that motor and you hear that load on that motor, man, how easy is it for people to get around?
Oh, it is very easy. When you're stuck under that load of like the sand and stuff, it just does not want to go. You gotta keep your momentum up all the time.
And it's so frustrating because your wrist is locked.
Exactly.
You're doing everything you can to make that bike go.
Yes.
But that's how critical it is to stay in the good line, find that traction, and not sink in down here.
Yes, exactly. You always got to stay flowing no matter what it takes.
And that's a term that we haven't used a lot this weekend, and flow. And that's exactly what you have to do on a course like this is flow. If you can't get that flow going, if you got the hiccups in between corners and you're jerky on the motor, it's never going to come together for you down here, is it?
Exactly.
It takes one little hesitation.
Yeah.
One little hesitation is huge. I mean, it blows me away how just. It loses several, and you can't, like you said, Matt, you can't afford to lose any concentration, anything on this track at this race. Number one, the races go fast. Number two, the competition might be even faster than the races.
Oh, absolutely. There's no question about that. Now, when things get to that situation, like I said, you've got that wrist lock and it starts bogging. Best thing to do, take a deep breath.
Yes.
You know, get that bike back in line, you know, hit the reset button and get at it again. Because if not, the frustration, the fatigue, then it just goes to the crapper.
Exactly. You can't even think about the other guys on the track. You have to think about yourself and how you're going to react on the track and what you're going to do on the track.
Perfect. Well, I can tell you this, that's exactly the kind of race we expected right there. When we take a look at Amorine coming through that pack, take a look at his lap times. Like I said, many times the fastest guy on the track, but gave up too much real estate early to overcome 6-8 seconds. Got that thing back down to 6 again, but a lot of lap traffic out there in this one, a lot of roost to deal with.
Exactly.
Good news? Yep. All right, what's the news?
Huh?
Nope.
I know what the
NFL
Combine.
Yeah, NFL Combine, yeah. Motocross Combines. This coming from Carrie Russell here, and I think we're about ready to have a big special announcement coming. Give her your headset there if you would, Chase, because this sounds like some big news. Okay. All right, Chase, stay right here and listen to what's up right here. This is big news coming up.
Okay, so for those of you who know me, I'm Carrie, and I see you at Loretta Lynn's every year. I watch you grow up, and then I watch you at Pro Motocross, and I watch you grow up there. And then you get old, and you come back, and you race our vet races, and I play with you there, too. So I've been around for a long time. And we have been talking with the teams and the OEMs over the last couple of years as how we can get our future pro riders better prepared. Obviously, Loretta Lynn's does a great job at that as our amateur national champion, but the teams feel that we need more. We have our 4 major events, which we take great pride in, which is the Daytona, or the Mini O's, this race, RCSX, Mammoth, of course, and Freestone. Those are the 4 major events, plus Loretta's, but we still need more. So I was watching the Super Bowl, and they had an NFL commercial about the NFL Combine. And I thought, bingo, we need a motocross combine. So this year we're going to have 2. We're going to have a motocross combine West, which is going to be the Friday at the Fox Raceway National at Pala. We're going to have a motocross combine East, which is going to be Friday of the weekend of the Ironman National in Indianapolis. The purpose of the Combine is to invite the best amateur racers in the country to compete on the same stage together in one class, long motos, long practice sessions, on a national outdoor track that is prepared for a national outdoor race on a national outdoor weekend with all of the industry coaches and VIPs and, team managers there to watch. So we have come up with a list of the 50 top amateur riders that will be invited to the Combine West and the Combine East. This list was compiled by the OEMs. They got together and they agreed to this list. I'll read you some of the names because I think this is very interesting. And I don't have all of them here, but we have, for example, Seth Haymaker, Jet Reynolds, Chance Hymas, Dylan Schwartz, Preston Kilroy, Marcelo Leodorico, Chase, my buddy Chase here, Nick Romano, Matt LeBlanc, Jarrett Fry, Levi Kitchen, TJ Rios, Mason Gonzalez, Nate Thrasher, Max Volan, Max Miller, Josh Variz, Caden Braswell, Hunter Yoder, Carson Mumford, Styles Robertson, Talon Hawkins, Caden Knifing, Austin Black, Chandler Baker, Colin Park, Carter Bees, Levi Newby. That's just part of them. And what the weekend, or what the day is going to look like is you will register at the MX Sports Pro Semi. You will get an invitation first, then you will register online, then you check in the day, morning of the event, if not the night before. You will be parked in the pro pits with the pro teams. You will register, you'll get a transponder, You'll go out for your first session of practice, which will be 15 minutes free. Your second session of practice will be 5 minutes start practices, just like the pros.
Right.
And the other 10 minutes will be time qualifying. You'll get 2 20 minutes plus 2 lap motos on a national track, and the motos will be before and after the media ride that we have for the pro guys. So the track will be prepped, and ready. In between your practice and your motos, we will have breakout sessions in the MX Sports Pro Racing Media Center, where we will get media training, social media management, and nutrition and supplement information, because we do drug testing at the pro races. You need to be aware of the supplements, what you put in your body. You never know when you will get tested, and so you need to start young and learning what is acceptable and what can get you in trouble. We sometimes we don't necessarily surround ourselves with the best influences, and we think that something's good and it's not. So we will be working with USMCA. I look to have about 6 to 7 coaches per combine. A coach will get assigned 6 to 7 riders, and those will be the riders that coach is responsible for. And that coach will watch them during their practice sessions and then give them feedback. That coach will watch them during their motos and give them feedback. Coaches like Brock Glover, the USMCA coaches. I've talked to Nick Way about this, Garrett Swanepoel. I'd like to sign up Tyler Rattray. And these are the kind of guys that are going to be part of the coaches combine at Fox Raceway and Ironman. So it's going to be fun. We're going to be announcing it formally and open up registration hopefully in the next week. So that is Friday for Paola. Hold on. Friday, May 22nd for Fox Raceway, and Friday, August 28th for the Ironman Motocross Combine. So we're really excited, and we think it'll make a big difference in the preparation of these young premier athletes.
Carrie Jo, I got to tell you, I'm absolutely blown away. Just like everything you do, I can see there was an unbelievable amount of thought put into this, the preparation. When you talk about an NFL combine, not being the biggest football player or fan, I'm smart enough to know that we test strength, we test endurance, we test speed and that type of thing. And you went down a virtual who's who of the best we have of the next generation, including our buddy Chase, Yep. And when we have these guys assigned to guys like Nick Way, Brock Glover, you talk about influence as mentors. Well, it doesn't get any better than that. So that helps the decision-making process much easier for these guys, and also for the factory. Now we've got the best of the best in one place. They can see everybody on an even playing field. Said, well, I saw that guy at Freestone, and I saw this guy at Daytona Supercross, and now we're here on the same track. Now we're under the same conditions as a pro-level race. So you're going to have the cameras, you're going to have the intensity level, you're going to have the track preparation and everything that goes with it, all for everybody at the same time.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. NBC will be involved. We'll do some highlight footage of Friday's racing. We're going to involve our winners in our opening ceremonies on Saturday. Now, for the Paola race, we're still going to have the 125 All-Star during intermission. But for the Ironman race, we're not doing the 125 All-Star. We're racing the Combine class, and it's going to be a coaches matchup. Oh. So, we'll have our Combine winner on Friday, but the coaches matchup will be on Saturday. It'll be 4-lap exhibition race, and we'll give points based upon the coaches per team. We'll see which coach wins.
I love it.
Who does the best.
I love it.
And like I said, it'll be we'll talk about it on NBC, and everybody's going to know who these kids are. And just like a combine, this is like an audition. There are kids out there who may not be, signed with a factory team or a top amateur team, but they're just as good. They just haven't gotten noticed. This is an opportunity for them to get noticed in front of the industry. So
that's what's so incredible to me is it's going to be there and you're going to see everything from their physical conditioning, their raw speed, their mental attitude. You're going to see all those things, and everybody's going to be under the same pressure, the same stress, but they're going to have the same obstacles in front of them. So, Holy cow, that's just like a 100-yard dash for the rest of those guys. But I can't believe what I just heard, and I think it's the most incredible news for amateur racers in several years.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it is. That's huge and monumental. I don't think people realize, what platform. I mean, Loretta's is a huge and monumental platform, but to be able to be there with the manufacturers and everybody, the teams that are there, all there that may not make it to Loretta Lynn's even, they'll get a chance to showcase those talents there even. Wow, that's huge. I think you're right on the money as far as going down this road, and I know that there's a lot of people hoping that they're going to be invited out to race one of these races for sure.
So what do you think, Chase?
I think it's a great idea. I love the fact that we can go out there and race the same tracks as the pros. I did a couple of the dream races last year, and they were a blast. It was so much fun riding in front of the crowd and riding the same tracks that the pros get to race.
Well, I can promise you we will give you a pro-prepared track.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
And I can promise you there'll be a lot of people there watching you. Awesome. Not putting pressure on you or anything like that.
Well, huge news from the boss right there. Absolutely incredible.
All right, you guys doing a great job, and I'm going to get back to my little office, and I'm watching you.
Awesome. Thank you. Straight from the boss's mouth, Kerry Jo Coombs, presenting us with fantastic news and opportunities for our young racers coming up in the next generation. Do you want to do just a bit of track prep right now? Going to discuss a few things that have happened throughout the day. Going to get right back into the racing.
It's a big world out there. How do you choose to see it? When you crave the long canyons, rocky trails, rutted tracks, and lonely highways, they become a part of you. Podiums and personal records, we choose it all. Because life is about moving and feeling. It's about being connected to the adventure. Some just never pull the trigger. They keep waiting, wondering what it means to wander. It's a big world out there. You just need to ride where you belong.
Inside every Yamaha lives the heart and soul of a competitor. The DNA of a champion. When you ride with us, it revs your heart and becomes a part of you too.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gasket seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic
.450 B class.
Like 30.
Gage Linville leading. This is 125, 12 to 17. Gage Linville leading Matty Jorgensen, Peyton Jackson, and Aiden Shive. And Gage Stein rounding out the top five. We are winding down an entire weekend worth of racing as far as the amateur division is concerned. But we do have vintage racing coming up tomorrow, so we'll keep on playing. It's a good battle right now with Linville leading the way. Jorgensen in the number 4 feeling all sorts of pressure.
Watch Linville's body position on that bike. The guy stays very, very centered. A lot of these guys really use maybe too much body English sometimes on these bikes. But watch Linville on this little machine. And I don't want to say little machine.
Well,
but
it's funny how it works now. They're 125s are considered little.
Yeah.
Some of the all-time heroes, some of the all-time rides, men on 125. Now we consider them starter bikes.
You better believe
transition bikes. And that's why we have this 125 class age 12 to 17 for young riders to transition through. I told you Jorgensen on the number 4 is dealing with some pressure. You betcha. As you see Linville on a 402 trying to get away. Jorgensen trying to hold off Gage Stein on the number 10. Jason Wagan and Megawatt Matt Watson giving it the call. Big thanks to our man David Heiser at DMXS Radio for handling the podiums all day. Oh, and there it is. Stein finally makes the move.
Man, that was textbook 101 right there. That was MX Passing Senior Edition.
We got Rodney Tomlin, old Smokey, headed down to the podium now. And we're going to put Chase Yenser to work down there, our RacerX Next program, giving riders experience in a variety of roles throughout the industry. A little education on the job.
Absolutely.
Yep. And that was pretty cool news. If you were here before the commercial break, we had Terry Joe Russell here explaining the Combine program. A lot of the manufacturers saying we're looking for a better way to develop our talent and to know where the talent really is.
Well,
it's another great way to do it.
Yeah, and it needs to be a standardized system.
Yeah.
Without question. It needs to be fair for everybody, and it needs to be an even playing field.
Well, I'll go really deep into this, and I'll say we've seen a lot of teams sign a lot of young riders. A couple of them work out. Some of them don't. And trust me, those teams remember when they don't. And they're saying, give us a better way to know who we're signing or know who we should sign so we don't have these guys to 3-year deals and it turns out to not work and we should have signed someone else the whole time and we blew all that investment. So that's the way they do it in other sports. They give those teams the best possible opportunity to know where the talent is. So that's the way we're going to do it on the motocross side.
And we're doing it under game day situation.
Yeah.
Okay, for sure.
I've always said, look, you will hear it. You will hear people say, I don't understand why teams focus so much on one big amateur race. And we know what race that is. Loretta Lynch. Like, why wouldn't you rather have like 20 races? When you boil it down to one race, the pressure, it makes it the test that people are looking for. There's one race, win or go home. You go to that combine, you got to perform that day. That tests you under pressure. And what do you hear all the time, Megawatt? This kid's so fast on a Tuesday.
Exactly.
He's so fast on a Thursday. With the lights go on Saturday night, he's not the same rider. Trying to replicate that type of pressure.
That's exactly right. You won't do that anywhere else. I don't care. You can have all those same guys at Unadilla on a Wednesday afternoon, and it won't be the same.
No, man. To bring it on race weekends, and I'll tell you who's a master of that as we watch Linville continuing to lead over Stein and Jorgensen. A perfect example, you look at Cooper Webb as the white flag's out for Linville. I don't know about Tuesday motos or Thursday motos, and I don't even know about practice of the heat race. But
I know where you're going with this.
Cooper Webb, you put it on the line, and he goes to another level. And he's made literally millions of dollars because of that.
Did you notice a little slow start for Cooper this year?
It was.
Okay?
Yeah, it wasn't good.
There was a meeting in that semi, and pressure was applied from above to Cooper.
Yeah.
Okay, openly.
Yep.
Openly it was applied.
Yep.
And what did he do?
Lights
Just
the fire.
like on the track, he responded to that pressure and that challenge.
Lights the fire. And some riders
And you can't deny it.
Some riders don't respond to that.
They buckle. Okay,
Yeah,
they fade like an old pair of jeans. They're done, you know. But that is the point of Cooper Webb. You are right, bro.
Yeah, it's all mental toughness for them. Now, other riders, you're trying to make it feel like a practice day. They ride better. If you don't put that pressure on, they're more relaxed. They ride better. Ever the things work for other riders. But the point is the teams want a better understanding, and they're going to get it with this combine system that we just announced here on Racer TV. Gage Linville dominated that one. He just took the checkered flag. You see the MTF logos. You know where he's doing his riding and training. Well done for Gage Linville to win this 125 class championship. He was never really pressured. Gage Stein second, and Matty Jorgensen held on for third. Preston Baseflug and Bryce Shelley rounded out the top 5.
Yeah, hats off to Stein, man. He got within like a second and a half, about 2 seconds, and then gave up a little bit of time there on the very last lap. But he kept him honest, man.
He did.
And let me tell you something. When Linville gets out front, that's a guy who hits these marks. He's pretty tough to shake. You don't see him really buckle under much pressure at all.
Well, you mentioned the riding style, and it keeps it in control. A lot of the riders, the teenagers, they will Yeah, throwing body English and scrubs and whips that are not really doing anything. It maybe feels fast, maybe it looks cool. He just is efficient.
Dude, it's my observation.
So,
I may be wrong. You know, but
have you ever been wrong?
You told me I was.
Okay, all right. Somebody's got to keep you in check.
I said Jeff Wyndham earlier, right?
Yeah, you did call him Jeff
Okay, so I've been wrong once.
So that was our 125 12-17 class. Open A will be next here at the RCSX. And Open A, again, I know I've been saying this a lot, might be one of the fastest classes out here. Oh, and Hamaker getting pushed wide, barely able to hold on to that motorcycle, just able to keep it upright. It's Logan McConnell out of Kingsport, Tennessee, muscling everyone around to make that happen. So Logan McConnell getting aggressive with Hamaker. Cowie's putting Hamaker out there in a variety of classes. And, well, he's going to learn from this experience. Getting pushed wide in turn one, he's going to have to mount another come-from-behind charge. Logan McConnell trying to make a name for himself here in Open A. You gonna jump in? Yeah. Yeah, all good.
Multiple consequences here, Weege.
Yeah.
When you get pushed wide in this first turn, it gets deep in a hurry.
Yeah, it was impressive actually that Hamaker was able to save it. He's in fourth right now at the end of lap one with McConnell up front. Cullen Park in the number 2 position. Dawson Riker is third. Then Hamaker, Blake Hogue 5th, Jack Rogers 6th, Cody Grove 7th, Corey Carson 8th, Logan Boyd and Nathan Augustin rounding out the top 10.
How do you make this smaller?
Yeah, I saw one small move by Hamaker yesterday, one small mistake, but other than that, that guy was on point all day. 0 mistakes, one small swap, but other than that, that's going to be the guy with the target right now, Hamaker.
All right, Logan McConnell in the lead, doing a good job fending them off. This would be an upset special to get this win, but it might not last because Cullen Park is putting the pressure on from second. And here comes Hamaker on the 510, and Hamaker tried to swing that back end around. Almost ran into Park.
Got
Park
jammed up.
Yamaha. Oh, there's the move. Park in the split lane. Putting the Yamaha out front.
Nice. I tell you, we've seen some passes by Cullen Park at Loretta's. That guy's hung on and made some big passes down there.
Got some speed burst. And Hamaker quickly around McConnell into second. This is going to be a real showdown. We didn't get it in their other class because Hamaker went down, but it is one-on-one now. Got our buddy Jason Todd Wheels in our announcer's booth here on Racer TV. And I know you follow the amateur scene closely. It's a nice setup with Park and Hamaker.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk with Hamaker on Friday. He's been hurt, and I was like, hey, are you 100%? How you feeling? He's like, yeah, pretty much 100%. Asking me, any expectations, or just here to kind of get your feet wet and see where you're at after being out. And he's like, you know what, I'm here to win. I want to do as best as I can, but at the end of the day, he wants to win championships. So he's kind of had a little bit of struggles in the last moto, but it looks like he's kind of trying to make up for it now.
Well, it was a crash when he was leading in that moto that cost him, but he's got it figured out now. But I'll tell you what, Cullen Park, he's not impressed by anything with Hamaker. He's saying, I got everything you got and maybe a little more. He's trying to pull away right now.
Yeah, if you guys remember back at Mini O's, Cullen Park was on a mission. He was pretty much on one just about every moto he was in, if not on the podium. So he wants to let these guys know that he's here to stay.
I tell you, I see 2 contrasts right there. That was a great picture. Able to see Park smoothly through that rough stuff, and there come Hamaker charging over the bar, taking a bad line to get inside.
Doing everything he can.
Sure.
That's what I love about motocross, man. There's so many different ways to do it. You can be smooth. You can just hammer it. It works out about the same. We see, Ken Rocks and Eli Tomac, contrasting styles, 2 totally different ways to do it, and they both win a lot of races.
I was thinking about our combine coaches. We're going to have Tyler Rattray coaching against Brock Glover.
Oh,
you talk about contrasting styles, bro.
Oh, my gosh.
And then you're going to throw Nick Way in the mix and a couple other guys. But right off the bat, Glover and Rattray.
It's going to be pretty fun. Glover and Rattray, yeah, a lot. Rattray just a hammerhead all the way. The rougher line's the better line.
Oh,
the other guy's a golden boy.
I'll go there because you won't.
Yeah, that's
how
right.
he felt about it.
Oh, a little mistake from Park.
The last 2 laps, Hamaker's actually had faster lap times. So the clock here says the gap's within a second, but looking on the screen, it looks a lot less.
Yeah, now, another mistake. That little S-turn kink right there has been tough on Hamaker, and it is allowing Cullen Park to stretch her back out. So all that work that Hamaker did, he gave it all back, Wheels.
Yeah, it's just a bummer. It just breaks you mentally whenever you put in all that work, and then one little bobble, and it's like, oh, man, all that for nothing.
And when you're this closely matched in speed and talent, that small mistake, holy cow, it costs races. We've seen that.
Just like we were talking yesterday in the qualifiers, you'd have guys that were, the parity is so, right there. You'd have guys try to make passes, and then you might go from first to fifth, but then you can't go back from fifth to first because everybody's right there the same speed.
You can't go forward as fast as you can go backwards.
Exactly.
Hamaker's got him back in his sights. Park has got to stay error-free. Oh, that inside, he made it work. That line was so deep. I thought for sure he was going down. He actually made up time. So Hamaker, this is as close as he has been to Cullen Park.
Mental game tested by both of these guys right now. Who's got the mindset right now? Who's going to dig deepest in the back of that mind and outwill the other guy?
That was a big risk that he took using that inside run. He could have gone down. He stayed up. Through that section, through the split lane, Park's got something there. Adds about 4 or 5 bike lengths, Wheels.
Yeah, one thing I noticed is when the way the track's set up, it kind of forces guys to be creative because the track doesn't really lend itself to back and forth. So you got to kind of be creative and basically force your hand more or less.
Yeah, and we've seen that pay off for guys. I think they take the line they don't think is the best one, and they realize, wait, it's actually worked. Both using the inside.
Yeah, this is exactly where we were 2 laps ago. If you notice, it was the exact same scenario. And I tell you what, Hamaker's got a spot picked out.
Yeah.
He already knows when it all arises, it arises. But he already knows where he's going to do it.
Yeah. The real challenge is challenge and the key. He's got to be good. Do this left-hand corner right here.
Yes.
Park. This time he pretty much matched him. Park's been stretching it out in that area in every lap. Now Hamaker's close already. Let's see if he can make a move. We got the big, long straightaway coming up after this little kink. Left, right, left, and then they'll race down the front stretch. Here we go. Hamaker's going to challenge. Side by side. Park airs it out. Hamaker keeps it low. Park's got to get past the lap rider. He does.
It seems like this section of the track is where Hamaker really reels him in. And look, he's got a pass set up right here. Oh, that rut was kind of tucked out.
Now, a lap ago, Park covered the inside. This time he went wide. Right. Ooh, just went feet off the pegs. These ruts, Megawatt, have got to be a lot deeper than they look on our screen because they are struggling.
Absolutely. What we're not seeing is the depth. There's some shadow flowing to the outside, basically, of that thing. Let me tell you, when you're out there, they are well up the calf. They are deep, dude.
Is that or the sock? Is that the ruts or the socks?
That's the ruts.
Megawatt is wearing shorts, but he might as well be wearing pants. He's got the longest socks and the longest shorts. He basically has pants.
The only skin that shows is his kneecap.
Yeah.
That's the only skin I want you to see.
Yeah. Less is more. Okay? Man, the battle continues. Cullen Park not letting Hamaker through. This is an awesome
Park was
just a throwdown.
Park was actually faster by a little bit that last lap.
Hamaker keeps working that inside. Park all the way on the wall. Watch this corner here and see if Park can maintain it. Yeah, beautiful that time. Got the leg up, got the leg out. Ooh, Hamaker a little run, but he can't clear the jump from that inside.
Wanted to get those wheels down early. Wanted to touch, maybe too soon.
Yeah.
Now he bounced down off the top. So
that inside rut looks so good, but the jump after it, whatever you gain, you'll lose.
Oh, here we go.
Hamaker, they race right by us, side-by-side. Park, whoa, moving all the way over to block. Oh, Hamaker probably not too happy with that. Gonna go back after him.
And that's tactical racing, bro. That's tactical racing right there. You're seeing the best of it today, right here.
Now Yamaha just magically got wider all of a sudden.
Yeah, for sure.
Wider. I thought four-wheeler racing was tomorrow.
That back fender looked like a BW.
Yeah.
Man, this is good stuff. I thought Hamaker had him. He's got to grease this inside. Easier said than done. Okay, here we go again. This next corner right here. Hamaker on the inside. He's got to get the jump. Closer.
Again, the same result. When he gets that thing set down on the downside lower, then he's going to have that drive, and Park's going to have his hands full as if he doesn't already.
But he's got to try to do it from the inside.
Yes.
It's hard to get that momentum.
Exactly.
Now they're on opposite sides of the straightaway from where they were last time.
I tell you right now, you can tell that Hammaker's starting to get a little bit frustrated, so it might come down to...
I think you called it. Park went off the track, gets back on. I think he did the right thing. He didn't want to gain an advantage there, and that allows Hammaker to get the lead. So Hammaker had the inside.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's going to come down to these guys are getting frustrated. Someone's going to make a mistake, and that, right as I was saying that, it happened right in front of us.
It almost got costly right when you said it.
Right.
Well, I think Hammaker was just not going to let off.
No.
He had the inside, and he's like, I let you do it last time. I'm not having it happen again.
And he repeatedly took a bad line because it was open. Because
That's right.
Park wasn't there. He was going to make it work. He was going to will himself a pass, and sure enough, like Will said, there came the mistake out of frustration.
If you listen closely, you can hear Jeff Stanton clapping in the distance because he decided to take, even if it's the worst line, it was a different line. And now Hammaker's starting to stretch it out. It was tough being in this booth with six-time Jeff Stanton before when he was watching riders follow each other. He was getting so angry. Take a different line, even if it's worse. Just take a different line.
Right.
I tell you what, that guy walked by earlier, gave me a pat on the shoulder. My shoulder's been sore ever
It's
since.
jacked up. Yeah. We're going to have to get that thing put back in place.
Doc Bodner here somewhere. I'm gonna need
Yeah.
it.
All right, now that Hammaker has the lead, he's looking to check out. We'll see if Park can learn some of the lines and go back after him. Now, Park got knocked off the track. He could have tried to come back on and block Hammaker, but I think he knows if you go off the track and you don't lose a position, you're probably going to get docked for that. So he did the right thing. He re-entered, but he re-entered slowly. They don't want to see a race into the infield. But now Hammaker in control.
And with the way the course is set up right there, a very unfortunate place to run off. He just couldn't, get back in behind him. He had to wait, and then he had to pull back onto the track and get going again. So just couldn't keep going.
He kind of trial drove across the edge of the track just enough to let him go.
Yeah, because he could have just skipped that entire mound on the inside and gained like 5 seconds.
And that was wrong. That'd have been the wrong move from the start, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So good sportsmanship there from Park. Just wanted to race it straight up.
Yep.
Hammaker's got it now. Hey, Corey Karsten, good job. I saw him about 6th place early.
Yeah.
He's up into 3rd on the Suzuki, of course. Dawson Riker 4th, Logan Boyd 5th, Jack Rogers 6th, Gerhard Metamoro 7th, Cody Groves 8th, Blake Hove 9th, and Jason Kessler rounding on the top 10.
Shout out to Dawson Riker. He's actually from my area. I've watched that kid grow up since he was on 80, so cool to see him running in the top 5.
Rikers Island, right in 4th place.
And Jack Rogers, that guy, he doesn't go away. Okay, you guarantee he's going to hover around that anywhere from 5 to 1 position, man. That guy's just always in it, coming out of Maryland.
Always fighting for it.
Yeah, always.
But Seth Hammaker in his return to action. Missed a lot of racing last year. Team Green being very patient, giving him another year in the A-Class. This is actually, well, they hope his second full year in the A-Class. He ran the A-Class in 2018. Missed most of the races in 2019. Watching Park here on the Yamaha, working his way through lap traffic.
Yeah, 4.7 seconds the gap now for Hammaker. The biggest gap we've seen between these two guys since they got together. And right now I'm not sure exactly 14 laps in, so this one's coming to a close here real quick.
Yeah, I think Hammaker realizes that he pretty much let that last moto just slip out of his hands, pretty much threw it away. So redemption right here for him in this one.
It's do or die.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Park all alone in second, working his way through traffic. And I had some notes here.
Multitasking.
And 15 laps we're going to make this a true 250 Supercross style main event race length. And Hammaker handling it well. I like Hammaker's story. From Pennsylvania, stayed in Pennsylvania for a long time. Did his riding and training up north. And who knows, maybe that'll make him that much fresher when it comes to road time. Not getting burned out riding every single day at age 12.
You we talk about stuff like that all the time, but you just can't you can't get across to the average parent who sees their kid as the next champion. You know, you just can't get. It's just that tendency to go soccer style. You know, we are going to win. We are going to win. We can't be beat. Our training is the best. You know, our program is the best, and you got to give the accolades to somebody who sticks to their guns, keeps the basic program going, keeps it real, and keeps the focus where it's supposed to be, and that's exactly what those guys did.
Well, I understand the tendency to go there several years ago as Hammaker wins at Everett Park and Cullen Park and Corey Karsten. There was a time when you saw Ricky Carmichael and James Stewart, they basically won at every single level. They were the fastest 65 rider, 125 rider, A rider, B rider, 125 pro, 250 pro. It looked like that was the way you had to do it. It turned out that was actually the exception. For the most part, we've seen all sorts of weird backgrounds work out at the very top level as pros. A great example, 250 pro motocross last year. When we had Justin Cooper and Dylan Ferrandis and Adam Cianciarulo battling, you had the American amateur who won everything, an American amateur who won nothing as an amateur pretty much, and then a guy from France. It was like there isn't a model anymore of like you have to do this at this year at this time and that guarantees success. You had totally different backgrounds, ages and everything, all working out the same on the track.
Exactly, and when you talk about that, that's going to be one of these points where the combine is going to be so cool, okay?
Yeah, I just heard him announce that. I was like, holy cow, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and you know, it just makes so much sense, and I know we're going to be talking about this for quite some time, and it's going to be exciting. I know you guys will be at Palo with us, and I tell you, to see these guys and know that that's what they're there for. Yeah. They each know that's the mission today.
Yep.
Okay, today are tryouts.
Well,
all right.
And it's got to put a little extra pep in their step, right?
Sure.
To know that every eye in the industry is on them in a location other than the Loretta Lynn's.
Yeah, we're not at Mini-O's. We're not at Loretta's. We're not at Daytona.
Big stage. We're
that's
at the
right.
Lucas Oil Pro Motocross, venue, and everybody here is here to watch Pro Motocross on Saturday, but on Friday, all eyes are on these guys. So, nut up or shut up, pretty much when it comes time to it.
Exactly, and I'll tell you what I like about this. That plan is so clear and so precise right now, and you know the boss will razor hone this thing. They will add pieces and parts to this combine between now and then.
If we're starting out with two, but they're just going to add two more every year.
Exactly.
Before long, who knows? Maybe the whole Pro-Am series will be on Fridays. The guys will be racing for their pro cards on Fridays before the Nationals, before they get, if you're going to try and earn your pro card, why not do it on the tracks where you're going to be racing on Saturdays?
Absolutely. And when our bosses, when they want to tune or tweak an event, fine-tune one.
When they get an idea, hang on.
You better believe it.
Right.
That's what's so exciting, because just the plan she laid out today is almost seemingly perfect.
Absolutely.
And I can't wait to see how she modifies that plan between now and then, too. So
inspired by the Super Bowl.
Love it.
8 races
watching
to go.
watching the game and gets inspired. The boss did. How about that? I got inspired to turn the channel.
I didn't even know that the Coons family paid attention to any other sport than dirt bike racing.
Davey's got the trivia and pretty much any subject, and that would include stick and ball sports. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. 8 races to go today. We'll have 65, 7 to 11 on the gate right now. Super Mini 13 to 16, 85, 12 or 10 to 12 limited. Vet 30 plus women's class, 250C junior, masters, and college 18 to 24 will round it out here at Daytona. It's easy money. I told you yesterday in the Tower Megawatt, it's the first thing you do. You just add here at Daytona to the end of every sentence here, and it just sounds so much more dramatic and amazing.
Oh,
yep.
The world center of racing.
It looks like Megawatt is going to have an Arma Sport drink.
Absolutely.
Here at Daytona.
He's getting blitzed right here.
He's getting, Arma Blitz here at Daytona.
Absolutely.
Yep. You just throw in here at Daytona, and everything changes. You know what I did last night? I went to sleep here in Daytona.
You know what I've done for the last 4 days?
What?
Woke up
here at Daytona. How much better?
At the world center of racing.
Yeah.
I took a shower this morning here.
Just like the trailer said.
Daytona. Yes.
I love it.
Best sunburn I ever got here at Daytona.
There's sunburns and there's Daytona sunburn.
You can't get a burn like that in El Cajon.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I'm glad we had it, man. On Saturday, I was begging for it. I was begging for some warmth down here. Hey, shout out to our sponsors making this happen. MX versus ATV All Out, our title sponsor for the event. Go visit them at the Yellow Garages 3 and 4. You can play the game. They've got T-shirts and lots of cool giveaways and an opportunity to really, as I said before, See how much respect they pay the sport in this game. They could just make it wacky and crazy and like nothing like the real thing, but they really sweat the details.
Well, fun fact, I'm actually a playable character in the game.
Okay, well, there goes the details.
So
there goes the realism.
All the respect, all the
there
details
it goes.
just
It's gone.
out the window.
So you're a selectable?
Yeah.
So these coders had nothing better to do one day.
Nah,
these coders come into the
in
office one day.
I was in the right place at the right
yes,
time.
exactly.
And signed the right piece of paper. I don't know what
I love it.
Right
no,
now, wait, that got through?
Yeah.
That got to the finished product?
Yeah.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
But I've actually got a chance to play the game, and I'm horrible at games. I hate playing video games, but those games are fun. Like
Did you play as yourself?
Well, I had to, right?
You did, okay.
Why would
all right.
I not? Why would I?
All right.
So, but we even got to announce a little bit with the MX vs. ATV tournament at Loretta Lynn's.
Oh my gosh!
The most epic announcer battle of all time between Tim Cotter and Wes Cave.
Yeah, we didn't announce anything.
No,
we were
announcing
fantastic.
It was so good.
Epic.
But the game, the track they had at Loretta Lynn's was so realistic. I can't wait to see if they come up with, with this track here or some of the other pro national tracks. It's just crazy the way that the things that go into it. And when you're playing the game, you almost like get a realization of like what the track is like. You're like, oh yeah, this is what the run up to Larocco's Leap is really like, other than how chopped out it gets and stuff like that. But it's just cool, like you said, the respect that they pay towards the track and towards the venues instead of just generic. Here's a dirt bike on a dirt bike track.
Right.
Video game help or hurt the kids?
There are two schools of thought on that, for sure. I mean, there's
Absolutely.
certainly. I know the
Your
first thing
opinion.
people say is, "Oh, we're going through wheels." What do you think, man? As we watch 65, 10, 11. Go ahead.
I mean, the kid who did not win the MX vs. ATV tournament at Loretta's was very heartbroken. And I'm pretty sure he spent the 8-hour drive home from Loretta's in the motorhome game.
Practicing.
He will not lose next year.
Yes, that's the difference. You can't do motos in the RV on the way home if you lose the real race.
Mental
but
training.
You can
mental
work.
motos.
Yes, you can work on the video game thing.
Alden Baker's got his guys at the end of the day just doing mental motos inside the.
Guys are sitting there.
Yeah, thumb exercises as 65 is underway. Look, I know the obvious thing is to say, the kids should be outside playing. But there is a school of thought that says there are probably kids that weren't really into dirt bikes, don't even really know much about it, and then they play the game, and then they get to know who the riders are in the tracks, and then maybe they actually do want a dirt bike, or maybe they at least watch on TV or want to go to a race, which is good all around. It has the opportunity to introduce people. This is a very small sport, and widen it out a little bit.
Do you know how many 50s I've sold thanks to MX versus ATV?
For reals. They've
For
said
real.
that.
Parents that never rode.
They said their kid played the video game.
Absolutely, and said, well, if we can do this right, we'll give it a try.
It's not across the board, but it is going to happen, and that is cool. Seth Dennis looking on it for another title here. He won one earlier, and he's out front.
Does your kid play the video game? I know you're trying
He's
to.
a little young for that.
Young.
He doesn't realize that this is something that he could actually do. Yeah. He sure likes watching them, though, I'll tell you. And we're like, why? I said this before. Why would you want to watch a video game? Well, they jump like 900 feet.
Yeah.
Why would I not?
Yeah.
He was watching one yesterday where they had the X Games style step up, but they were jumping on basically what the roof of this speedway.
Wow.
Like in real life, they jumped 40 feet. It was 280 feet.
He was
step
watching
up.
kids play video games. He wasn't playing video games.
No, he was watching. You go on YouTube.
Wow.
Now, what are you talking about? Those guys, Ninja and all that? It's like guys are making huge money.
Yeah.
I'll get to this race, 65, 7 to 11, and then I'll have one more thing in the video game deal. Seth Dennis, Canyon Richards. It should be a nice little battle. Richards fell down early in his moto earlier today, so they didn't get to duke it out. Richards in second, going to try to chase him down. Go ahead.
Anytime these two get together, it's a situation. And like you said, a little bit of a situation earlier, went down, didn't get to get up there and battle, but we're going to see it here now.
You know who Canyon Richards reminds me of, just based on the fact that he always wears a yellow helmet? You remember Justin Bogle always wore a bright orange helmet as amateurs?
Wow.
You can always tell where Canyon Richards is based on his bright yellow helmet.
I like
that.
that.
On the track.
All right.
Just a random, pointless factoid.
I won't question Bogle's style. Bogle's style, I know it's way beyond my level of understanding, so that's cool.
Yeah. On and off the track.
Yeah. Even the clothes he wears rolling up to the track. 2.8 seconds the gap between Richards and Dennis. Jesse Furtado third, Jonathan Getz fourth, Ronan Thomas fifth, William Sokol sixth, Manuel Dubai seventh, Zane Martin eighth, Carson Wood ninth, Kevin DePino 10th. And by the way, I was going to tell you guys, speaking of video games, in the car racing side, the games have gotten so real in the simulator games like iRacing that teams are now legitimately scouting drivers from the video game because they say it's so accurate, they're not really seeing a drop-off. So Megawatt's crushed right now. He's crushed, but I'm going to bring you back up. What the car teams have realized is for years we had to figure out, did this kid just have the money to buy the good car and get the good equipment or go to the right event? The video games is total democracy. Everyone has the same opportunity. It's talent versus talent. And instead of like the kid saying, I could have been a NASCAR driver, but his dad spent $1 million and I didn't have any, they're actually finding that this iRacing is so real that they're doing a better job of figuring out what kid's actually good because it's an even playing field.
So you're telling me you can drive for Joe Gibbs?
It's
Not
100%
in a real car,
happened.
But
It is 100% happened. So the driver who actually replaced Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the Cup class, he came from iRacing.
Wow.
He did not start driving race cars till 14.
I hear the sound of mom's minivans driving to Walmart right
Yeah.
now. to pick up.
Now, to do it right at that level, it's iRacing, and you need a whole thing in your house, but it's probably like $700 or $800.
Oh, you have to spend money, and we know how you feel. when it
Right,
comes to
but
spending
$700
money.
or $800 compared to going car racing,
Right.
is a bargain.
Oh
Yeah,
You
yeah.
bought-
So William Byron is racing for Hendrick Motorsports in the top classes, won a race.
That's insane.
Started there, and they say now the only thing left that they can identify that's different between the real thing is the tires, how they wear out, and how that makes it feel. That is the last thing that they're trying to get the lasso around.
So they're
The
trying
tire
to figure at
degradation.
what rate to loosen up based on tire
Yes.
wear. And
Tire wear
that's
and tear.
incredible.
And they will make air pressure changes in the video game, and they're like, it doesn't feel quite like the air pressure change in the real car. That's the only thing left that they feel feels different than the real thing.
So you have to actually pull in for a pit stop during these video game races.
Dude, so when they have the 24-hour Rolex race here, there are multiple simulator games that go on for 24 hours at the same time. You have to have different drivers, just like in the real thing. Yeah, it's going on. It's coming whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
I have a feeling I know where Megawatt stands.
I think it's
Megawatt's
awesome.
old school. Yeah, but at the same time,
You know how much Monster Energy I'd have to drink to play video
yeah,
games?
it's probably
for
good.
4
Probably
hours?
good
Hey.
for energy drinks.
I was bummed out a couple months ago when I uncrated my 2020 CRF 450 and they added another button. Now they're going to confuse Megawatt with 3 maps, 3 whole shot modes, 3 torque selection modes.
Oh my gosh,
they
yeah,
wanna
you're not an
confuse-
electronics guy.
Listen, I touch one button, the one that makes it start.
Then you're
That's
good.
it. Yeah,
Well, you're not even
exactly.
used to that. You want to kick that thing. You're looking for the lever still.
Oh, I still look
Seth
for the
Dennis,
kicker.
Yeah, you're still looking for the kicker. No changes in the top 3. Jonathan Getz battled his way past Jesse Furtado a little earlier to take over 3rd.
Richard's within a second of him, though. He's kind of closing in just a little bit, it looks like.
That is true. But look, it went back
Oh.
to 2.5. He made one run at it, got Dennis in sight. Manuel Dumais, there's Richards on your screen. I was just going to say Manuel Dumais rounding out the top 5. There's Richards on the Yamaha, digging deep. Time is almost up for him to go after Seth Dennis. And into the twisties. Looking for the 930. There he goes.
You guys have been watching.
Richards is close.
You guys have been watching this screen all day. Has many people have really taken that outside line in those S turns? Or it seems like most people seem to
split
funnel
lane?
toward the inside. Yeah.
It much like Saturday's racing, no one was taking the split line early in the day. And about halfway through, it started to come into play. The Cullen Park and Seth Hamager battle, right?
Yeah.
They were trying. If you could get that double, if
Well,
you go
other
out
than that-
inside, outside, and you can get the double using the outside exit,
You put a
can
lock
make a
on.
pass.
You put a lock on the dude behind you right
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
I guarantee it.
Canyon Richards still trying. He's got it back under 2 seconds now, 1.6. It was 2.5. There's the 930 of your leader, Seth Dennis.
And
And-
Richard's actually running a little faster lap time that last round.
The ability for these kids to keep these things percolating.
Oh my gosh.
For 5, 6, 7 laps in this deep sand and stay within 2 seconds of each other. That means they both kept that thing percolating. They both made good shifts. They both hit good lines. Almost impossible to do what these kids are doing.
Oh, Richard just came up way
Yeah.
short right here in front of
He
us.
had to get those jumps. And that's it. Time
can
is
hear-
up, and the checker flag is out. Seth Dennis going to take your 65 10-11 title. Richards got close. 1.3 seconds.
Right.
Megawatt likes that kind of racing.
You better believe it.
Well, you mentioned percolating, keeping that bike on the boil or revving out. With all this, that's going to be a lost art.
Oh.
You talk about buttons and modern technology. But they keep it pretty simple in these ranks. It's still a carbureted two-stroke. The kids got to learn the hard way.
Oh, absolutely, and that's the beauty of, still riding 125 two-strokes, the importance, the value that they bring to the upcoming riders and such. But I got to tell you, you get to the point where you take the modern four-stroke 450, you put it in third gear, and you leave it.
I know.
Okay,
better is better in most things. I don't know if better is always better out here.
I agree.
Sometimes you'd rather have worse. That's the challenge,
agree.
right?
Yeah. I agree.
Really excited for this Super Mini moto coming up. The way the first one kind of ended with heartbreak there with Ryder D.
I know.
In the back of Towers. But, man, these Super Mini classes at the national level are stacked. The top 5, 6 guys are going so fast.
And the thing about it, Wheels, they're very final rides, most of them, on this Super Mini on the little bike. Before we step up to big bike, these guys have worked for this moment. Their skills are at the pinnacle of a small two-stroke motor right now, okay? They can use everything these motors produce. They can keep it pinned for this. So Super Mini, to me,
they always seem to produce some of the best racing no matter what national you're at.
Exactly.
Super Mini class is one of my favorites to always watch.
Love
always
it.
one of my favorites to watch.
Well, about to drop the gate on it. Super Mini 2. That's 13 to 16 years old. And the Kawasaki coming from the outside.
There it
Ryder
is.
Di Francesco not messing around this time.
Bomber in second.
Got the whole shot. Yeah, Julian Bomer on that Suzuki. Let's see if he can keep him in sight. And they're off to the races on the long stretch. He takes a look over.
Monster Army's own Julian Bomer.
Okay, all right. Get that contingency ready, bro.
That's right.
Wow, what a lead early
Holy
on for
cow.
Ryder D. That's all he needed, man. He's been working his way back in these races. Remember, he actually rode Schoolboy earlier on this Super Mini against 125, so he's got to be happy to finally be out front.
Hey, he challenged for that third spot several times, too, man. Let me tell you, if he could have just had a little more drive over that hip a couple times, he'd have made that pass. Had he made it, it would have stuck.
Bennett makes the pass there for second.
Wow, on the rear wheel.
He was.
Daxton Bennett almost looping that thing out, trying to get the power down, battling it out with Bomer. Bomer on the 29 Suzuki, but there is Daxton Bennett riding what would look like a 50cc pit bike.
It's
the
true.
Scale of how tall he is.
I watched his fender literally fold earlier down that back straight over there. He was so far back on the fender, there's literally a crease in that fender.
Speaking of no fender, did you see that Chambers kid yesterday finish
Jack
the moto
Chambers?
with no sub,
Yeah.
the fender and subframe
Yeah,
gone?
absolutely.
Just front half of a motorcycle, that was it.
Yep.
Holy smokes.
That was a ride standing up drill. That was just forcing him to ride standing up all the way around. Take the seat off. Take the subframe off. Take everything off.
You're going to ride in flip-flops and no seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about two-strokes earlier as Ryder Di Francesco goes by, and now you see on your screen Daxton Bennett. The only time you really see the pros on two-strokes are all at the Red Bull Straight Rhythm, and it was really interesting. Most of them who have very little two-stroke experience, like Ken Roxon told me, he's like, the bike had a hesitation, but I don't know if that's something we can work out of the bike or if that's just the way it's supposed to be. He didn't know the difference.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I remember the comment.
He's like, maybe there isn't, maybe that's not jetting, maybe that's just the way it works.
Right.
Yeah. And we're talking, they're timing Supercross jumps, so they're talking just fractions of a second.
So he will modify his riding style to fit the bike's hesitation.
He did it. Well, it was Lars doing about 300 jetting runs first, okay?
Yeah.
Let's not say they didn't try.
No. Yep.
Yeah. There's a lot of jetting runs.
But very few people can say, I will modify my riding style
Yeah.
to suit the machine.
To suit the machine, I know. Yeah, Kenny's a good dude for that. He was just having fun, didn't have to be out there, but he wanted to. Ryder Di Francesco continues to lead. Daxton Bennett second, Julian Baumer third, Shaden Clough fourth, and Ivan Aldama Jr. rounds out the top five. Gavin Towers did not get the start in this one, Wheels. Sixth place right now.
Yeah, it's kind of unusual. Usually you hear the last few nationals and including Monster Cup, kind of get used to seeing Towers get a whole shot or get a start up front. Not really used to seeing him have to work his way through the pack.
Ryder D lead is almost 4 seconds. The Suzuki man, Julian Bomer, that you're watching right now. And he's about to be under attack. Ivan Aldama Jr. on the number 7, and then Towers on the number 15 Kawasaki. There's Towers.
Well, Clough actually moved his way into third, so Bomber moved back to fourth.
Did Towers make the pass?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
But he's definitely pushing for it.
Yeah.
Jaden Clough, man, he is closing in on Bennick. We might have a battle for second here.
That kid's been pretty impressive. I remember seeing him at Minios, not really knowing who he was, and then even this week has been a solid top 5, top 3 kid. So I'm sure whoever's working with him or whatever program he's on, the people in his camp's got to be stoked for the way he's come out these last couple nationals.
Yeah, definitely showing signs of improvement. Bennick's going to have his hands full, trying to figure out, well, which is the least difficult rut. They're all difficult.
Oh,
whoa. Did Bennick miss a shift or something?
Had to.
Yeah.
The bike basically stopped.
So, Jaden Clough, how about that? Oh, and Bennick tries to come back, and he does.
Shut
Wow.
him down.
Left the door open and couldn't jump the double to boot. Man, that was close. That was an aggressive move. No contact. It's aggressive.
Yeah, I'm saying he hit a false neutral and then jammed that thing back in gear, and man, oh man.
Towers just passed for 5th right here in front of us.
Towers moved up.
Yep.
All right, number 5 spot. So no rematch this time between the Kawasaki boys of DeFrancisco and Towers, because this time Towers got the bad start.
8 seconds for Ryder D out front.
Right now, earlier, Towers was running a little bit faster than the guys ahead of him. Now he's basically the same lap time, so he might run into a bit of a stall right here unless he can really find some way to chip away at it, because he's at a 1:01 that
And
last
now
time.
another mistake, this time stalling the motorcycle for Bennick. So rolling by easily is Jaden Clough up to second. Maybe there's even a problem with the bike. Oh! And contact Ivan Aldama Jr., the number 7, banging the lap riders out of the way.
I love it.
Yeah, these super mini
Bring
kids,
it.
They're not playing games.
Shoot. Shoving him out of the way.
Coming through.
What? Hey, what did I say? If you want to make a pass, you want to make a move, you got to force it on this track. You got to get creative.
Well, even with the lappers.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it's all come unraveled here for Bennick.
I've got to wonder, is there shifter bent?
I don't know.
Something like that,
his
you
body
know.
positioning's changed. He's kind of laid up a little bit, so not really in that attack mode, so not really sure what's going on there.
Yeah, they've beaten him up quite a bit here. Yeah, he might have a problem with the bike or something. Now he's going to have to deal with Towers on that green Kawasaki. Towers number 15, Bennick 241.
That's never a good thing when the 15's
and,
behind
here
you.
we go again.
Did he? No.
So we had a misshift, a stall, and now a crash. Jackson Bennick. This is not the way he wanted this motor to go.
It's like the last 2 laps, everything just kind of started snowballing.
Kind of unraveled.
Yeah.
Man. Meanwhile, nothing unraveled for this man. Ryder DeFrancisco dominating.
Running Michael Jordan's number. Changed his number up this year.
Yeah, what happened to the 199, bro?
I was told that he just was kind of bored with the 199, wanted to
Yep.
change something different. And what better than number 23, MJ?
I got to tell you.
A lot of successful people have run number 23. So
Even as a kid in a different era, I would have had hesitations running the 199.
Oh. The 199.
Your parents would probably have hesitation. Be like, please don't replicate that.
Yeah. The 199 is in Florida. I have had contact with him.
Okay.
I haven't seen him here yet, though.
Anything's possible.
Who knows?
He could come parachuting down from there. So here we go.
Intentionally or not, you know.
Yeah, that's right. Just over at the mall over there and somehow leaked into the facility. Making that new number look good. The number 23 headed for the checkered flag. Super Mini champ.
Impressive.
Ryder
Impressive,
Francisco. Hey, you know what's cool? His dad, Randy, was big actually in the flat track scene. So I saw him on the infield Saturday night. We had the flat track champion, Briar Bauman, here, and his dad was chatting him up. His dad's a flat track guy at heart.
Awesome.
And as soon as the American Flat Track Pros showed up to come on stage and do some TV stuff, Randy Ryder's dad was all over it. He's a flat track guy. His kid just happens to be good at motocross.
I got to tell you, man, you know, my dad put knobbies under me at 4 years old. but at 7 years old, we went to Peoria. We went to Springfield.
You did?
Oh, yeah, my dad was into it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, it was a different feel standing by that old snow fence, man, when the Springer and those guys came by, okay?
I cannot believe they do it.
Unreal, dude.
I
My
can't
favorite TT every time. Love the TT. Throw me a jump.
Yeah. Moto out a little bit. I'll tell you, you go to a mile in flat track and you stand along the fence. You're like, I can't believe this goes on. Whoa, riders tangled together coming right out of the gate in this 85 10-12 limited class. Tough break on them. That is the 300. Drew Adams back in action. Just raced a couple of motos ago. So quick turnaround time for these guys. 85 10-12 limited. In the heat race, Diesel Thomas on the 524 took the win. Luke Fowler was second. I'm impressed to see what Fowler can do. He really stepped up the game late last year, and you want to see if he can maintain that level. Adams right now in second. Yep. Oh, but Diesel Thomas to the inside. Adams trying to get him back.
Yeah, they're bumping and banging in this moto, too.
I'd say there's about 3 inches of daylight between them.
That's
They're just working each other inside, outside. We'll save the drama. There'll be enough, legitimately. That is a battle right there. Oh, but a rider goes down. Oh, and gets tagged. I think he was going to be okay, but then he got hit. Shaken up now.
I can't tell who that was.
Yeah, I can't quite tell the number. It was right behind. I think it was 5th place. Right out of our camera shot. Whoa, and then more mistakes right here. I can't even keep up what is going on in this race.
They're landing on the bike.
Man. Somehow Drew Adams is in the lead. Logan Mortberg is second. Diesel Thomas third. Landon Gibson and Luke Fowler. That was Fowler bobbling big time.
Where did Fowler even make a mistake? I don't even know.
Yeah, we were watching the rider in front of us, in front of our announcer's booth, trying to get up, and then Fowler had feet off the pegs on what's left of that off-camber.
Went 177.
Went way off the track. Okay, it was a 177 that went down. Oh, Kate Johnson. That's one of Yamaha's big prospects there, the Blue Crew.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to be all right, but then as he was crawling up the track, a rider kind of clipped his leg. So.
Yeah, I think he got hit right there in the boot. So tough break for Kate Johnson. It was 5th. He was down. Then Luke Fowler was out front. He made a mistake. Didn't crash, but made a mistake. So the taking advantage of that is Drew Adams. Diesel Thomas is third. There's your battle. Mortberg in the 317 and Diesel Thomas, the white number 524. Then it's Fowler and Gibson. Your leader, Adams, is checked out. It's going to be down to these guys. And fighting over the same piece of real estate. 3 guys. Fowler's trying to come back on Thomas. Thomas trying to pass Mortberg. Thomas made it happen. Thomas into the number 2 spot.
3 guys, 1 rut, and somehow they all 3 managed to make it work without either one of them going down.
Bummer for Kate Johnson. They got to carry him off. Might have hurt that leg in the crash. The Yamaha people are down here as this battle continues. Luke Fowler, don't count him out to try to win this moto. Fowler made the early mistake, but he's trying to make up for it. Landon Gibson 5th. Tyler Mullen 6th. Gavin Brumfeld 7th. Jonathan George, Austin Schaefer, and Chase Lawton. That's your top 10.
Drew Adams has a little room to work with here.
Adams stretched his lead out a little bit. 6 seconds now.
Yeah, Drew Adams is gone, everybody. He's checked out. Battle's going to be for second. Diesel Thomas, Logan Mortberg, Luke Fowler. Fowler on that number 462. You see him on the screen there in the blue jersey. Trying to close in. I don't know much about Logan Mortberg. This is a good ride.
Yeah, I've never heard of him, actually.
Right in there with some big names.
For sure, absolutely. Going to have his hands full here in just a moment.
Looks like he's from New England, part of that New England Ripper.
The Ripper.
The Ripper.
Well, Diesel Thomas, you got a name like that. I remember him in the 50 class here winning, and I was like, man, it's happened.
It's impossible to not be solid with a name like that.
Yeah. He's probably going to be too big to be a motocross.
You just keep trucking, just like a tractor. Just once that thing starts rolling, no stopping.
Yeah, not really a sprint guy. Wow, more contact. More
Look at that.
throwing the shoulder into Fowler.
Getting chippy out there, bro.
Yeah.
Wow, it has been front wheel to back wheel bumping in about 4 corners now between Mortberg.
I mean, impressive.
Yeah, holding up.
I'm surprised one of them hasn't missed a shift. One of them hasn't,
Or gone down.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they've been bumping tires, literally. Okay, Bowser going to try out Mortberg again on the outside.
Oh!
Both of them.
And we just said it.
Wow.
We just said it.
Yep, we knew they were going to tangle at one point. It happened 4 or 5 times.
He's in the subframe. Front wheel's in the subframe. They don't know it.
Yep.
Oh. That's a 6-foot-long KTM, and Bowser is angry about it.
In unison, they both stepped over the bike just together. Like
Bowser's going to have to twist those bars. He's so frustrated. It's like getting stuck in the gate.
Yeah,
you pull back
right,
on the gate,
right.
and all you're doing is making the vise tighter. That's all you're doing.
Like a Chinese finger trap.
It
before
is.
you pull it apart.
Let go.
Yeah.
Let go.
Well, taking advantage of all that, Diesel Thomas, now he's long gone in second.
Another aspect of the excitement of racing. I mean, these
good.
guys going at it. Oh, a small mistake, bumping the ground, boom, 2 guys down.
Play. Bowser on the outside, Mortberg on the inside. Bowser wanted to do the tuck under. Mortberg just took him high, left him nowhere to go, but he actually ended up going down himself. I'll tell you what, 9 times out of 10, Mortberg just rides away from it. And
Right.
as a second-place rider, when you hit front wheel to back wheel, the front wheel guy usually loses.
You lose. That's exactly
Yeah.
right. But what happened, the spinning wheel, Morberg sucked him up in.
Oh, into
That's
the
what
subframe.
stopped his momentum
I see.
and took him down. Yeah.
Yep. And that berm is so high.
If he'd have
Losing
just
momentum.
rubbed tires like you
Yeah.
said, he's gone.
Yep.
Yeah, it looked like Bowser's plan was to kind of go high and then tuck underneath. And
Yeah.
I mean, Morsberg obviously knew that move was coming.
Yeah.
So.
He's like, I'm just going to pause here for a second.
It's just
and
that
leave
little
you with nowhere to go.
hesitation. Yep.
That's 1990s Supercross racing.
Oh,
Stop in the
all
berm.
day. All day.
Get
Damon
it out
Bradshaw,
of the berm, stop.
101.
Yep.
Chicken, 101.
Nowhere to go. There's the 300. I haven't talked about Drew Adams much. Been no drama for him. Hooked up and flying on that Team Green Kawasaki. Drew's a good kid. I know he did a lot of work. The 50cc division got on the radar. Now got the Team Green ride. And he's got this thing tucked away. Great ride for Drew Adams, who's shown he can go up against the best in the business in the minis and hold his own, and he wins 85 10-12 championship.
Yeah, what was this Racer X Next program you were talking about? I'm obviously part of the Racer X Path program, but I heard you guys talking about the Racer X Next.
You're Racer
what
X
is
Path.
it? Fill me in on that a little bit.
Trying to help out riders in a variety of ways, not only, of course, promoting amateur racers themselves, but giving other people like a chance to experience things in the industry. So we had 2 riders who were probably going to be up front this week who are out injured, Jasmine Canfield and Chase Yenser. So going to let them shadow some jobs here, in this case announcing and working the podium interviews.
Yeah, I heard Chase announcing. It seemed like he was
Yeah,
pretty
and
comfortable,
Rodney,
pretty good.
Rodney's, you got a report from down there? What's going on right now? You left him there on his own. Yenser's all by himself. All right, so Yenser's all by himself.
So this is, in true Racer X fashion, throw to the wolves, go for it, you got it.
What's that? Oh, did it work? Okay, so Rodney gave Yenser 1 tip, and he went. He just started talking. So Rodney he said, Chase Yenser, do this podium. Here's the advice. Don't ask him a question. Just say, wow, that was a heck of a ride. And the rider will take it from there. Yeah. And it worked.
So there's Rodney giving away the magician's
I know,
secrets.
thanks, Rodney.
First day.
That
It's
doesn't-
normally the second semester we let him in on that.
That doesn't work with every class. The 50 class, yeah, you're going to have to work a little harder than that.
Rodney did say you only have to ask a question if they don't answer that first thing.
Yeah.
We're up to Vet 30 plus.
Oh, boy.
Rock Straight.
Yep.
Familiar to the folks in the Pennsylvania area.
Absolutely.
I know you know them there, Megawatt.
Absolutely.
Running the number 1 and getting out front. We got
Hey.
Force Winds coming through.
They'll be a big part of the vintage program tomorrow, too, the streets will.
Oh,
I'll
really?
promise you that. Yep, absolutely.
That's cool.
They're in.
They got old Suzukis? They keep
Old
it color
Hondas.
themed? Old Hondas, okay.
Old Hondas, yeah.
So Brock Street leading the way. This is Vet 30 Plus main event on RacerTV.com.
And you look at some of the ages in this plus 30. These guys 45, 48, get every lap they can at Daytona.
Yep, I'll enter it anyway. Ben Robinson out of New Hampshire is in second. So 2 Suzuki's up front here. RM Army.
Since we're going down in age, I'd have to say we're still racing up, though.
Yeah,
you're racing. Yeah.
Yep.
You're still racing up.
Yeah, we're going to make the point where they hope that the younger guys are going to hope the older guys choose not to race them, even with an advantage. I'm trying to get the numbers here on the screen.
That glares.
Yes, Brad Smith in the number 3 spot.
Yeah, that glare's getting pretty
Gale
bad.
Force wind come through and change all of the angles here in our booth. Max Freese from Cape Girardeau. Wow.
Vince's brother.
Exactly, Cape
Vince's
Girardeau.
brother?
Yeah.
All right.
100% Vince's brother.
Huh?
Is Missouri, is that close enough to you to be in your wheelhouse?
Yeah, St. Louis.
Okay, all right.
Vince grew up racing around the same time I did, around the same
Oh,
time.
okay. So Max Freese is 4th. Michael Stevenson 5th. Kyle LaValle 6th. Bigelow 7th. Jason Galbraith 8th. Kevin Smith is 9th. And Clay Burns rounds out the top 10. There's the 85 of Brad Smith. He has tracked down the leader, Brock Street. He wants the lead. There's Smith. Outside to inside. Not enough room to make it work. Oh, and it backfired.
It backfired that time.
Lost
Absolutely.
time right there.
Drifted a little bit left, got into the deep stuff, and there it was. Street was gone. 2 or 3 bike links at that point, but not letting up. Smith going to stay right in there. Watch this guy over the weekend, and guy's a pretty tough dude.
Brad Smith into Thomasville, Georgia. Moved up to 2nd, started the race in 3rd. That pushes Ben Robinson back. As you watch your leaders,
Oh, man,
Street on the
going for
Suzuki.
it.
Yep, Smith on the KTM.
Drag race across the finish line. Still side by side, makes the pass.
There it is.
Yep.
Smith made the pass.
Yeah,
He's on a mission.
I've watched him the last couple days, dude. He's a bad dude.
Street looks to be laboring a little bit there through that corner, riding the sweeper standing up. So Brad Smith has got an open racetrack now to do some work.
That was his Jeffrey Herling style.
Standing up all the way.
Yeah.
Front wheel barely touches the ground. Just kisses the ground every once in a while.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Similar to your riding style.
What's that?
Similar to your riding style.
Wheeling all the time.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you're wide open.
Jersey on backwards.
What happens when you're wide open, man. Oh, what a mistake, and Brad Smith is down.
Oh, man.
Get out of the rut. That was one problem, but then the tough block was even worse. There goes Brock Street back to the lead.
I think that was created. I think he got his toe down in the rut, and that threw the bike off into the tough block.
Oh.
Bummer.
Put his foot down and had nowhere to go. And
When it jerked him around into the tough block, yeah.
So Ben Robinson coming with Street. So this is a battle for the lead. The 2 Suzuki riders.
What happened to Street?
Problem. He didn't stall because he didn't have to kick it.
Wow.
Kick start my heart.
There's something wrong.
Yeah.
With Street.
So now Ben Robinson with a shot to win, but Brad Smith, you see the replay there, hitting that tough block going down. Brad Smith has the opportunity to get the lead back 1 lap after falling.
Oh, man. And, you know, Smith, when he picked that thing up and come off that tough block, all 3 of those guys hit him in the elbow, basically, when they went by, dude. And you're just counting the spots, dude. And you're frustrated, and that's where those mistakes come in now. But this guy able to regroup, hit the button, and let's roll, man.
He's got a shot at it.
That's impressive.
Yeah, he can come right back right now.
Because if you're going to get frustrated, that's where. You know, if you're going to make a mental mistake, it's because of that. And shit, this guy's not phased.
Street is now in a battle with Michael Stevenson and Max Freese. How about Freese running the Husqvarna? Doesn't even get a bike hookup or anything. His brother. Unbelievable. Here's your battle. Robinson out of New Hampshire trying to hold off the man from Georgia, Brad Smith. Smith to the outside.
Smith likes that line.
He does. Keeps it close. Big braking bump.
Somebody's throwing stuff at us.
What the heck happened there? Was that Roos somehow? I can't figure out the angle how we got Roosman in this boot. Meanwhile, Smith is right there. How will he play the big bull burn?
Oh, he looked similar to that last 80 moto.
But he just had enough room for the wheels not to tangle. Now in the split lane, I think Robinson, nope, not going to make it happen.
No.
Brad Smith to the lead.
Wow. Masterful move right there, dude. Very tactical, very masterful move. Set him up. And if you notice, wasn't even really under full power to make the pass. Just had a smart line, just was able to cruise through.
Well,
and
that's the same spot he crashed.
Yeah.
Right? That's impressive.
Right.
Bounce back there. So now Brad Smith's going to try to put it down.
Pretty impressive ride considering 2 laps ago he was picking his bike up off the ground.
It didn't even take that long to get it back.
No, sitting on top of a tough block, people going by, and now we're out front again.
No one will ever know.
Drew it up that way, just like he planned it.
Yep. Here we go. This is the left-hand turn where he narrowly avoided tangling. And now Brad Smith is free to try to bring this one home. Rides with the MTF. ST Hard Clothing, Factory Connection, FMF Dunlop, Scott, and Answer. I think I remember Brad Smith back in the pro days. And looking pretty strong right now in Vet 30.
Yeah, strong. That's put lightly, dude. This guy's absolutely dominated this race.
Little perseverance, had to deal with the adversity.
And look at the lap times. I mean, the guy just continues to pour it on. I mean, he's 4 seconds, 5 seconds faster than everybody behind him, and he's not letting up.
Into the right-handers and dealing with some lappers. This is Vet 30 plus. That's actually race 74 on the chart. We have 4 races to go. Women, 250C, Masters, and College.
4 races to go here at Daytona.
Right now, this was starting to wind down, and I got to tell you, Brad Smith takes the checkered flags, and he earned that one. Holy cow.
Yep. Despite the crash, taking the win.
You know,
Vet 30 is done. Brad Smith taking the win over Ben Robinson and Michael Stevenson. Street goes back to 4th. Max Freese 5th. Kyle LaValle 6th. Clayburn 7th. Jeremy Parsons 8th. Justin McCloskey and Joshua Wyatt round out the top 10. Women's class will be up next. 4 races to go for this 11th annual Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross at Daytona.
It's a big world out there. How do you choose to see it? When you crave the long canyons, rocky trails, rutted tracks, and lonely highways, they become a part of you. Podiums and personal records, we choose it all. Because life is about moving and feeling. It's about being connected to the adventure. Some just never pull the trigger. They keep waiting, wondering what it means to wander. It's a big world out there. You just need to ride where you belong.
Inside every Yamaha lives the heart and soul of a competitor. The DNA of a champion. When you ride with us, it revs your heart and becomes a part of you too.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gasket seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best inside their engine. Cometic Gaskets are always constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environments. Whether it's a championship on the line or a day in the dirt with friends, professionals and enthusiasts alike depend on Cometic. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
Even when you're the best, you never stop striving to be better. The all-new from the ground up 2019 Yamaha YZ250F is available at LoJack Cycle Sales, alongside the all-new YZ65 and YZ85, and refined YZ450F. So stop by LoJack Cycle Sales today in Tarentum, Pennsylvania, and visit our online inventory at www.lojacks.com. Yamaha YZs. It's why we ride.
We'll certainly follow the action with Jordan Jarvis out front early.
That number 30 machine looks like with that Shelby Rowland possibly right behind her. You know, they had a pretty good battle for a bit yesterday. Jordan able to just open that gap, made some real good moves early, Weege, and that was just bad news for everybody else. Had clear track, clean air, and it was just a matter of going out and riding her race, and that's exactly what she did. And Shelby Rowland, like I said, put up a valiant effort. And I got to tell you, I saw about 2 to 3 laps ago, Shelby knew where she was. There wasn't any reason to push it, even to make a charge at her or whatever, and today's what it was all about.
Jarvis going by in the lead. Going to complete one lap here at Daytona. It's your women's class. Watching it live on Racer TV. Katie Benson at the second.
Yeah.
Yep. Rowland in third, Alyssa Fitch fourth, and Brianna Sheltema is fifth. Jarvis starting to pull away. Rider out of North Carolina, originally from New Jersey.
Yep.
It's pretty funny. I've talked to her dad. He still works in New Jersey, so sometimes he leaves Monday and then come back till Friday.
Wow.
Cuts into the riding time big time.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Still doesn't really get to ride as much as you would think. Meanwhile, she's getting a lot of experience, though, racing a lot of different events.
Just got back from England.
Yeah, that's cool. Racing the women's over there.
Yep.
At the MXGP. So that's cool. And working for her here at Daytona. Watching 445 Shelby Rowland on your screen right now. That is third place on the Kawasaki. Jarvis had a good run, by the way, earlier today. Running in the A class. Had her about sixth place for a while.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Benson on the 28 Yamaha and Rowland on the 445 Kawasaki having a battle. And a mistake by Benson. Rowland going to try to get her.
Rowland riding without that visor.
Yeah, looks like she lost it sometime.
Yeah.
Well, more aerodynamic, but a little worse for the roost. They're right in front of us. We can see him right now duking it out. Rowland, let's see if she picks a different line through here. Nope, Benson is on the inside and Rowland is as well.
Yeah, you know for a fact you're really not going to make that outside move right there.
Yeah.
So, you know, your mind's telling you don't follow, but sometimes it's best to follow through that section and get to where you can make a move.
Here they are through the jumps and the split lane. Oh, Rowland on the inside. Is this going to work? Good job by Benson to run that outside momentum to hold her off.
Benson had more of a drive coming out of the corner, but now it looks like Roland's coming up on the inside as they go over the finish.
Yeah, second half of the straightaway, but it wasn't enough. Benson.
Looks like Roland braked a little bit too soon. Benson stayed on the gas.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened. I thought she had the pass made, but Benson from the outside able to swoop in and close the door.
It just looked like Benson kept the gas on a little bit longer, honestly.
Meanwhile, Jordan Jarvis leads. Alyssa Fitch 4th. Brianna Sheltema 5th. Alicia Goggle 6th. Caitlin Helzer 7th. Morgan Johnson 8th. Jenna Schulteis is 9th. Samantha Resch is 10th. Shelby Schroeder and 11th. Taylor Sutherland 12th. Amy Hafer 13th. And Felicia Gaither is 14th.
Couple good battles going on out there right now, but the one we're watching is about as good as it gets. That's what, look at this, rolling in the same place.
Yeah.
Squaring each other up. Oh, and they split the lapper and the split lane, and Benson gets the short end of the stick.
And now she went down.
And if I remember yesterday, Benson went down. The two of them were side by side and making some passes, and I believe Benson went down in a corner.
Man, tough break. So that was a big battle.
Yep.
But in the end, Roland's going to come out on top of it. And Benson going to be way back in third. The old bullet head, the visorless helmet for the 445 of Roland.
Well,
whatever it is, getting the job done.
Absolutely.
Less wind resistance.
I tell you, you got to think that has to be blinding going to the west end of the stadium without that visor.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're at 5 o'clock local time, so the sun starting to get up on the horizon. Back to our leader, Jordan Jarvis.
Making
new
it look
ride,
easy.
new team this year.
Making it look easy.
Yep. Now part of the SGB racing team, Maxxis Tires, Babbitt, Kawasaki.
Watch Jordan's helmet. Her helmet doesn't move. All of her body English in control.
Okay.
Her shoulders down and uses the lower body, those legs a lot. But watch her helmet. Watch how smooth she stays.
Oh, I like this Megawatt. It's good analysis. Oh, it's going to be tough. Got to pick her way through lap traffic. Does the 30 of Jarvis.
I was actually talking to Jarvis about switching from the Yamaha to the Kawasaki, and she said the only thing she missed is when she falls down or something, she has to kick her bike.
Yeah, the KX250.
The 450s have that but
yeah, the 250s
not so much.
Yes, but I just don't want to remind Megawatt they no longer call it a KX250F. They dropped the F because I hate to say it, the two-stroke ain't coming back.
No.
Sorry, bro.
As much as you and everybody on the internet wanted to.
Yep. They don't need to specify because they're not making both any longer. Here it is through the split lane. See if she can get on top of that double. She does. Gives her a big head of steam down the long straightaway.
Yeah, again, notice she just uses all of that lower body strength to control that bike and move that bike. You don't see her working with the upper body too much at all.
It's all in the legs.
Taking a look over.
Ha ha ha, quick glance there,
cool.
yep.
Yeah.
Quick glance.
You notice she doesn't waste a lot of time in the corners either. She uses momentum and just kind of flows through the rut, kind of lets the rut, work with her instead of slamming into it and working against it.
Yeah, right now she's got the room right now, and it seems like she's slowing up, doing some early braking and powering through the corner. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Jordan Jarvis at this point about 13 seconds up. Shelby Rowland had a great battle going on there with Katie Benson, and Katie unfortunately going down in the middle of that one. Alyssa Fitch gaining a position that time around. Looks like Alyssa Fitch moving up one, and Brianna Schultema losing a spot back into that 5th position.
Jarvis looking to go untouched here in the women's class, picking up the game. Just saw Shelby Rowland go by, second place rider. Just in the distance, if you look at that long straightaway there, you can see the second Kawasaki rider. Kawasaki wants to win this one. Katie Benson third on the 28. Alyssa Fitch and Brianna Sheltema, as we said, rounding out the top 5. A couple of sponsor shout-outs I want to give here on RacerTV.com. Sunoco got race fuel, synonymous with all the racing here at Daytona International Speedway.
Not just for cars.
No, man, they got 5-gallon pails of race fuel for your motorcycle available right here, right now. So pick it up, bring it home. Save yourself the hassle of having to get it once you get back. Man, she is on the gas right now, Jarvis.
Taking the win.
And that's it. Checkered flag is out. A dominant run for the championship. Jordan Jarvis getting it done in the SGB Racing Kawasaki. Another title in a long run for her.
Yeah, going to go add that one to the resume here in just a minute. Post that
That's
one,
right.
get about 1,000 likes in an hour, and
yeah, that's right.
For sure.
The podium shots. That'll get you some love on the gram.
You bet.
Shelby rolling
On the
second,
gram.
and Katie, do it for the gram, bro. Do it for the gram. Katie Benson third. Actually, these are younger riders. They're probably doing it for the snap. Doing it for the talk. You're out. You're out of the social media game.
TikTok, Snapchat. I'm not in.
Out of the social media game. And let's put that the whole Old Town Road song that came from that, man.
What?
Come on, dude. You get to make your own music videos. It's an app that allows you to make your own videos. It gives you the music. It gives you graphics you can put. It
So
builds
everybody
special
can
effects
become a Wes Williams by using TikTok.
Yeah, he's pretty much done, man. You're going to get an iPhone X and TikTok, and Verb Moto shut it down.
That's a properly tuned CRF 150. Do you see that half kick and that thing lit?
How are those things for the starting?
You know what?
You gotta have as much compression as a 450.
You have to have a technique, and let me tell you something. The valves need to be adjusted correctly on that thing.
Really?
Keep your hand off of that throttle. You know, there's a technique to starting that, and she had the technique and the setup because she dug the mud out of the throttle first from falling over.
Okay.
And half a kick, that thing lit.
I think that's called experience.
Exactly.
It's hard to do that in the racing situations. Last lap, you crash the side of the finish line. It's easy to rush it. So we saw a rider just fall right in front of us. She's back up. She's okay. That was the win for Jordan Jarvis over Rowland and Benson. Now 3 classes remain. 250C Junior, 12 to 17. Masters 50 plus, and College 18 to 24 will round out our racing here at the 11th annual MX versus ATV All Out Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross at Daytona.
I can't believe it's almost over.
Phew. We're going to finish out with a Gruy and Carson battle again.
Ooh, man. One can only hope.
They'll still be battling all the way back home, man. They'll be on I-95, one headed to Jersey, one headed to Michigan. Still duking it out.
I want our buddy Pete Richards, producer Pete,
Yeah.
who does all the stats, keeps all track of everything, to build us a sheet to log how many laps Gruy and Carson have battled each other and how many passes have been made over the years just between those two.
How many times they've been side by side.
Yeah.
How many laps were within less than 1 second.
Producer Pete, get on it.
Gruy's had the edge recently, but then the last time they raced, they ended up tangling, and Carson came out on top.
If you remember at Loretta's, things got a little heated. They had some words.
They did. Yep. They're still racing hard, regardless of what class it is.
They probably race each other out of the parking lot.
Yeah, I'm hoping they drive to the races so they don't have rental cars. If they flew and had rental cars, be like that Days of Thunder scene. Destroying those
always
things,
get
man.
the insurance.
Yeah.
Always get the insurance.
250C Junior is next. Cashin Cross, who's had a really good couple of days down here at Daytona, won the heat race. I believe he won a championship earlier today and finished on the podium in another division. So he's going for quite a bit of trophy when this thing is over. But he's got to try to win this one. It might not be easy. You got Luke Minetti in it, Drew Thomas, Brock Krymeyer, Chase Patton. Those are the top 5 riders coming out of the heat races from earlier, shaping this track up. That's what I love, man. 3 races to go. They could slack off. They could take the dozer keys and hang them up on the wall, save the diesel. But nope, they're going to make this track prepped and perfect even for the last 3 motos.
Who'd you say we had there? I know we got the plus 50. We just had the women. 250C. Yep, and College. So, yeah, making this track perfect right now.
Comedic Gasket, proud sponsor and the official gasket of the Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross. Comedic Gaskets are the industry standard for championship-winning teams across multiple disciplines of both professional and amateur motorsports. Kawasaki's Team Green, KTM's Orange Brigade, and the Suzuki RM Army all endorse and depend on Comedic Gaskets to help them seal championships year after year.
Over the years, countless of races and championships have been won by riders wearing the Thor brand, always racing forward while always respecting our past and always focused on building quality products that exceed rider expectations. Thor, the first, the forever. Our name is our heritage, supporting the racer's dream since 1968. Megawatt knows what Thor, it's actually an acronym. You know what it stands for.
Torsten Hallman Original Racewear.
That's right.
I actually knew that, believe it or not.
Yep. And it's so cool to see the throwback chain link designs and stuff this year.
Fast Boys?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep. Got a little paintball spatter, a little chain link look going on there, straight out of 1990.
1968, man, when a gear brand starts then, that's ground zero for American motocross. That's really when the sport essentially was imported and really caught America's fancy. Before that, it was maybe some people were riding off-road, but it didn't mean motocross racing per se.
Yeah, and guys were wearing lineman's boots and, old Carhartts and stuff, and they were out there making it happen. Hallman knew that he could import product. He knew that he could get specialized clothing and product for these guys, and he knew the American market was hungry for it. He knew they were wide open. He'd already seen the motorcycle scene, the hot rod scene, and if it was fast and loud and if it worked to enhance your fun on the bike or whatever, America was going to scoop it up. So now he starts bringing over specialized pants, specialized boots, and now you're not wearing the coal miner gloves, but you're wearing goatskin gloves with the rubber on the back, knuckle protectors. And the guy was an innovator without question, then went into designing his own gear. So going from importer to designer and owner all at the same time, basically.
It's really cool to celebrate the heritage 50 years at Daytona for motocross, supercross racing this year. 1971 was the first. It was just part of the Florida Winter Am Series back then. Why? Because they didn't have an AMA National Motocross Championship yet, and they certainly didn't have a Supercross Championship. In fact, the term Supercross, it didn't even exist. So really, it's the longest-running Supercross race of all, because it's the only one that predates the actual series, and that original, what they think of as the first Supercross, really, the LA Coliseum was 1972.
Yep.
A year later. But even that wasn't called Supercross. That was the
Super Bowl
of motocross.
Which was shortened to.
Two words, not one. We got trademark issues. The Super Bowl of motocross. And no one's exactly sure, but legend has it it was the great Dave Despain, great announcer, worked for the AMA a long time. They believe he doesn't want to take credit. He's denied it. But in some of the AMA magazines and correspondence, he started using the shortening Super Bowl of motocross to Supercross. They also called it the Yamaha Super Series at one point. So there was we had the term motocross and super thrown in a lot.
Sure.
And a lot of people say it was Dave Despain, working for the AMA at the time, that first put those two words together, and now we got the term Supercross. And what I find funny, motocross and Supercross became so popular. I turned on the TV the other day, and they got that Red Bull thing. They call it crashed ice.
Oh, where they go down
They go down. The hockey players running downhill. You know what they call that? Ice cross.
Ice cross.
You watch X Games, snow cross.
Yeah.
So all these things are just offshoots. They want to be motocross. They want to be
original
Supercross.
cross.
Yeah, the original cross. Yes.
Everybody wants to be part of the cross.
Heck yeah. They all want to be like motocross and supercross. Gunnar Lindstrom, the first winner at Daytona, was here over the weekend. Had some really funny stories to tell. Said in 71 he won. That was, again, that wasn't even a national level race. But the France family invited him to the banquet at the end of the year for NASCAR and the Rolex 24 and the Daytona 200, which was massive at the time. And they decided to throw him in there, and they interviewed him on stage. And he said, well, I hope in 20 years that this is even bigger than all the other motorcycle races here. And they laughed at him, and they're like, this arrogant Euro coming over, what does he know? And he's like, how'd it turn out?
Yeah, look at me now.
How'd that work out for you?
How'd that work out? And Supercross is darn big nowadays.
Just like we were talking earlier with the Showtime butt patch. How'd that work out?
How'd that work out? Man, this guy's calling himself Showtime in the C-Class. Ends up all-time king of Supercross. So that was cool to have some of those guys back. Great stories from Jeff Emig, Jeff Stanton, Rocket Rex Staten, and Rick Johnson. You knew when you get RJ here, he's going to give you something great.
Oh, no question. Are you kidding?
Did it in grand style. Rode the Goldwing from California.
Cross country, man.
Yep.
Going to drop some dad's ashes and
that's right.
pay respect to him. And it's very awesome, dude. Anything that guy does, he's going hardcore, I can tell you.
If you're going to make that trip from California to Florida on a motorcycle, I think a Goldwing was probably the most plushest bike of choice.
You better believe that, my man.
He said that, yeah. He has
cruise control and airbags and radio and air conditioning and everything.
He said that he has a Honda Africa Twin, which is a cool adventure bike.
Yep.
But Honda said, well, let's give you a Goldwing. Do it right.
Yeah.
You're going to go cross country.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I love about RJ. There are, as I've told RJ, there's several RJs. If you go to Baja, he's a legend there.
Oh.
If you go to short course off-road racing, legend there. And then he comes back here at Supercross, legend here.
Dude, the guy did trucks. The guy did off-road.
Yep.
The guy did, and he did it all well. You know,
Yes.
he had that bad boy persona the whole time. You know, life's a beach, and you know, he's always the mad dog to us. Period. It was funny. We were leaving Unadilla, the 50th celebration this year, and here we are. We're in that massive traffic leaving Unadilla. You know, Route 8.
Oh yeah.
And, RJ's facing north. I'm facing south, and we're sitting there and we're laughing and. RJ revs up the minivan rental.
Oh, even that.
Oh, yeah. I had a Nissan Armada rental. And then he revs up the van. He goes, I'll beat you. And that was it. He goes, hey, you want to go? I'll beat you. And there was no doubt in my mind that he would do what's necessary to put that van out front.
Yes. Yeah, they were pretty aggro back then. So it's good to have Rick Johnson, Jeff Stanton, Rex Staten, Gunnar Lindstrom, Jeff Emig, and then, of course, riders still competing that have won here before, like Chad Reed, Ricky Carmichael, who's involved in so many levels, a 5-time winner at this event. And, hey, Eli Tomac stamped some history as well. Now a 4-time winner of this event. Would have been 5. Would have been 5 in a row. But what happened? What happened that one time? Justin Brayton. It's a great night.
Your guy.
It's a great night for Supercross.
Yep, your guy.
2018.
You know, I'm honestly surprised you didn't just call it a career after that. You're on the podium here announcing. Your guy wins.
I hugged him.
You hugged him. You could have just dropped the mic, left the industry, and nobody would have blamed you. Nobody would have questioned it.
Yep.
There goes my hero.
I'm leaving on top,
Playing
Jerry.
as you're leaving the parking lot.
Leaving on top, Jerry. So our women's class is a wrap. 3 classes to go, 250C, Masters, that's 50+, and College 18 to 24. We're here on Racer TV. Been a busy week for the crew. Spent 2 days at the Grand National Cross Country opener, round 2. We had the opener 2 weeks ago in South Carolina. We had the ATV race. Walker Fowler taking the win there. Caleb Russell on the bike side yesterday. That's one of the most brutal races of all. 2 or 3 hours in the sand whoops. Caleb said it wasn't quite as brutal this year as previous, but he's had to work for it in some of the other years. So that's
At least the weather was a little bit cooler though.
Yeah, it wasn't as humid. One year he put his, I think it was 2 years ago, he put his heart rate data on his Instagram.
Yeah.
And I think he'd averaged something insane like 187 for 3 hours, which your doctor will tell you you can't actually do that. Like they're like your heart won't do that.
Yeah, that's anaerobic.
Yeah.
plus.
Yeah, racing will do that.
Right.
Yeah. Racing will intensity.
Sometimes I think the riders are more machines than the machines are right.
That's right. Yeah, after what we thought was a wild, rough, grueling main event on Saturday night, Cooper Webb, Eli Tomac, Ken Roxon in the post-race press conference. I'm like, man, I know no one wants to say they get tired, but how much did this come down to just physically, just grinding it out? And all 3 said, no, I was sure more laps. There's no problem. That's what they said.
Wow.
Roxon's like, I was surprised that a white flag came out.
Really?
Yeah, that's what they said.
He was preparing to go on the attack until the white flag come out.
He didn't go that far. He didn't go that far. They made a valid point. This is interesting. So this was always a super long race. Now we've gone to time main events.
So the laps are shorter.
It's actually shorter.
That takes the Daytona element.
Yeah.
One of the Daytona elements.
They only did 18 laps. So
but
they
that
did
takes
fewer
one
laps than they used to. Yeah, yeah. It's almost like you need to make Daytona a 25-minute to give it that edge back.
Precisely.
Or just make it the one round where it's just 20 laps.
And here's another odd thing. Chad Reed, they went from 20-lap mains to 20 minutes.
Yep.
I think this is the 4th year of it. I think 2017 was the first year. He said his body is so used to 20 laps, he's never fully adjusted. He completely and totally feels the difference of those extra 5 or 6 laps or whatever it is.
It's just pure muscle memory.
I think so. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
It is.
Yeah. So, I mean, for him, the first, 200 races were 20 lappers?
Yeah.
Right? He's up to 260 or so. Isn't that crazy that he says he can literally tell the difference? He's not really a fan of it, to be honest.
It's like
No way.
It's
yeah,
shocker.
Shocker. Yeah. Yeah. Reed's
Reed has
outspoken
something to complain
a
about. No way.
Yeah. One last ride for him. He rode well. Got 13th. One of his best of the year for Chad on Saturday night. Starting to come around for him after starting the year injured.
You know who really impressed me Saturday night was Plessinger.
Yeah, that
his
was
start in the heat race was on point. His start in the main was on point.
And he ran.
Obviously, he was all positive after the race. I talked to him. That guy's always in a good mood.
Always.
But yeah, he told me he's like, Wheels, we're just making progression. Like, just keep getting better every week, and he's happy. So, yeah, Plessinger, I was stoked to see him actually kind of put together a good ride and have some good starts. It seems like he's always kind of mid-pack on the starts and then makes life harder on himself. So.
Yeah, that's not his strong point of starting by any means. And when he does get out front, like you said, he's got the ability to put in good laps, fast laps, and we just need to find that next step. You know what I mean? Get that start, maintain the positions. I mean, the guy's physical. The guy can ride all night long, but just need to put two or three more key ingredients into the mix for Aaron Plessinger.
So, finishing up this track maintenance here at Daytona to make these last 3 motos go absolutely perfect. We're just watching some highlights real quick on my phone of some last lap action Saturday night at Daytona. Yep.
There was all kinds of action Saturday night at Daytona, from one end of this track to the other in both classes.
Well, you had obviously Roxon and Tomac battling. Anderson made one last push.
He did.
On Webb at the end.
Absolutely
So that was close.
did. Yep.
And then Plessinger, who you were talking about, and Barsha, and even Dean got in there a little bit.
Yeah, AP and Barsha went at it for the
whole race.
The whole time.
Yep. Side by side the whole time. That was like Yamaha could have done their photo shoot.
It's kind of what it looked like, right?
Right. They were side by side.
Yeah.
So often.
And you know, it never crossed the line. Like, it never got bumpy.
I was waiting for Barsha to lose his crap.
No.
Okay.
Even on the teammate, man, he don't care.
Yeah, I was waiting for him to just, get frustrated and, pull the short straw.
I do think people need to give him a little more credit as far as Justin has matured a lot this year, it seems. And, he owns that he's made some mistakes in the past and, for lack of a better word, been an idiot. And this year it seems like he'll even tell you, like, I don't want to ride that way. But what's that saying about, like, a leopard and its stripes? Like, Bam Bam can go Bam Bam at any time. Like, it's still down in there.
Yeah, you better believe that. And that put it pretty well. You talk about maturity. Why hope? He's been in the game for a little bit, and he's been bumped around by some of the best in the business. He has, and when he came up through, you get that persona a little bit, or the media and the fans and stuff work that a bit. And maybe it's not a true representation, but I tell you that kid lived up to it. It was part of his style.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't a nickname. It wasn't one altercation. And they're not necessarily altercations. They're passes. They're aggressive passes. They're racing passes. You square somebody up. You take a line. You block pass. Bam, bam, you're gone.
Yep.
And I think sometimes people just naturally go to the thing, oh, Bam Bam will take you out. He'll put you down, it's not like you're taking old Yeller to the vet.
He will do that. You're not wrong.
So it can happen. But I think a lot of that, when you say maturity and stuff, you're on bigger bikes, you're racing different people. And I think it's a situation where each and every one of these guys, you'll never see him do it until necessary. But Eli can get physical. Absolutely, we saw that. It's not his style. He doesn't prefer to. But he absolutely can. Cooper Webb can get in there and bang it around. He's going to deliver it to you. Zach Osborne can get in there and bring it. So the whole Bam Bam thing, it was fitting as a younger rider. But like you said, a lot of the transition, a lot of the maturity is starting to show now. Where isolated incidents, well, they're just racing passes now. Not everybody has that.
We see those moves 12 times
right.
a night in every LCQ.
By every rider out there.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool, and I like the way he's going back to his old bikes and old motor style, over revving that thing in the air where, for years people tell you need to learn how to ride our motor. Well, no, that's not how I would look at that.
Yep.
I would look at we need to make a motor last for him. is how I would look at that. And sure enough, that's what they're doing right now. They're giving him the tools, the equipment that he's requesting. And sure enough, you're seeing that thing rev through the air. You're hearing that rev limiter bark as he hits the brakes in a corner. And, that's what we look for out of Bam Bam.
Rev limiters barking here. 250C Junior start as we resume racing with 3 motos to go. As I mentioned, Cash and Cross, the number 201, won the heat race.
And he rode well.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, he rode very well, dude.
That is the number 4 out front, Jordan Bowen out of Dallas, Georgia, leading the way. Only 10th in the heat race, but turning it around now.
I believe he went down.
Okay,
I believe he
speed,
was 3, 4, something like that position. I believe him and a couple guys went down in the sand trap.
We can work with
But he had some speed. We can work with speed. Well, he's going to try to. Looking to check out on the field right now. And then is that the number 12? Yeah, that's the number 12 of Cale Thorpe, also out of Georgia, backed by Phillips Wealth Management. Well, they're having a heck of a day today, I can tell you that.
No doubt.
Yeah, it's been a rough couple of weeks for any sort of wealth management.
Yep.
He's up into second, and there goes the 201 of Passion Cross in third, looking to make a move. And he does make that move.
Yep.
Cross up to the number 2 spot of the 201. Rider out of Hazlitt, New Jersey. It's practically my hometown.
There's a lot of riders from that New Jersey, New England area.
We'd like to get it down into Florida for the wintertime, trust me, okay? It's a nice vacation.
What are the locals called snowbirds, right? You come down for the winter?
What's that?
Locals call them snowbirds, right? You come down for the winter?
They basically built I-95 just for things like this. Bring you from New Jersey down here to Daytona with basically one road. So Cash and Cross is second, trying to track down Jordan Bowen, who's in the lead on the number 4. Right here we got the 265 Colton DeMoss, was running 4th at the end of lap 1. Oh, there you go. Out of Shinston, West Virginia. Familiar turf for you, my friend.
Right. I believe Colton's riding one of them RG Honda Husqvarnas.
Okay.
RG Motorsport Husqvarnas, I believe.
All right. Megawatts proud. Okay, so lead is virtually nothing between Cross and Bowen. In fact, Cross just took the lead. He's got the number 1 spot now, so he is a man on a mission. Started third, moved to second, now to the number 1 spot. The rider out of New Jersey. Luke Magnetti, watch him another New Egypt. Used to have a track there. Used to be a motocross track in New Egypt.
Is there?
Did you flag there? Did
Long
you flag
lost.
there?
No, only I was a little young for that one. Only flagged at Englishtown.
He's
I can assume Cross is done.
Allegedly.
That's ridiculous. Why would I make that up? Like, come on, man. Proud. I believe, I'm just going to assume Cash and Cross has crossed some laps at Old Raceway Park in Englishtown.
There's a lot of stories you can make up, but why would anyone make up a story about flagging?
That's right. That's what I'm saying.
Come on, Chase Scallo.
Jordan Bowen second. Colton DeMoss is third.
That's the second time that guy's used that line over here on the pavement.
Okay, so taking some liberties, going way off the side of the track. And in front of us, trying to get around these sand rollers. There's Cross on that 201. Backed by, of course, KPS suspension. That's Kessler Pro Suspension. Mickey Kessler still doing the revalves for the greater New Jersey area.
The Mick.
The Mick.
That guy was bad, dude.
Quick. Oh,
I'm here to tell you.
Mako rider.
Found traction where nobody else could.
Is that his thing?
Oh, the guy could
Really?
find traction, dude. The guy could hook a bike up where nobody else could. I mean,
Mick
it was
the
true,
Quick.
dude. Yeah.
Ah, it's a legend.
Very, very JoJo Keller-like. You know, very,
Actually-
very, very similar.
Actually, one time, Mickey Kessler, legend in New Jersey. One time JoJo came down and beat him in the 500 class. And I think people were crying.
Oh,
They
I'm
were
sure.
so mad. They were
Oh, I'm
so
sure.
upset.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
JoJo looking like he had never trained a day in his life.
Right.
Looked like he had never ridden a motorcycle.
Right.
And put it to him.
But
He was fast, dude.
JoJo, Marty Tripe.
Yeah, they're out there.
Those were big guys that could stay light on a bike. And let me tell you, they had no problem going 40 minutes, and it blew
No.
people's minds.
Yeah,
Okay?
it didn't look like he could, but Yeah, he put it to him.
And that crushed the locals, I'll guarantee you, when
they were
JoJo
so
came
upset.
and cleaned their cloth
This
for
guy,
him.
Jersey hanging out, but not in a cool way like Jason Anderson, in a not good-looking way, and still putting it to your local legend.
And a gut.
Yeah,
and a
exactly.
gut. There were black wreaths on all the motorcycle shops that weekend, dude.
Yes. Yeah, flags are at half-mast when he beat Mickey Kessler at Englishtown.
Monday was a national holiday. Everyone had kids were out of school. Banks were closed.
Yeah. He thought the Red Sox-Yankees thing was bad.
Oh,
they had the
wow.
JoJo Kessler thing for New England and New Jersey. Cash and Cross, we're talking about him because Mickey Kessler does the suspension. New Jersey legend. Cross from New Jersey out front. Jordan Bowen second. Nathan Fleming is third. Brock Kreimeier and Cale Thorpe rounding out the top 5.
One last JoJo comment.
All right.
You see him at Unadilla for the Legends?
Yeah.
Okay. He comes out on a 1978 CR250. Shorts, no helmet. Wheelies through the first. Did you see it? Wheelies
No, I did not
through
see
the.
that.
Oh.
Really?
It was priceless. I'm in the tower, and I look down, and typical JoJo, leaning back just a bit.
Nice.
It
No
got,
helmet.
Got the Honda folded.
Oh, we got a crash right here. That's the Yamaha man. That might have been Fleming. Yeah, third place. Nathan Fleming out of Baker, Florida. We'll show it to you. Oh, boy. That inside rut, that's the line you want, but it's so difficult.
Life happens fast sometimes.
So that's going to cost him what could have been a podium spot. Probably going to move Drew Thomas up to 4th and Luke Magnetti to 5th.
Daggone it. I tell you, there's still a whole bank full of riders right there together. I mean, that's a battle, dude.
I know. Yeah, it's a gnarly deal as far as, again, you go to these bigger amateur races, it's battles throughout. I don't care if you're 15th or where you are.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a battle. We can reset the order here. It's Cross leading Bowen, Drew Thomas 3rd, Luke Magnetti 4th, Cale Thorpe 5th, Chase Patton 6th, JT Cox is 7th, Sawyer Shoemaker 8th, Ryan Fleming and Nathan Fleming are 9th and 10th. Can we assume they're brothers?
They're both from Baker, Florida, so I would
I'm going to assume they're brothers.
Bragging rights.
Nathan is going to say, bro, I would not have been battling you. I crashed.
Yeah.
I had you covered.
Yeah.
Don't even try. Don't even say that you have me.
I feel so bad for their parents on the drive home. It's just going to be, no, I had it. No, man, I had it.
Crashing's part of racing. No, I had you on speed.
Yeah.
Chad Forstall 11th, Evan Johnson 12th, Brock Kreimeier, Colton DeMoss, and Kobe McCollum rounding out the top 15. And that's it. Cash and Cross bringing another title back to Hazlitt, New Jersey.
That's an awesome ride. Awesome
Had to
ride.
make passes. Had to work for it.
You better believe it.
2 classes remain, by the way, here. Masters 50 plus.
You know, you mentioned battles back in 15th, and that's what we see, you know, here at Loretta's, here at the Mini-O's, Freestone, whatever. You're going to see those battles that deep. Every one of these guys wins at home. Now, you might have a couple guys from the same hometown. One wins, one gets second, whatever. But when you come to these events, in every class, it's normally you're a shoe or you're not going to show up. You know, you're ready for your class. You're prepared. You're really not going to show up. So that kind of also shows what region, what state come down here and won the most titles. What region, you know, who had the best style, who were the best riders this weekend, you know. And you got people from all over the country coming down and battles from the front to the back. And guess what? Somebody comes out on top, but the guy who got 14th, he might win every week at his place.
I know.
You know.
It's reality. Reality can hit you hard.
Exactly.
That's actually a sign of growth for this event. I feel like the first couple of years we were here, there was a lot of Floridians throughout the entire field, and it was not necessarily drawing people from all over. I think they needed a few years to kind of see what it was all about.
Yep.
Now you really see a good mix of you know, Florida, Georgia riders who obviously are fairly local to the area, but then riders from all over the place as well. So that's what you like to see. That's kind of what puts the event on the map. People are driving from anywhere.
South America, we've got riders from Canada, Europe, I believe, Costa Rica, I believe. We've got a Costa Rica rider here this weekend. And when we say it's an international event now, it truly is. And it's a destination. If you're a motocross fan from America, you want to go somewhere, whether it's Assen, whether it's Lommel, whether it's the Citadel, you want to go somewhere over there and watch a race. Well, I guarantee you where Europe wants to go, where all the Europeans want to watch a race, they want to watch it right here at Daytona. I can promise you. And when they have that opportunity, they might ship a bike, they might rent a bike when they get here, but those guys are going to come over and they're going to ride it, and they're going home and tell other friends, I did it.
Yeah, last year I met a guy from South Africa, and he had the whole setup. And I know a family that's like they're from Australia. They bought an RV, and they like to just park it. And when they need it, they got a house in the United States,
right?
And then they go home. We're going to take a commercial break, a little more track maintenance here. We'll be back with 50+ at the MX versus ATV Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross.
It's a big world out there. How do you choose to see it? When you crave the long canyons, rocky trails, rutted tracks, and lonely highways, they become a part of you. Podiums and personal records, we choose it all. Because life is about moving and feeling. It's about being connected to the adventure. Some just never pull the trigger. They keep waiting, wondering.
And guess who's right behind him? Barry Karsten, 50+ class. Yep, these guys have pretty much every year, I think, 11 years worth of battles at this event, and we might be in for another one. Going to be tough on Barry, though, because we know how fast Gruy can go, but it's good to see him start 1-2.
You know what's funny? When you add their numbers up, 30 and 31 to 70,
yeah.
101, that's not even close to how many years the two of them have been racing.
Shocking. Are you sure about
it's
that?
unbelievable.
I don't know. I think it might be. So Karsten, yeah, hopping those bumps. It's a rhythm lane for him. Got to keep Gruy in sight. But Gruy, as I've been saying, just keeps getting faster and faster. I think he might be the Supercross champ as a pro in a few years at the rate he's improving. Doesn't even make sense that could happen because we're talking about a rider that's 53. Karsten also 53 years old. And I think I saw the 202 Yamaha, Daniel Zulo in third, then Earl the Pearl May fourth, and Lee Fleischman fifth.
I think this might have been Gruy's only hole shot this weekend.
Yeah?
I think that might have been his only
he didn't
clean
have
hole
one in there earlier today. I don't know about yesterday.
And, you know, it's the perfect storm right here. These two guys get the start. Normally one of them doesn't, and they end up together. But here they start together up front, and wow.
I think Barry's making a run at it.
Yeah.
Gruy was good on lap 1, but here on lap 2, watch Karsten in the rhythm lane here. Yeah. Turning those braking bumps into something. I don't know if that's doubles or what.
Gonna go get him, Bah.
He's
gonna get
right
him
there.
Absolutely.
Bear dog.
It's the bad dog. Wow. And what did Gruy do different?
Yeah, down that straightaway, he literally doubled the size of his lead.
He did the same rhythm, but he just got a better drive, you know? They were 3 bikes apart going into that.
Yeah, and now it's like 10.
Yeah.
So now Karsten's got to reel him back in. He's right there.
You know,
he's doing it.
We've noticed this all weekend, and it happens everywhere. One rider's better on one part of the track than another, you know, obviously, and it's a glaring flaw where Barry's slower right now. There's no doubt about it.
You don't want to get beat on a straightaway. No. The one spot that doesn't really have obstacles is somehow how Gruy was able to get him. Here's the jumping style of Barry into this corner.
Just like pogos his way through there into that corner.
That's that Kessler Pro suspension, gang, okay? Nick the Quick dialing that thing in. Oh, Gruy outside on the entrance to the split lane. Oh, and Barry just got the big hop as well. Sweet. I think he went quicker, but Gruy still pulled away.
Yeah.
He stepped it up. Gruy stepped it up even more.
Yeah, and again, he was just, I watched how flat the bike was. You didn't have any pitch, and it just drove the whole time, where Barry bounced a couple times, you know, just didn't get quite as much drive. And I'm sure Gruy's a little bit lighter than Karsten, too.
Gruy's a lean, mean machine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, really fun. I did a story on these guys in Racer X a few years ago. Gruy never
has never not worked. He's never raced full-time. Same thing with Karsten, who works for the family RV shop. Grury's in like the automotive trades field. It's a different era that guys could be this fast, but never truly say I'm going all in to make money racing dirt bikes. It's always going to be a side project.
And you know what? A lot of that comes from good judgment and reality.
Yeah,
okay?
man. It's hard to make it.
I can tell you this much. Many a family busted, bankrupt, and divorced because of false hopes and false realizations, not wanting to admit or accept reality. You know?
If you're right on that bubble, man, you're taking a huge risk. You know, if someone's handed you the money, you take it. But to think it's going to be out there, you never know. So Grury and Karsten, they never took it for granted.
Davey Coombs went to journalism school.
That's right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Dig it. He realized, I love it. I'm pretty good, but you know what? I'm a better writer than I am a writer.
Yeah.
And that's, that's how it works. And a lot of guys, at some time in their career, they have to make that decision, and sooner better than later for a lot of guys. Because what happens, you keep hanging on, clinging, hanging on, and guess what? It's over for you in many ways then.
Yeah, you're delaying the entrance into the real thing.
Yes,
and also like about these guys, man, they never, maybe they could have gone and done even better things, but they don't make excuses.
No.
No, not at all. I mean, Grury just said, I just never really crossed my mind. Barry told me that I think one year he was getting really good support from Suzuki, and he said, I didn't do good enough. I would have got more support if I did better. And that was the end of the story.
Tell everybody what Kevin Foley does for a living.
He pretty much runs companies for the most part. Any manufacturer he gets involved with is going to do well.
One of the winningest guys at Loretta and all times, but you know what? You never heard him at the factory level. He was never a household name and stuff. He realized, man, this is a lot of fun, but I'm better at my real job.
Yes.
And
that's Grury right now. I don't even know if half the guys he works with knows, hey, real quick, I went down to Florida from Michigan and won a championship at the World Center of Racing, but he is pulled away from Karsten now. He's in position to do it.
The other end of that spectrum, the guy who finishes in the rear and won't have fun with it whatsoever, the guys that work with him are tired of hearing about it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, they are. They don't care if they ever hear about another race.
Yeah, like, just stop doing it if you're going to complain about it all the time.
Right.
Yeah. Now, man, Grury's one of the happiest guys here, and he could be headed toward the podium to show everybody just how happy he is, because we have 6 laps complete. Probably going to be 2 to go.
Lapper's
lots of traffic and nowhere to go.
Yeah, Lapper's holding him up a little bit.
This could be Karsten's last chance to try to get back with him.
Man, he even scrubs.
Grury just sliced it through there.
Scrubs in the plus 50
through a master scrub.
Yeah.
That was a master scrub.
I don't think Barry's doing that.
Nah.
No scrubs from Barry.
Nope. Might be the only rider here who wears a chest protector outside of his jersey.
That's right. He's not changing the style anytime soon. I think he's mad that they don't have MSR anymore. He has to
it
wear
may
Answer.
actually be an HRP chest protector.
He's got lots of old stuff laying around, no doubt. That might not even be a new bike. Now Karsten having to deal with all that lap traffic as well. Down the long straightaway, Grury's gotten away. Earl May, good job fighting his way up to 3rd.
Absolutely.
White flag now out. Alan Alford, familiar to us in a lot of these races. 4th, James Nagy 5th, Lee Fleischman 6th, Rick Bigelow 7th, Richard Custard 8th, James Kress and Sam Allen right on the top 10. There's Joe Willard, Darrell Thiel, Steve McDonald, Tom Sardil, and Daniel LaPlaza. That's your top 15. Here at 50-plus class RCSX, this will be our next to last race.
Just a white flag. Grury continuing to click off perfect laps here. Karsten definitely fallen off the pace a little bit now. Got hung up in a couple of those lappers. Not going to force the issue at this point. Knows exactly where he's at, so... Right now, John Grury got his hands full with a bunch of lappers.
Checkered flag in sight. There it is. John Grury. Going to have to build another trophy room because he just keeps stacking them up. I'd say the last 5 years or so is when he really, I know that sounds crazy for a 53-year-old.
You think he gets to a point where he's like,
hit his stride.
Just keep the trophy, I'm good.
Really, I know at this point.
Just keep, I don't need it. There's no room.
You're going to pawn shop that. You're going to eBay that.
These plaques don't fit in the gas tank. I don't need them.
So now one class remains before it's a wrap. Of course, we'll go racing tomorrow with the vintage class and fly racing ATV Supercross. Hey, see the Fox Instinct boot on our top amateur riders here at RCSX. The championship-proven Instinct boot that Ken Roxon, Adam Cerulo, and the Monster Energy Pro Circuit Kawasaki's wear is also the top choice of the Fox Racing amateur team riders. The Fox Instinct boot is made for this moment. One more time, we thank all the sponsors, not only Fox, but also MX versus ATV, All Out, Rocky Mountain ATV MC, Thor, Comedic, Sunoco Race Fuels, Dunlop, Hoosier, Arma, Stasic, and all the manufacturers on board, including Suzuki, Kawasaki, Honda, Cobra Moto, Yamaha, KTM, Husqvarna, and of course the American Motorcyclist Association. MX Sports putting this event on, and everyone at Daytona International Speedway, and Ricky Carmichael and his whole crew, J.H. Leal, helping make this thing happen. We're back for year 12, but first one more race here for year 11, and the grand finale for the year is the college 18 to 24 class.
From the plus 50 class to the college class.
That's right.
Exactly.
Stay in school, kids. Logan Boy won his heat race yesterday on the 124. Logan McConnell, though, making a good run early on the 604 in this one. Out to the lead. Number 10 right behind him, Gerhard Matamoros out of Winter Springs, Florida. He is second.
How'd Matamoros qualify?
Only 8th.
Yeah, I thought he was, again, I think he was up a little farther and crashed, and fell back. So maybe with a good start, we'll see what he can do here.
He's got more speed than you might know based on the result. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. But right now, this guy led the race earlier in Open A, the 604 McConnell. But there he had to deal with some big hitters. See if he can have his way with the college division. Pressure coming from the number 10. That was Matamoros. Eddie Norrid is third. Cody Groves fourth. And Riley Ripper.
The Ripper.
The Ripper.
He's a Ripper.
Wow. Riley Ripper fifth. Drew Minton sixth. Blaze from Oldie is seventh. Jacob Glenn eighth. Cameron Minton ninth. So 2 Mintons inside the top 10. And Corey Karsten, that's Barry's son, is 10th. I bet you Barry handed him the bike.
They just switched it.
Take it. It's already running.
That's why they held the gate a little bit.
Yeah.
So he could.
Hold the clutch in. Don't let it stall.
Yeah. Maybe that's why he didn't win. He didn't have time to do a podium interview.
Yeah. Yeah, he couldn't.
Oh. Just about got bucked over the horns on that
we
one.
saw, big bottom out tape in front of us. Watch that 15. You're seeing it, Megawatt. Cody Groves in the 15 catching up quick.
Absolutely. Had a totally different line than the guys ahead of him there, and what he took advantage of, he took advantage of an opening and was able to get that drive.
So the top 3 all in the same set of twisting turns together. None of them jumping the jump.
Mistake by the leader.
Somebody's going to screw up with this big hook right here on this inside line, one of these 3.
All right. I'm surprised none of them jumped that. Maybe there was a yellow flag. I didn't see one.
I didn't see it either.
It's kind of like they were following, and the leader messed up, and so everybody kind of had to check up.
Matamoros is in trouble now. Cody Groves has got him.
Man,
pulls the trigger on second place.
I'll tell you what, there's a hole right here in this jump in front of us, and every time they land, it kind of throws them up on
Matamoros going to try to answer. That'll tell us a lot.
Yep. Let's see if Logan McConnell can get away. No, he's not getting away. Cody Groves out of Goldsboro, Maryland, chasing the rider from Kingsport, Tennessee, Logan McConnell. Good battle for the number 1 spot.
Man, what a way to end the day. Are you kidding me? Just like we started. It was an amazing first race of the day. Yep.
We're going to take this one down to the wire. No, I'm wrong. They did have the yellow caution lights out. So that's why they're not jumping it. We didn't see the flag. They had the yellow lights. Good job by the riders to respect that. And roll it. And they get right back on the gas after the landing. Cody Groves on that yellow 15. He is going for it.
He's working it, dude. I mean, he's forcing that bike. I see him maybe pushing an issue if the opportunity rises.
It might happen.
Logan McConnell, there he is, 6:04, trying to lock down this title.
Wow, dragging bars over that every trumpet.
Here he comes.
Holy
These
cow.
guys are
Here he
pushing.
comes, dude. Cody Groves trying to make it happen.
Oh, right up
Up
against
on
the
the
wall.
bank.
Both of them.
How about that move?
Up out against the wall at Daytona.
And live
Put
to
in
tell
the
about
wall
it.
here at Daytona.
Yeah.
Now, actually, your leader just jumped that. I didn't see if the light was on or not. Second place did not. Groves. McConnell did. Either way, it worked out. They're in the same exact spot on the racetrack, duking it out through the twisties. Oh, a block pass!
Oh!
I didn't think it could make room there. Didn't happen. McConnell held him off.
That right there is proof. If you have the speed, there's room to pass on any track.
Yeah.
Terry, that's one of the tightest places that you could be.
If you're willing.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. They were 3 wide in the tightest place on the track. A lapper and the 2 leaders.
Yeah. Side by side. McConnell down to the inside.
Oh,
Looks like the
sneaks
15
inside.
of Groves going to switch it up. Now they're going up to the wall here at Daytona.
Oh, they both took the same line.
The high banks. Man, McConnell
Grove.
has dealt with so much pressure. Yeah, the light's off. They're free to jump this.
Groves using a different line there. Not necessarily the fastest, but
Yeah.
trying to make it happen. Look at this.
Into the split turn. They both want the outside.
Oh, I thought he was going to outbreak him and cut down. He didn't have room.
Look at Groves.
Oh, man.
Airing it out.
But it didn't do him any good.
No.
Lost time. Lost time.
Yeah, too much hang time there, and that allowed McConnell to get away. Man, they've got yellow flags, caution lights, lap traffic all over the map here. Anything you can throw at these guys has been thrown at them.
Okay.
Another battle down the straight.
And a lapper's going to come into play inside here.
Groves.
There it is.
Nope. Still couldn't make it happen. Up
No.
to the high banks.
I was talking about the lapper. Knew there'd be
gonna
a,
be
knew
a
there'd be
factor. You're right.
confrontation. Yep.
Remember earlier we were talking about frustration?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Groves. There we go. Now he tries a different line through the split turn. He's got to get this double. Little scrub.
He lost a little
Well,
bit.
hey, I give him credit for trying. A for effort.
He lost
It didn't
a little
work,
bit.
but he had to do it.
He lost a
Absolutely.
little bit of time, but you can't blame him for trying that line. You
Yeah,
can only
and
follow a guy so long before you have to try something different.
And if not, you're thinking about that the whole ride home. I should have
Yeah,
tried it.
yeah, you're
I
right.
should have tried it. And you know what? The result is the result, but you at least gave it a shot.
Leave it all out there. He's running out of time now to try to go after your leader. McConnell, Gerhard Matamoro still third, Eddie Norid fourth, and Corey Carson fifth. Ty Casey sixth, Blake Hazen seventh, Brett Mead eighth, Jack Rogers ninth, and James Harrington rounding out your top 10.
We keep getting roosted over here, bros.
It's funny how it didn't happen until the last 2 motos of the day.
Yeah.
They got it dialed. They knew we were one moto we'd have dust. Wow. Getting roosted here in our booth. Yeah. That'd be nice if that happened. Put us out of our misery. Okay, McConnell. I think McConnell might have this. It's a big enough lead now where he's going to have to make a mistake. Groves on that 15 was putting huge pressure on for a couple of laps. Well, it almost looked inevitable that Groves was going to get him at times. McConnell just maintained his line, never made the big mistake.
I tell you, I'm really impressed with the poise of some of these kids today, and these are still, kids, 18 to 24. They're still young riders. They've been racing for 15 years, a lot of them, 20 years.
They're right there on him, though.
But nonetheless, the poise that a lot of them have displayed has been incredible.
White flag out.
He's still right there. He can still see him.
Groves is, he's going for it one last time. He's got it down to 1 second. How good is this?
Our last lap of the event.
I can't
might be the
believe it.
best.
That's
I
right.
got goosebumps watching this moto.
Oh,
man.
has pulled it back in. Oh, I thought he was going to get that extreme inside.
Going for it.
Oh,
it's done.
Mistake coming out of the corner.
Blew it
Now
right
McConnell
there.
just has to maintain. Groves.
Just stay in the main line, and 604's got it.
Yep. Well, is there any sort of magic in the split lane? We're going to see. Cody Groves out of the corner. McConnell right in front of him. He's going to try the split lane. Of course he is.
Why not?
Checker flag now in sight for the man out of Kingsport, Tennessee, Logan McConnell. And he wins college 18 at 24. What a race.
Man. I'm spent.
Yeah,
I'm spent.
In the nick of time. I got nothing left.
Yeah.
I timed it out.
Wow. Holy cow.
I've only been here for a few motos, and I'm already tired.
The goal was to be exhausted at 5:55 p.m. That's what I had to be. Folks, it's been a great day of racing. 2 days here. We got one of it on Racer TV, but yesterday I hope you enjoyed the Grand National Cross Country coverage. Had a big crew helping out. Yesterday we even had Aaron Plessinger down there at Palatka, Florida as our Grand Marshal helping in the booth with myself and Rodney Tomlin and Mikey Waynes and Johnny Gallagher and everybody else who contributes to that show. And then today myself, David Iser working the podiums, Megawatt Matt Watson. Guest performances, of course, with Jason Wheels Todd. We had Scott COVID stop by, Jeff Stanton, Ricky Carmichael, and of course, the smooth undercurrent of Racer TV, the voice of Racer TV, Smooky, Rodney Tomlin.
There's only one.
Yeah, thank goodness. Still working the podium down there with our champion, Logan McConnell. So big thanks to Rodney and everyone at Racer TV, our man Adam and Dan and everybody who helps make this show possible.
Griff.
Yep, and from the World Center of Racing, it's Daytona International Speedway. This has been the MX versus ATV All Out. Ricky Carmichael, amateur Supercross at Daytona. 11 years in the books. We'll see you for year 12 next year.